Chapter 1 Broken Heart. Xin Feng, let's break up. I still feel that we are not a good match. At the entrance to the University of the Harbor, a young girl dressed in a flamboyant manner, with a slender figure and fair skin, said to Xin Feng. After saying this, she turned around and got into a white BMW parked at the school gate, leaving Xin Feng alone in the wind. As for the words the girl just said to him, Xin Feng was already used to hearing them. After all, the most common thing he had heard in his life was that sentence. Although he is not ugly, he is still a handsome guy. He originally thought that as long as a man was handsome, he could do whatever he wanted and be liked by all the girls in the world. But until this moment, after living for more than 20 years and experiencing a series of beatings from society and women, Xin Feng finally realized that for men, in addition to being handsome, there is another crucial word. And this word is none other than money. It has to be said that money can, to some extent, defeat good looks. Just like his ex-girlfriend, the owner of the white BMW 5 Series, Yang Fan, the rich second generation of the University of Hong Kong. He was absolutely ugly, with a bald head and a fat body. He was completely outclassed in terms of appearance, and the difference was too great. But Xin Feng also understood that no matter how handsome he was, he could never beat Yang Fan's Rolex watch, which cost tens of thousands of dollars, or the keys to his shiny BMW 5 Series. Hey, Jian, do you have time tonight? Let's have a drink. I'm heartbroken. Thinking of this, Xin Feng sighed quietly, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and called his good friend Zhang Jian. He wanted to drink with the latter that night and drown his sorrows in alcohol. Although he was used to being heartbroken, Lu Yu, like the other girlfriends he had dated, had only been with him for a short time because she thought he was handsome. Xin Feng thought he would be with this group of people forever, but it wasn't until now that he realized the truth. In this world, you can't keep people by being handsome. Only when you have money behind your good looks can you have a long-term relationship. No, my friend, I'm going to finish my postgraduate studies next month, so I've given up drinking for the time being. Don't be too upset. You and Lu Yu broke up for the best. I've long seen that woman as a loser. She's always flirting with Yang Fan, the rich kid at school. It was only a matter of time before they got together. The breakup between you two is also a good thing for you. If you can't hold on to the sand, just throw it away. Xin Feng had originally planned to drink with his good friend to get rid of his melancholy, but his good friend had to study for the postgraduate entrance exam next month, so he couldn't drink or have sex during this period of time. Okay, brother, I'll drink by myself tonight. Xin Feng sighed and hung up the phone. It seems that I will have to drink alone tonight. But he didn't want to drink alone. As the saying goes, drinking alone makes you drunk, but drinking with someone else makes you even more depressed. That's exactly what it means. You have to find a companion. At this moment, Xin Feng suddenly remembered a place where he could find someone to drink with him, and it was a beautiful woman. Although she might be a little older, it didn't matter. Xin Feng just wanted to find someone to drink with him today. As long as she was a woman and could drink, it didn't matter. 8 p.m. Xin Feng took out the most handsome sports suit from the closet in his dormitory, put it on, applied a light layer of hair gel to his medium-length hair, and combed it all over backwards. Looking at the mature and handsome man in the mirror, Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh at why Lu Yu had chosen to break up with him. The reason may be that he can't escape the word money. It seems that in this day and age, a man can't do anything without money, no matter how handsome he is. At 8:30 p.m., Xin Feng, after carefully dressing up and putting on his 1,000 yuan Casio watch, walked out the door. He went to the school gate, hailed a ride-hailing car, and headed straight for a karaoke bar in the city center of Haigang, Moon Above. The Moon is a semi-business KTV in Haigang City. The facilities are quite good, and the most important thing is that there are karaoke girls. Of course, because the cost is relatively mid-range, the food is vegetarian and there are no unnecessary frills. This is also the reason why Xin Feng chose to go here. One reason is that he doesn't have enough money in his pocket, only a pitiful $1,000. The second reason is that he doesn't like to do those things, and he just wants to find someone to drink with him tonight. On the way, Xin Feng sat in the back seat of the taxi and looked at his bank card balance again. He frowned when he saw the 1,080 yuan. Chapter 2, the super counterattack system is successfully bound. This 1,000 yuan is not much, but it is enough for him to spend 4 hours in the karaoke bar and drink with the girl all night. But it requires extreme operation, and there can be no extra spending, such as tips for the waitresses. Xin Feng had been to the moon several times before, and he had gone there after getting drunk with friends. At that time, everyone was on an AA system, and each person spent a few hundred yuan. He felt that the girls there were quite nice and understanding, and he guessed that he should be able to find a suitable girl today to accompany him and drink until he passed out, relieving his depression. After 20 minutes, Xin Feng took a taxi to the moon above KTV in the center of Haigang. After paying the driver 10 yuan for the fare, Xin Feng got out of the car. Since it was Sunday, there were quite a few people here to have fun. The parking spaces in front of the moon were almost full. There were many C-class cars such as BMW, Audi, and Mercedes, but there were no high-end cars. After all, the moon above is only a medium-priced place in the entire city of Haigang. There are wealthy people who come here to spend money, but there are no very wealthy people. As soon as he entered the moon above, the male waiter at the door warmly welcomed him. "Here comes a handsome guy. Long time no see." What Xin Feng never expected was that the waiter, who had a 5 o'clock shadow, was short, and had a face that said he was smart and capable, actually remembered him. As soon as he entered the door, he ran up to him, greeted him warmly, and offered to arrange a room for him. "Well, I've been busy lately." Facing the enthusiasm of the male waiter, Xin Feng just smiled and responded briefly. In theory, he should have asked the waiter to take out the receipt and he would have given him a tip of 80 to 100 yuan. But at the moment, he only had a pitiful 1,000 yuan in his bank card, which really didn't support him in making additional operations. Otherwise, when he went downstairs to pay the bill later, the bank card balance would be insufficient, which would be a pain in the ass. But what he never expected was that the waiter's enthusiasm for him did not stop there. He escorted him all the way to the elevator, pressed the button for going upstairs, and then looked at him with a meaningful smile. At this point, Xin Feng knew that if he didn't do something, it would be too late. "Brother, take out your payment code, I'll scan it for you." Xin Feng smiled and took out his phone, saying to the other person, "Okay, brother." The other party seemed to be waiting for him to say this. Upon hearing Xin Feng's words, he took out his phone from his pocket at lightning speed and showed Xin Feng the QR code interface that he had prepared in advance. "Brother, my name is Fei. From now on, you can find me here. Later, we can add each other on WeChat. As long as you come here, I will make sure you are satisfied." Then Ah Fei took out a box of King of Flowers from his pocket and lit one for Xin Feng, smiling and saying, "WeChat payment is 100 yuan. Soon, Ah Fei received a 100 yuan tip from Xin Feng, and his smile became even brighter. "What's your name, big brother?" In the elevator, Ah Fei excitedly said to Xin Feng as he took him upstairs. It was as if he had found a good brother who would take care of him from now on. "Just call me Xin Feng." Xin Feng also squeezed a smile from his face and responded with a smile. Although Ah Fei was laughing very happily at the moment, Xin Feng was a little emo at this time. Not for anything else, but because he had calculated it well when he came. The 1,000 yuan he had left in his bank card was just enough for his one night's consumption on the moon. He had given the waiter a 100 yuan tip, which suddenly disrupted his plan. When he left, he might not have enough money to pay the bill, so how could he not feel 1,000 worries in his heart? Congratulations, the host, the super counterattack system is successfully bound, and comes with a 10-fold cashback mechanism. As long as the host spends money in the nightclub, it will be returned to the host's bank card 10 times. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to Xin Feng's mind. Hearing this voice, Xin Feng was stunned at first, but then he understood what was going on. As a college student, he often watched online novels and movies when he was free, and knew what the system was all about. But he never imagined that he would one day obtain the system, and at such a critical moment. What did the system just say? As long as the money he spent in the nightclub was returned to his bank card tenfold? Then the 100 yuan tip he just gave Ah Fei also counts? Ding dong. At this moment, Xin Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. Xin Feng quickly took out his phone and looked at it. When he saw the message from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China 95588 on the phone interface, he was shocked. Chapter 3, Get a Bigger One. Dear ICBC user, your bank card with the last 4 digits 4419 has just received a transfer of 1,000 yuan, and the current balance is 1,970 yuan. Holy cow! It's true. When he saw the balance on his bank card, it had suddenly gone from 970 yuan to 1,970 yuan, an increase of 1,000 yuan. Xin Feng's face suddenly lit up with a smile. The worry that he would run out of money when paying the bill had disappeared in an instant, replaced by a feeling of excitement. At the same time, he lamented that the system came too late. If the system had come a little earlier, Luyu wouldn't have broken up with him today. But it doesn't matter, as the saying goes, better late than never. From now on, with the system, he will definitely let that bitch Luyu know that breaking up with him was the worst choice she ever made in her life. Brother Feng, how is this room? After a short while, Fei took Qin Feng to a small private room on the 3rd floor of the moon. No, this room is too small. Let's change rooms. Standing at the door of the room, Qin Feng frowned and shook his head. If it were any other day, Qin Feng would have gone in without a second thought, regardless of whether the room was small or not. After all, the balance in his bank card was only enough for him to spend in a small room. But now it's different. He now has a 10x cashback system, which means that any money he spends at the moon will be returned to his bank card 10 times over. This means that when he leaves this KTV, the balance on his bank card will not only not decrease, but will instead increase exponentially. So, if you don't spend a lot, when will you? Well, Feng, if you're alone, Xiaobao is fine. If you order another girl, it's just right for 2 people to sit in the room. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Fei was first stunned, and then he smiled at Qin Feng. What's the matter, Fei? Do you think your brother is short of money? I said we'll change rooms. Then Qin Feng turned his head and said to Fei in a serious tone. The reason Qin Feng suggested a bigger room was to get more cashback and for appearances. After all, he will be ordering a girl later to drink with him tonight. He can be shameless, but he still has to give the girl a little face. A bigger room will make the girl who drinks with him more comfortable. Well, that's fine, Brother Feng. After listening to him, Fei nodded and then led Qin Feng to the door of another room. How about this room, Brother Feng? It's medium-sized, and there's enough room for 7 or 8 people. Fei stood at the entrance of the middle room, pointed at the room inside, and smiled at Qin Feng. He thought Qin Feng would be satisfied, but Qin Feng still shook his head to indicate his refusal. No, it's still too small. Let's find a bigger one. Qin Feng said slowly to Fei. In theory, the size of this room is really good, and the facilities are also good. When he came here with his friends, he sat in the middle package. But the private room fee for the middle package was too cheap, only 80 yuan an hour. If it were in the past, this 80 yuan would actually be a lot for a poor student like Qin Feng. But as the saying goes, times have changed. Now that he has access to the 10x cashback system, a single middle-class room only gives him 800 yuan in cashback per hour. This 800 yuan is still not enough. He wants the kind that can give him thousands or even tens of thousands of cash back per hour. Brother Feng, if you are alone, the size of the private room is already quite enough, and you and your sister can have a great time together. If you move to a bigger room, the room fee will also increase. Fei looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression and advised him. After all, Qin Feng had just given him a 100 yuan tip. At this point, in Fei's heart, he had already regarded Qin Feng as his good brother, so it was only right to say a few good things to his brother. He thought that Qin Feng should not be short of money, otherwise he would not have given him a 100 yuan tip just now. But judging from Qin Feng's clothes and the Casio watch on his wrist, he was probably not too rich, but only a little rich. Plus, he just saw from the door that Qin Feng came here by taxi, which further confirmed this point. Fei, you're a bit condescending when you say that. Change it. Get a bigger one. Qin Feng turned his head and patted Fei on the shoulder, saying resolutely, change it. He knew that Fei was thinking of him. Judging from his attire and the fact that he had taken a taxi here, he was probably not a particularly wealthy person, and wanted to save him some money. But what Qin Feng wanted to say was that by tomorrow, he probably wouldn't be dressed like that anymore. It's not impossible that he'll come in a Mercedes-Benz in a couple of days. As long as his spending in the nightclub is strong enough, then everything is possible. Chapter 4, Those who do not take advantage of God's blessings will suffer the consequences. Okay, Feng, let's change rooms again. Seeing Qin Feng so determined, Fei had no choice but to lead Qin Feng to another room. How about this one? Brother Feng, there are enough seats for 20 people inside. You and your sister can even run a race inside. It's just a bit expensive, 500 yuan an hour. I say we should just sit in the middle package. The middle package is pretty good. Standing at the entrance of the nearly 50 square meter large room, Ah Fei pointed inside and said to Qin Feng, "This is the best room in the hotel." In fact, Fei was not afraid of Qin Feng spending money. After all, Qin Feng's spending tonight would also be a commission for him. It's just that he thinks Qin Feng is relatively young and doesn't look like he's particularly wealthy. If he spends too much in one go, he won't come back again. But Qin Feng looked inside the large room and shook his head. Originally, Ah Fei thought that Qin Feng was too expensive after hearing that the hourly room rate for the large room was 500 yuan an hour, and wanted to change back to the medium room. But what he said next took Ah Fei by surprise. "No, it's still too small. I remember that our restaurant has a presidential suite that is more than 100 square meters, right?" After looking inside the large package, Qin Feng turned his head and asked Ah Fei to continue. In fact, for Qin Feng, the large package that costs 500 yuan an hour is already very good. He would receive 5,000 renminbi in cash back on his bank card for sitting here for an hour. But as I said, now that he has obtained the system, he should use it to increase his bank card balance as soon as possible. As the saying goes, if you don't take what heaven has given you, you will suffer the consequences. The total presidential package? The presidential package costs 2,000 yuan per hour. Are you sure you want to sit in it? After hearing Qin Feng's words, Ah Fei was shocked and at a loss. At the same time, he looked up and down at Qin Feng again, and then looked at the Casio watch on his wrist. He wondered if he had misread the situation. Could it be that this handsome guy was a top-notch master who was playing the role of a pig while eating the tiger? In fact, he was very powerful, but he was just low-key on the surface. "Okay. I'll take the presidential package." After hearing that the presidential package costs 2,000 yuan an hour, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. You know, that's 2,000 yuan. For an hour's work, he can earn 20,000 yuan in cash back. In this way, he has actually come here to make money, and all the waiters and girls in the nightclub have become his companions in making money. Isn't that beautiful? What more could he ask for? Okay, brother Feng, I'll ask if there are any big bags available." In desperation, Ah Fei could only pick up the walkie-talkie and ask the bartender. "Sorry, Feng, but it's Sunday and we're busy. The only 2 presidential suites are already taken. Why don't we sit in the big room today and wait for the next time? The next time you come, the presidential room will definitely be reserved for you." After a moment, after receiving the message in his ear, Ah Fei apologized to Qin Feng. After hearing what Ah Fei said, Qin Feng was also quite disappointed. Not for anything else, but because he had come to the moon once, and finally had the opportunity to get cash back on his purchases, and he had not even sat in the most expensive presidential package. How could he not feel deeply disappointed at losing such a great opportunity to increase the balance of his bank card? You see, Qin Feng had planned to leave the moon with a balance of 100,000 yuan on his bank card. But it doesn't matter, even though he didn't get to sit in the presidential suite, he can still increase his spending on alcohol later. After all, nightclubs are a place where money is burned. You don't have to worry about not spending money here, but about not having any money to spend. Okay, let's just sit in the VIP room today. Next time, you must arrange a presidential package for me no matter what. Qin Feng then nodded and said to Ah Fei. Then he was led by Ah Fei to the big package above the moon. Looking at this nearly 50 square meter, unusually spacious karaoke room, Qin Feng had only one word in his heart at the moment, and that was, cool. It was indeed like Ah Fei said, she and her sister could run a race here without any problem. "Xingfeng, let's sit here today, and next time we'll sit in the presidential suite. For drinks, shall we stick to the old 380 set?" Ah Fei picked up the walkie-talkie and asked Qin Feng again. When Qin Feng and his friends came here before, they ordered the 380 set meal, which included 24 small Harbin beers and a fruit plate with snacks. "Let's bring the girls in first. We'll order the set later." Sitting on the large sofa, Qin Feng slowly took out a box of 7 yuan Red Dragon from his pocket, lit one in his mouth, and said to Ah Fei, "The set meal is not important right now." "The set meal doesn't matter right now. With the cashback system, the 380 set meal without a side dish is definitely no longer available. The problem now is the girl. If he can't find a suitable karaoke girl on the moon tonight, he may have to consider going somewhere else. If that doesn't work, he'll go to the Caesar Empire, the most expensive karaoke bar in the city center. "Xingfeng, you sit down first, I'll bring the girl over for you to see." Ah Fei first smiled at Qin Feng. All the girls, go upstairs, big package 308 select the channel, big package 308 select the channel. Wait, they'll all be in high spirits. I'm the big brother in this house, I'm not short of money. Then he took out his walkie-talkie and said in a serious tone. Chapter 5, Call everyone in. Actually, there are presidential suites on the moon today. There are 2 of them, each with an area of nearly 100 square meters, and they charge 2,000 yuan per hour. Ah Fei lied to Qin Feng. The reason why Ah Fei chose to lie to Qin Feng was not for any other reason, but because he was afraid that Qin Feng could not afford to spend. Qin Feng had been here with friends a few times before, and he had a good impression of this handsome guy who looked like Liang Chaowei in his prime. He felt that this handsome guy was indeed handsome, especially those sparkling eyes, which made people's hearts beat wildly after seeing them. Not to mention the girls in the store, even he, a man in his 30s, would feel something after touching them. But handsome as he is, from the few times he has met Qin Feng, he still feels that this handsome guy probably doesn't have much money in his pocket. After all, Qin Feng had not paid for the bill on previous occasions, and all the drinks in the private room were also the normal 380 set. If Qin Feng came here today after drinking too much and didn't have much money in his pocket, he would be fucked if he couldn't pay the bill when he left after sitting in the presidential suite, which costs 2,000 yuan an hour. His commission is small, but the boss's face is big. From the moment Qin Feng gave him $100, Ah Fei decided that Qin Feng was a good brother he could follow for the rest of his life. Although Qin Feng may not have that much money in his pocket, that's not important. What's important is that Qin Feng is a real person and is worth getting to know. So, to be on the safe side, Ah Fei chose to lie to Qin Feng and let him sit in the big bag instead of the top-of-the-line presidential bag. But when he saw the series of astonishing purchases that Qin Feng made today, Ah Fei would feel extremely regretful. He will lament that he miscalculated, and that there may be a group of people in this world who are destined to prefer a low profile. If he had let Qin Feng sit in the presidential bag instead of the big bag, the commission he would have received today would have increased significantly. Of course, this is a later story, so let's not talk about it for now. At this moment, when they heard the call from Ah Fei's walkie-talkie on the 3rd floor, the girls in the 1st floor public relations room on the moon also suddenly came to life, quickly stood up, and rubbed and painted in front of the mirror. Since it was Sunday, there weren't many girls left on the moon. There were only 4 girls in the huge PR room, and the rest were busy in other rooms. Of the 4 girls, 2 were quite young, around 20 years old, dressed in light blue dresses and looking exceptionally pure and charming. The other 2 were a little older, but not that much older, around 27 or 28 years old, definitely older than the other 2 girls. Brother Fei, how old is the guest? If they are too young, I won't go over. At that moment, a woman in a black skirt, flesh-colored stockings, sexy black high heels, and a slender figure with a fair complexion took out her mobile phone and WeChat and asked Ah Fei, who was on the 3rd floor. This person is named Mei Mei, 28 years old. Although she is quite beautiful and has a unique charm, she is not very popular on the moon because she is a little older than the other girls. After all, men are forever young. No matter how old they are, even if they are in their 70s or 80s, most men will choose the younger one when they sit in a karaoke room. Of course, Qin Feng is an exception. In his early 20s, what's up with Mei Mei? I'm telling you, the guy sitting in the big 308 is my big brother. He's old, very particular, and has a lot of money in his pocket. He just gave me a 100 renminbi tip before I came upstairs. You can't miss this room. If my brother Feng chooses you later, you'll be fine. I think he'll always find you from now on. I think my brother Feng is a devoted man who doesn't dally. On the WeChat, Ah Fei heard what Mei Mei meant and hurriedly said to her. I hope she can come here to choose a channel, even if it's just a trial. He should say something. Although Ah Fei has only had a short time with Qin Feng, he has been in the nightclub business for many years and has met many customers. He can tell at a glance what kind of man a man is. Fei felt that Qin Feng was different from other lecherous guests. Others came here to take advantage of the situation, but Qin Feng might simply want to drink some wine and find someone to talk to. This was also the reason why Fei persuaded Mei Mei to come to the club to choose. Maybe Qin Feng would accidentally choose her. After hearing Ah Fei's words, Mei Mei's heart wavered a little, and she decided to try her luck with Qin Feng. Let's go, Mei Mei. Go in and take a look. If it doesn't work out, you can always come back. Her best friend, who was the same age as her, also persuaded her to go in, and then took her hand and walked out the door. Mei Mei had no choice but to follow her best friend and two other younger girls upstairs to the door of Qin Feng's private room 308. Brother Feng, the girls are all here. Would you like to take a look now? After the four girls remaining on the moon were all in place, Ah Fei knocked on the door of room 308 and walked in, smiling at Qin Feng. Okay, let them all come in. After listening to Ah Fei's words, Qin Feng took a deep breath, smoked the last cigarette, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it to put it out, and nodded to Ah Fei and said. At this time, although Qin Feng had obtained the ultimate system, he should have been happy as a result. But to be honest, Qin Feng found that there was still some emo hidden in his heart. The reason for this is that Qin Feng probably feels that it has something to do with his heartbreak this afternoon. As the saying goes, people are not made of wood or grass, so who can be heartless? No matter what, he is Qin Feng, a young man in his early 20s who has just entered society. As the saying goes, which young man is not passionate, and which young girl is not in love? He had just spent 3 months with Lu Yu, which was just enough time for him to fall in love with someone and develop feelings for a member of the opposite sex. That being said, when Lu Yu broke up with him at the entrance of the University of the Harbor today, and sat in the passenger seat of Yang Fan's BMW in front of him, Qin Feng knew that there was no chance for him to be with her in this life. Even if one day, the latter kneels before him and begs him, it is impossible. Because Qin Feng deeply remembered a saying in his heart, which was, once unfaithful, never again. That was exactly what it meant, and there was nothing wrong with it. Qin Feng is such a man with character. After all, once unfaithful, always unfaithful. So for the girl who was about to enter the house, Qin Feng still had some expectations in his heart. He hoped that in the upcoming election, he would be able to choose a girl who would make him forget all the unpleasantness of the day, and that bitch Lu Yu. Chapter 6, Mei Mei stays, the others leave. All girls, 308 enter the room to choose a channel, 308 enter the room to choose a channel. After hearing Qin Feng's words that the girls could enter the room, Ah Fei quickly turned his head, stood at the door of room 308, clapped his hands vigorously, and shouted at the four girls waiting outside. Then he pushed open the door and walked in, opening the door for the four girls who were about to enter the room. The first to enter the room were two girls who had just turned 20 and were relatively young. These two girls were both wearing dresses, exposing their smooth, white thighs, and their feet were covered in smiles, looking at Qin Feng with affection. Both of them were about 167 centimeters tall, and they looked exceptionally young and beautiful. If an ordinary guest had seen them, they would have definitely stayed without hesitation, and they would not have looked back at all. But Qin Feng was not an ordinary guest. When he saw the two people who appeared in front of him first, he frowned and felt a great sense of loss and disappointment. Not for anything else, just because these two people looked too much like Lu Yu. As soon as he saw them, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of Lu Yu. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable, as if someone had fed him a mouthful of shit. At the moment, Qin Feng was thinking of changing places. If that didn't work, he would go to the most expensive karaoke bar in the entire city, the Caesar Empire. Although it was Sunday, there would surely be a lot of girls who were free at the Caesar, and he would always be able to find one who would be willing to drink with him quickly and forget about that bitch Lu Yu and all the unpleasant people in the past. Although Qin Feng thought this way, the moment the other two girls entered the room, Qin Feng's heart, which had just been lost, was suddenly lifted. These two girls were very different from the first girl. There was not a trace of Lu Yu in them. Although they were a little older, that was not important. The important thing was that they did not remind him of Lu Yu, and that was enough. Then Qin Feng looked at the two girls behind him, especially the last one, which made his heart ripple. This person was long and thin, almost 1.7 meters tall, wearing a black dress and flesh-colored stockings, and sexy black pumps on her feet. The most important thing was the pair of beautiful eyes, like the moon in the sky. When he saw this person, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, as if he had been electrocuted. Although Qin Feng had been to the nightclub many times before and had seen many girls, but Qin Feng had to admit that this person gave him a feeling that was different from everyone else. The main thing is that she doesn't have a hint of Lu Yu's aura, and she is the complete opposite of Lu Yu. If she sat next to him, it would not remind him of Lu Yu at all, which was enough. Well, Feng, since it's Sunday, the store is busy. If you don't see anyone you like, why don't we wait a little while? If there are any girls who are about to go on stage in another room, I will immediately bring them to Brother Feng. Seeing Qin Feng staring at the four girls, Ah Fei thought Qin Feng hadn't seen the girl he liked and quickly apologized to Qin Feng. But what he didn't expect was what Qin Feng said next, which was completely unexpected. The girl standing at the end, "What's your name?" Xin Feng slowly took out a box of $7 Red Dragon cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, put it in his mouth, lit it, took a deep breath, and pointed at the last girl standing there, Mei Mei, and asked with a smile. Me? Mei Mei also didn't expect Xin Feng to suddenly ask her name, and immediately widened her eyes, pointed her index finger at her own face, and said in a shocked voice, "Big brother is asking you a question." Seeing this, Fei quickly reached out and gently pushed Mei Mei's lower back, saying. Although Mei Mei didn't understand what Xin Feng meant, as a man, Fei knew men too well. When Xin Feng lit the red dragon in his hand, it was already a done deal that Mei Mei would be sitting in this room. All that was left was to go through the process. Brother Feng, my name is Mei Mei. Then Mei Mei quickly forced a smile on her face and replied to Xin Feng. Her heart was filled with shock and confusion. From the moment she entered the room, she had no expectations that Xin Feng would keep her, and she never thought that Xin Feng would ask her name. It was not because of anything else, but because Xin Feng sitting on the sofa was too young and exceptionally handsome, with the demeanor of Hong Kong and Taiwanese star Liang Chaowei. How could such a young and handsome guy like him possibly fancy an old woman like her? If it were, it would definitely be an arrangement of heaven, or a kind of fate that she and this handsome guy named Feng were destined to have. Okay, Mei Mei stays, the others leave. Xin Feng then smiled knowingly, nodded to Fei standing at the door, and said with a smile. The reason Xin Feng asked Mei Mei's name first and then let her stay was that he was afraid that the woman's name was Yu Yu. If her name had the same characters as Lu Yu's, that would be a disaster. But fortunately, there was no such thing. Xin Feng felt that this might be a kind of fate that allowed him to meet this woman for a brief moment. At this moment, Xin Feng did not know that his fate with Mei Mei was far from over. In the future, he would use the system to make a lot of money from Mei Mei. While helping Mimi, he was also helping himself, gaining a large amount of money that would allow him to have a qualitative improvement in his life outside of the nightclub. Of course, this is all in the future, so let's not talk about it for now. After Xin Feng decided to stay with Mei Mei, the other three girls left the room with a look of disappointment on their faces. Before leaving, Mei Mei's best friend, who was about the same age as her, gave her a smile and winked, indicating that she had found a treasure. Because a young and handsome guest like Xin Feng, who has the demeanor of Hong Kong and Taiwanese star Tony Leung, would be a catch for anyone, not to mention Mei Mei. But perhaps it was because she didn't have the fate that was destined for her in Xin Feng. At this time, she still didn't know that her fate with Xin Feng was also not shallow, but it was not as deep as that of Mei Mei and Xin Feng. Hey, Feng, what do you want to drink? Why don't we order the 380 yuan set menu? Let's drink a lot with Brother Feng tonight. It seems that Brother Feng is also unhappy today, and he has something on his mind. He wants to get drunk, otherwise he wouldn't have come here alone. After Mei Mei sat down next to Xin Feng, she first picked up her phone and reported a station in the group, and then she picked up Xin Feng's $7 box of Red Dragon and lit a cigarette for Xin Feng, smiling and saying. Chapter 7, Hennessy Set. I don't want the 380 yuan set menu. I want to drink something red today. Xin Feng took the cigarette that Mei Mei had lit for him, took a deep breath, and smiled at the other person. It is true that in the past, when he came here, he always ordered the 380 drink package, which included 24 small Harbin beers and a fruit plate with snacks. But today is different. Today, he has obtained a 10-fold cashback system for nightclub consumption, so of course he can't just order the 380 drink package as he used to. Naturally, he will order whatever is expensive. And there is no doubt that in a karaoke bar, a red wine package is naturally much more expensive than a beer package. Well, do you too want to drink red wine? After hearing Xin Feng's words, Mei Mei was first taken aback, and then she unconsciously smiled and said to Xin Feng with a smile. For no other reason, as a girl in the nightclub, she would naturally prefer red wine to beer. She just didn't expect that Xin Feng, who came alone, would also want to order a red wine set. After all, a wine package is much more expensive than a beer package and is suitable for multiple people. Well, let's have red wine. Xin Feng nodded with a smile. Brother Feng, how about we order the 1,000 yuan red wine set? It comes with a bottle of fine red wine and 24 small bottles of beer. If we get tired of the wine, we can use the beer caps to make a cap, and there are also drinks and snacks. It's good. Then Mei Mei looked into Xin Feng's eyes and seriously recommended the lowest grade red wine package in the store, which cost 1,000 yuan. Because she felt that Qin Feng's dress and the red dragon cigarette he smoked, which cost 7 yuan a pack, did not seem like a very wealthy customer. Although she is a girl from the moon, she should try to make more money for the store, but she is not bad-hearted and cannot make guests spend unnecessary money, especially those who do not have a high economic strength. This is what Mei Mei thought, but Qin Feng's next words greatly surprised her. If not this, what is the most expensive drink package in our store? Unexpectedly, after hearing her words, Qin Feng just smiled, shook his head lightly, and said slowly. He said that he had no interest in the so-called 1,000 yuan minimum grade red wine set, and that he would drink the most expensive wine or not at all. The most expensive? The most expensive wine package in our store is worth 10,000 yuan, with a bottle of high-end Hennessy red wine, as well as other drinks and fruit plates. Although the quality and quantity are very good, if it's just the two of us, it's not worth it to order that, so don't come. If you want to drink red wine, I'll order a 1,000 yuan set in the group now. It's not that expensive. Mei Mei shook her head quickly and said to Qin Feng. Ah Fei, give me a Hennessy wine package for this room, hurry. But Qin Feng didn't give Mei Mei the chance to do so. He immediately took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Ah Fei. Unexpectedly, when he heard Mei Mei say that the most expensive drink package on the moon was 10,000 yuan, he was already overjoyed. You know, that's $10,000. He could get a cashback of 100,000 yuan for ordering one. This would directly fulfill his original goal of earning cashback tonight, so how could he not be sincerely happy? Okay, brother Feng, here it is. A Hennessy package for 308 private room. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Ah Fei quickly responded. After Qin Feng ordered the Hennessy set, Mei Mei, who was sitting next to him, was still in a daze. She couldn't help but look at him with her eyes, and then quietly looked at him up and down. No matter how she looked at him, Qin Feng didn't seem like the kind of person who was particularly wealthy. And the cigarettes he smoked were the Red Dragon, which cost 7 yuan a pack. Even the cigarettes she smoked were much more expensive than Qin Feng's. Could it be that Qin Feng is a hidden rich second generation, but just likes to keep a low profile? Mei Mei could only think of this explanation. Come on, Mei Mei, this is the first time we've met. Take out your WeChat payment code and I'll send you a red envelope. I don't mean anything by it. It's fate that we met. You guys have had a hard time. You've worked hard tonight. And then, something even more unexpected happened. She had just sat down for less than a minute when Qin Feng asked her to take out her WeChat payment code and send her a red envelope. Although Qin Feng's enthusiasm and generosity moved her, she felt that she was really lucky today to have met such a good-looking guy. But to be honest, she couldn't accept Qin Feng's actions. Although she could accept the red envelope, she still understood the principle of fishing for big fish with a long line. It's not good to ask for a red envelope so soon after meeting someone. If she can win Qin Feng's heart and make him come to her more often in the future, that would be the best way to go. No, Feng, we ordered such expensive drinks and food, so you don't have to give me a red envelope. I hope Feng has a good time tonight, and that would be Mei Mei's greatest honor. Mei Mei said, and quickly took the phone she had put on the table, put it in her pocket, and shook her head at Qin Feng's righteous words. Seeing this expression and reaction from Mei Mei, Qin Feng was also a bit surprised, and was also dumbfounded and a bit at a loss. For nothing else, he just ordered the most expensive wine package on the moon, worth 10,000 yuan. And he only had 1,970 yuan in his bank card, which was not even enough for the Hennessy package. When it came time to pay the bill, he would be embarrassed, so he had to use his bank card to top up his balance to more than 10,000 yuan before he left. The easiest and fastest way is to give Mei Mei a red envelope. No, Mei Mei. If you don't take it today, I'm leaving, and I don't want the Hennessy set either. Qin Feng then said firmly to Mei Mei, while pretending to put on his jacket. If Mei Mei doesn't accept it, then he might really have to leave today. After all, he only has 1,900 yuan on his card, which is not enough to pay for the Hennessy package, which costs more than 10,000 yuan. No, brother, I'll take it. But don't send me too much. Just a few tens of dollars, just to show my appreciation. Seeing Qin Feng about to leave, Mei Mei had no choice but to take out her own payment code and stop Qin Feng. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be so stubborn. He said he would do something, so he had to do it. He is truly a kingly man. She likes him. And before she knew it, her affection for Qin Feng had risen to a new level. That is the attachment that every woman has deep down in her heart for the overbearing CEO. Chapter 8, Master Level Singing. That's right. Mei, just remember, a woman doesn't need to do anything in her life, the only thing she needs to do is to be obedient. Xin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He opened WeChat and scanned the QR code on Mei's WeChat account, then entered a series of numbers. The WeChat payment arrived at 888 yuan. The next second, a crisp sound came from Mei's phone. Hearing this sound, Nini froze. Seeing the huge sum of 888 yuan in her phone, she was stunned. She had originally thought that Xin Feng would give her an 88 yuan red envelope, which would be the most she could get. After all, if a guest came here to play, if they gave the girl an extra red envelope, it would be a maximum of 100 yuan. No one had ever given her a huge sum of money like Xin Feng had just done. The 888 yuan was more than her 2-hour table fee. You know, she earns about 200 yuan for 2 hours of work, which is equivalent to 100 yuan per hour. Brother Feng, this red envelope you gave me is too big, isn't it? Did I give you the wrong amount? If I did, I'll transfer it back to you right now. Mei thought that Xin Feng had made a mistake and accidentally pressed the number 8. She pretended to open it and scan it, and then she was going to return it to Xin Feng. Without Mei, this is the red envelope I'm transferring to you. Xin Feng waved his hand and smiled. 88 yuan, in the past Xin Feng swept the hand, but now he has a tenfold cashback system, he can't say anything. The 888 yuan he had just wanted to give to Mei was the real deal. At this moment, his cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the cashback from the system that had been credited to his account. He then took out his phone from his pocket with a trembling hand, turned his head and took a look. He was shocked to find that it was true. Dear Mr. Qin, customer of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your bank card with the last 4 digits 4419 has just received a transfer of 8,880 yuan, and the current account balance is 9,962 yuan. Seeing that the balance of his bank card account had suddenly reached 9,962 yuan because of a small operation he had just made, he immediately exceeded the 10,000 yuan mark. How could Xin Feng not be deeply happy? He regretted that he had given Mei a small tip. If he had given her a bigger tip, his bank card balance would have been over 10,000 yuan. But it doesn't matter, there's still a long way to go, and it's still very late at night. In the next few hours, he still has a chance to break the 10,000 yuan mark on his bank card balance. Brother Feng, your Hennessy package is here. Soon, the young man outside brought the Hennessy package Xin Feng had ordered, which cost 10,000 yuan. There was a bottle of Hennessy red wine, several large boxes of beer, and fruit platters, snacks, and drinks, filling up a large table. It was worth the price, and the 10,000 yuan was not wasted. Brother Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. Today, I'd like to thank you for choosing me and for giving me an 888 renminbi red envelope. Mei didn't say much, but she did spin a toast. Then Mei stood up, picked up a small harbin beer on the table, opened it with her teeth, then held it over her head, shook it a few times, and then gulped it down. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Phew! Awesome, awesome. Seeing this, Xin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath and wanted to give Mei a thumbs up. He couldn't help but sigh that the girl he chose today was really amazing. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also good at drinking, which was exactly the type he wanted in his heart. Come on, Mei, you've worked hard. Take a break. We'll drink later. Then Xin Feng waved to Mei, indicating that she should sit down next to him and not be too formal. Congratulations, host. Mei, the nightclub girl, has reached the host's primary admiration value and has now acquired master-level singing skills. She has automatically integrated into the host's body and does not need to be extracted. At this moment, a system voice suddenly came from Xin Feng's mind. Hearing this voice, Xin Feng was completely confused. Not for anything else, but because he originally thought that the system he had obtained was simply a function of having money returned, and there were no other additional rewards. But it wasn't until he heard the voice just now that he realized that the super counterattack system he had bound was far more than just a system that returned 10 times the money spent. What did the system just say? Because the nightclub girl Mei's initial affection for him reached the standard, he was rewarded with master-level singing skills? I have to say, if this skill is really rewarded to him, it can be said to be the ultimate. You see, although Qin Feng is a first-class handsome guy, he is not good at singing, which is his weakness. In the past, when he went to karaoke with friends, he always chose not to sing, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of his friends. But now it's different. If he really gets a master's degree in singing, it means that every song he sings now is no longer the old him, but a brand new him, a master of singing. Brother Feng, why don't you sing a song to warm up the crowd? I'll pick a song for you. Just as Qin Feng was about to order a song to see if he had really acquired master-level singing skills, Mei Mei suddenly ran up to the song ordering counter and smiled at Qin Feng. Okay, then you can sing me 7 Friends. I'm not a very good singer, so don't be offended. In that case, Qin Feng could only comply with her request, scratching his head and smiling at Mei Mei. It's okay, Feng came here to have fun, singing is secondary, after Feng finishes singing, we can drink together. Unexpectedly, after hearing Qin Feng's words, Mei Mei took it seriously and really thought Qin Feng didn't know how to sing. Little did she know that that was just the old Qin Feng. Now Qin Feng, even if he stands in front of a professional singer, his singing level is not inferior. After Mei Mei had finished choosing the song for Qin Feng, not long after, a melodious melody rang out in the karaoke room. This song, 7 Friends, is a Cantonese song that Qin Feng has always liked, but he has never sung it in a karaoke bar. First, because his singing ability was not good. Second, he is not from Guangdong, so his Cantonese is not good either. At the moment, he doesn't know if he can sing this classic Cantonese song well, even though he has a master's level of singing ability. Chapter 9, Is he that good a singer? To be honest, Mei Mei didn't expect much from Qin Feng's singing from the very beginning. In Mei Mei's opinion, Qin Feng is definitely one of the most handsome men in the world. He looks handsome and intimidating, and I'm afraid that any normal girl in the world would have a heart-pounding feeling in front of Qin Feng, with her heart beating faster and her adrenaline soaring. If such an epic handsome guy is also amazing at singing, wouldn't that leave no room for other men? Mei Mei didn't believe that Qin Feng's singing voice could be as amazing as his appearance, but what she didn't expect was that the moment Qin Feng opened his mouth, he stunned her. She stared at Qin Feng, her eyes wide and her mouth open. She couldn't imagine that such a beautiful voice could come from the man sitting next to her. If Mei Mei hadn't pressed the sing-along button for Qin Feng, she would have thought that Qin Feng was singing a cappella. For her sake, he was again trying to talk about love and cheer others up. If it is difficult to get back together, let go as soon as possible. Look at everything with an open mind, and then talk about it again. If you don't have a lover, you can still love yourself, forget about it, or feel sorry for yourself. It is harmful to laugh about those who are suffering. Not only did Mei Mei, but even Qin Feng was amazed by the sound of his own voice when he opened his mouth. This was completely different from the feeling he had before he acquired the skills of a master singer. In the past, even if he tried his best, he couldn't necessarily sing well. But now, he had just sung the song to perfection with little effort and just by letting his emotions flow. The kind of sadness, the kind of deep and sexy voice, was even better than the original. Holy cow! I didn't expect Feng Ge to sing so well. At this moment, even Ah Fei, who was standing in the hallway on the moon, couldn't help but tremble after hearing the melodious sound coming from room 308, and said in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the song was sung by Qin Feng. Because to be honest, Qin Feng had sung a song here before, and it just so happened that Ah Fei had heard it. If he remembers correctly, the song Qin Feng sang that time was a song by Zhang Yuxing called The Sea. At the time, Qin Feng's singing gave him a feeling that is difficult to describe. But now, when he heard it again, Ah Fei felt completely different. He had just realized that Qin Feng had only been pretending when he came with his friends before. Only in front of the girl he liked would Qin Feng sing with a serious attitude and show off his singing voice. Not only Ah Fei, but also the 3 girls who had just walked out of room 308 and were standing on the moon corridor waiting for the channel selection, were also shocked when they heard Qin Feng singing. Then they unconsciously turned their eyes to room 308. They were full of envy and jealousy at the thought of Mei Mei being able to accompany Qin Feng tonight. They envied Mei Mei for her good fortune in being able to accompany Qin Feng, a man who is both handsome and talented and who also seems to have a lot of money in his pocket. Because I am so strong that I can use my own pain to turn into love, to offset my worries about her, I can't remember that I also have the right to love. Who has ever cared about my feelings, treated me gently, and kissed my wounds? The consolation I can get is that I am grateful to the faithful dog after being heartbroken. Who cares that I'm not feeling well, who stands up for me, who touches my hand? All those who have been reborn have gone, and who is sad for the angels? There are no sweet words, but I have a good friend. On the other side, in room 308, Xin Feng's 7 Friends is still in full swing. After receiving master-level singing skills, it can be said that Qin Feng is getting more and more excited and enthusiastic as he sings. His singing is like a godsend. Mimi, who was listening to him, was so mesmerized that goosebumps were all over her body. Even his Cantonese, which he usually can't speak well, sounded exceptionally standard when he sang. Qin Feng's version of 7 Friends was even better than the original. He really sang the feeling of being sad and helpless. Whether it's a lie or not, the fact is that there is nothing wrong with it. Not for anything else, but because in addition to Qin Feng's masterful singing, Qin Feng was also singing this song with emotion. Thinking about the past 3 months with Lu Yu, he felt a deep sense of sadness and anger. He was angry not because of Lu Yu, but because of himself. Since he knew the ending, he understood the meaning of the saying, if you can't hold onto the sand, you might as well throw it up in the air. Why couldn't he have made a decision earlier and broken up with Lu Yu in advance to end this relationship that should never have happened in the first place? Instead, he had to wait for the latter to propose, and in front of so many people at the school gate, he was given a big embarrassment. No matter what he said, Qin Feng felt that it was because he was incompetent. Not only was he incompetent, he also lacked breadth of mind and vision, and even more so, the ambition and determination of a man. But Qin Feng vowed that from now on, everything would be different. He is no longer the indecisive and hesitant person he used to be. Instead, he is a brand new Qin Feng. He would use his actions to show everyone, and that bitch Lu Yu, that he, Qin Feng, was definitely a true king. Before he knew it, 3 minutes had passed, and Qin Feng had finished singing his classic song 7 Friends. At this point, the large 308 private room was silent. Qin Feng, who had come back to his senses, turned his head and looked at the beautiful Mei Mei sitting next to him. He found that the latter had been sitting there motionless since he didn't know when, just staring at him blankly, and there were still some tears in her eyes. What's wrong, Mei Mei? Was it because I sang so badly? Seeing Mei Mei's expression, Qin Feng was a little confused. He picked up a glass of Hennessy that had already been poured on the table and put it to his lips, smiling and asking Mei Mei. Then he raised his head and drank the glass of red wine in one gulp. No, brother Feng, you sang so beautifully. This is the best 7 Friends I've ever heard. After a moment, Mei Mei looked at Qin Feng and shook her head vigorously, saying, it was true that, as Mei Mei said, she had heard other guests sing this 7 Friends when she was at work before. But compared to Qin Feng, the 7 Friends sung by others were, how should I put it, not even as good as Qin Feng's hair on his leg. Come on, brother Feng, I'll sing another one. I hope you have a good time tonight. Then Mei Mei didn't hesitate for a second, immediately picked up a bottle of Harbin on the table, tilted her head back, held it above her head, and then in less than 3 seconds, she had finished the bottle of beer. Chapter 10, 8888 Transfer. Mei Mei's drinking posture really scared Qin Feng. When he comes to the karaoke bar to drink, the thing he likes to watch the most is girls spinning bottles. But in fact, after coming to the nightclub so many times, the number of times he has seen girls spin bottles is very small. After all, this kind of extreme operation is relatively rare when it comes to girls. In most cases, the other person needs to insert the bill into the bottle's mouth before they can do a trick. At this point, he and Mei Mei had been drinking for less than 20 minutes, and the other party had already lost 2 bottles of beer in a row, which made Qin Feng feel like tipping Mei Mei again. One was to pay for the 2 bottles of beer that Mei Mei had just spun. The second reason was to increase the balance in his bank card. After all, he only had 9,000 yuan in his account, and that was not enough to cover all the expenses he had incurred at the moon today. So, for both reason and logic, he had to give Mei Mei another round of tips. Mimi, we've met by chance. I want to add you to WeChat. Is that convenient? Qin Feng then took out his phone and asked Mei Mei with a smile. He decided to wait until he had added Mei Mei's WeChat account before transferring money to her. If he asked Mei Mei to show him the payment code again, she would probably refuse. Okay, brother Feng. I've been waiting for this. When Qin Feng said he wanted to add her to WeChat, Mei Mei was also very excited. She quickly took out her phone and showed Qin Feng her WeChat business card. In fact, Mei Mei had wanted to add Qin Feng to her WeChat account from the moment they met. But she was afraid of appearing abrupt, so she didn't say anything, and was planning to ask Qin Feng after a few rounds of drinks. She was surprised that Qin Feng had taken the initiative to mention it, and quickly seized the opportunity. My name is Qin Feng, you can call me Feng, Mei Mei. Soon, the two of them added each other on WeChat. Qin Feng's nickname for Mei Mei was Mei Mei. Mei Mei, on the other hand, added a note to Qin Feng, calling him Brother Feng. Mei Mei, this is the first time we meet. I don't have anything for you, but I'll send you another red envelope to thank you for being with me on this night of my broken heart. After adding Mei Mei on WeChat, Qin Feng knew that he should take the next step. He looked up at Mei Mei and said, I'm going to send you a red envelope to thank you for being with me on this night of heartbreak. Without any hesitation, he immediately opened the transfer interface and transferred 8,888 yuan to Mei Mei. This time, there was an extra 8, which was almost 10,000 yuan. Seeing this sudden transfer of 8,888 yuan in her phone, Nini was completely flabbergasted. She stared at the phone screen with her eyes wide open and her mouth agape, at a loss for what to do. Brother Phone, did you just transfer 8,888 to me? Seeing the dazzling 8888 transfer in WeChat, Mei Mei asked Qin Feng with a look of disbelief. She couldn't believe it. Qin Feng had just transferred her a 4-digit amount of 8,888. These 4 digits are almost as much as her monthly salary. Take it, Mei Mei. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just a little something. Don't misunderstand. Qin Feng then said to Mei Mei. He was a little worried that Mei Mei would misunderstand him. After all, such a large amount of red envelopes, in a nightclub setting, if a guest sends it to a girl, it is most likely for a purpose. Qin Feng was afraid that Mei Mei would think that he wanted to take her out to sleep, so he quickly added that he didn't dare to accept the transfer. And Qin Feng really didn't want to take Mei Mei out to sleep. He had just performed that operation purely for the cashback. After all, the money he spent in the nightclub will be returned to his bank card tenfold. I know that, Brother Feng, you don't mean anything by it. Brother Feng is not that kind of person. But the transfer you gave me is too big, nearly 10,000 yuan, I can't accept it. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Mei Mei quickly shook her head and said. Then she pretended to click on the refund. She understood that Qin Feng had no ulterior motives towards her. After all, since she met Qin Feng until now, Qin Feng had never touched her, and had always maintained an ambiguous and polite distance with her. From this alone, Mei Mei could tell that Qin Feng was different from other men and was definitely a gentleman. The 888 yuan he transferred to her was simply out of his love for her. But as I said, 8888 is too much, she can't take it. Seeing that Mei Mei was about to return the transfer to herself, Qin Feng was also a bit anxious. He quickly grabbed Mei Mei's phone and pressed the button to receive the money, directly collecting the 8,888 yuan for Mei Mei. After receiving the money, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he would have the money to pay the bill tonight. As expected, after he had collected the 8,888 yuan for Mei Mei, his phone in his pocket vibrated. If nothing unexpected happened, it was most likely the system's cashback payment. When he quietly took out his phone and looked at it, he was shocked to find that it was true. It was a message from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China 95588. Dear Mr. Qin, a user of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your bank card with the last 4 digits 4419 has just received a transfer of 88,880 yuan, and the current balance is 89,954 yuan. Looking at the balance of his bank card, it had suddenly gone from less than 10,000 yuan to more than 80,000 yuan. Qin Feng was almost too excited to fly at the moment. The 8,888 yuan he just transferred to Mei Mei was returned to him by the system as 88,880 yuan. Now his bank card balance is enough to pay for his meal when he goes downstairs. It really is true that the more you spend, the more you get back. It seems that he must increase his spending in the nightclub in order to drive a Maybach soon. When he comes back in a couple of days, he'll drive over in a Maybach, park it at the door, and then drive Mei Mei out for a late-night snack after they've finished drinking. But the Maybach costs nearly 2 million yuan, and he only has a measly 90,000 yuan in his bank card. So he still needs to increase his spending. As the saying goes, the road ahead is long and arduous, and that is exactly what it is. Brother Feng, you've transferred so much money to me, I don't know how to repay you. No matter what you ask for, as long as it is within my ability, I will satisfy you. Come, I'll spin another one to thank Finga for spoiling me. After receiving the 8888 transfer from Qin Feng, Mei Mei was already overwhelmed and didn't know how to repay Qin Feng's kindness. She quickly picked up a bottle of beer on the table. It dazzled again within 3 seconds. In fact, what Mei Mei meant was that even if Qin Feng asked her out tonight, she would be happy to go. After working in the nightclub for so long, Mei Mei has never gone out with a customer alone, and she has never done anything shameful. Although she works in a nightclub, Mei Mei knows that she is different from the others. She is a person with principles. She definitely won't be easily swayed by money. But Qin Feng is different in her heart. Chapter 11, Achieving Full Athletic Ability. Not only because Qin Feng is handsome, but also because of his unique charm as a man, Qin Feng gives her a feeling that is different from everyone else. It was also something she had never seen in anyone else in her life. The most important thing is that Qin Feng is handsome but not chaotic. And just now, in Qin Feng's words, she had captured a key piece of information, and that was that Qin Feng was drinking alone on the moon tonight because he had lost his love. In that case, it would be just what she wanted. She, Mei Mei, was not a woman who would just sleep with anyone. If a man wanted to have a relationship with her, he had to be single, not married, and not have a girlfriend. There is no doubt that Qin Feng meets her requirements. Seeing that Qin Feng is so young, he must not have a family. Mei Mei is definitely not a woman who is willing to destroy someone else's family. On the other hand, Qin Feng was a little surprised to hear Mei Mei's words. No matter what he said, he was still a man in his 20s with a high IQ. How could he not understand the meaning of Mei Mei's words? But as I said, Qin Feng didn't come here today with any ulterior motives, and he didn't give Mei Mei a tip of nearly 10,000 yuan. He just wanted to find someone to drink with him, get drunk, and take advantage of the system's cashback. Other than that, he doesn't want anything else. Come on, Mei Mei, let's drink. Seeing this, Qin Feng directly picked up the red wine glass on the table, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp, changing the subject. Seeing that Qin Feng did not pick up on her words, Mimi couldn't help but blush, and quickly picked up the red wine glass on the table and took a sip with Qin Feng. She knew that she had been a bit impulsive just now. As a girl, she should not have been so direct. Some things are better left to the man. Mimi, why don't you sing a song? Then Qin Feng turned his head and smiled at Mei Mei. In less than half an hour, Mei Mei had already drunk a lot of wine, but she hadn't sung a single song. First, Qin Feng wanted to hear Mei Mei sing, and second, he wanted to slow down the pace of drinking for the two of them. Compared to girls who work in nightclubs all year round, he is not very good at drinking. For many years, Qin Feng has always adhered to one principle when drinking: drink well, but not too much. You can get drunk, but you can't get drunk. Otherwise, it's easy to lose control and expose your ugliest side. Okay, brother Feng. Then I'll sing I Only Care About You. This song is for you. After listening to Qin Feng's words, Mei Mei smiled and stood up, went to the karaoke machine, and ordered a classic song by Teresa Tang, I Only Care About You. Soon, a melodious and beautiful melody rang out in room 308. These two people are having a great time. It seems that Mei Mei and I are quite satisfied with Feng. At this time, outside the door of room 308, Ah Fei was quietly lying on the small glass at the door of the room, looking at Qin Feng and the smile on Mei Mei's face, and muttering to himself. He guessed that Qin Feng probably liked Mei Mei. That's the best thing. If Qin Feng has a girl he likes and is proud of on the moon, then he will come here often in the future. In this way, his tips will surely be full of money. It can be said that in terms of money, she and Mei Mei are a public interest community. The key is to work together to make sure Big Brother is taken care of. If I hadn't met you, where would I be? How are you living your life? Do you cherish life? Maybe I would have met someone and lived an ordinary life. I don't know if there will be love as sweet as honey. As time passes by, I only care about you, and I am willing to be infected by your breath. In the room, Mei Mei took Qin Feng's hand and looked into each other's eyes as she sang earnestly. Although she knew that her singing wasn't very good, she hoped that through this song, Qin Feng would understand how she felt about him. Congratulations, host, the intermediate love value of the nightclub girl Mei Mei has reached the target, unlocking the full level athletic ability for the host, and increasing the running speed and endurance to SSS+. Just as Qin Feng was listening to Mei Mei's singing, a system voice suddenly came to his mind again. What he didn't expect was that after Mei Mei's primary affection for him reached the target, it was less than 20 minutes later that the nightclub girl Mei Mei's intermediate affection for him also reached the target, and unlocked new system rewards for him. Although Qin Feng did not understand how this level of affection was divided, he knew that it must be because Mei Mei's affection for him had deepened, otherwise the system would not have given him new skills. When he looked at the new rewards unlocked by the system, Qin Feng couldn't help but shout in his heart, "This is exactly what I want." You know, tomorrow is the annual summer sports meet at the University of the Sea. Since there are fewer male students in the department and they are generally less athletic, he was forced to sign up for a series of track and field events, including the 400-meter and 800-meter races. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get a good ranking for the department at the sports day tomorrow. After all, his department has been ranked last in the overall results at the sports day for 3 consecutive years, and it won't be any worse this year. But it would be a big embarrassment in front of all the teachers and students of the university. You should know that tomorrow's Harbor University Summer Games will be attended by a large number of teachers and students, including the president, and the audience will be as high as 10,000. If he fails to perform well in front of the entire school, he will be humiliated. How could he ever live up to his reputation as the most handsome guy at the University of the Harbor? But he wasn't worried at the moment. After all, the system has unlocked his top athletic ability and increased his running speed and endurance to SSSS+. As a result, at the sports meet tomorrow, he will definitely be a big hit and win the hearts of a number of schoolgirls. "Mei Mei, you sing so beautifully." After a short while, Mei Mei finished singing "I Only Care About You," and Qin Feng extended his hands and enthusiastically applauded the latter. This is indeed the case. Mei Mei's singing voice is as beautiful and melodious as her name, and it is even better than Miss Deng's. "Brother Feng, you're too kind. You sing much better." Hearing Qin Feng's praise, Mei Mei's face immediately lit up with a big smile. She raised her glass, looked up, and took another big gulp. If someone else had praised her, Mei Mei might not have been so happy. But if it was Qin Feng, it would be different. Chapter 12, Why don't we go out for a late-night snack after we finish the beer? After Mei Mei took a big gulp of the beer on the table, Qin Feng also picked up his beer and finished the remaining half bottle of wine in one gulp. From the time Mei Mei came in, Qin Feng had drunk 3 bottles of beer and half a glass of red wine in about half an hour. In theory, after drinking all this, he would be a little tipsy. After all, Qin Feng has never been a master of drinking, and while he can drink a few more bottles on some occasions, he is usually a low-level drinker. But today was different. After drinking all those bottles of wine, Qin Feng didn't feel any more confused, but instead, he felt more and more sober. The reason for this is that Qin Feng feels that it may really be true that people are happy and refreshed. After school tonight, not only did he see Lu Yu, the ultimate materialistic bitch, clearly, but he also gained a super counterattack system that could change his life's fate. In addition to the tenfold cashback on nightclub spending, when the girl who accompanies her in the nightclub reaches the standard of love for him, she will also receive an additional reward. It is really awesome. In that case, Qin Feng knew that from now on, there was only one word left on his life path, and that was shell. As long as you don't die, you'll die. Whoever you love, you have no face. That's all there is to it. No problems at all. Come on, Mei Mei, have another sip. To the song "I Only Care About You" that you just sang, and to our meeting today. There's still a long way to go. When we've known each other for a long time, you'll know what kind of person I really am. Absolutely not bad. Thinking about this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate for a second, immediately picked up another bottle of Harbin beer on the table, raised his head, and took a big gulp. In fact, after Mei Mei's beautiful and moving performance of "I Only Care About You," he should have taken out his phone and given her a reward. But Qin Feng didn't do that. After all, he had already given Mei Mei 2 rounds of rewards, totaling nearly 10,000 yuan. Even if you have money, you have to know how to spend it. You mustn't spend money like a fool, or you'll be seen as a fool, no matter how rich you are. Qin Feng naturally did not want to be seen as a fool with a lot of money, so he restrained the urge to continue rewarding Mei Mei. Although he really wanted to increase the balance in his bank card as soon as possible and drive a Maybach soon. But as the saying goes, money should not be spent recklessly. It is only meaningful to spend money at the right time and in the right amount. Otherwise, it will only backfire. Come on, Feng, I'll toast you again. I am so lucky to have met Brother Feng tonight. Perhaps this is our destiny, and the heavens are looking after me. This glass is to fate and to heaven. After Mei Mei had just finished the first glass, she raised her glass again and smiled at Qin Feng. Although she was already flushed, she had to say that today was definitely the happiest day Mei Mei had had since she started working in the nightclub. It's not for anything else, but because she met Qin Feng, a man who made her extremely happy and satisfied from the inside out. Not only is he handsome, but he is also extremely generous. The tip he gave her alone was as high as 10,000 yuan, almost as much as her monthly salary. How could Mei Mei not feel in her heart that she had met her destined true love? And this person is none other than Qin Feng, who is sitting next to her. Brother Feng, if you're not busy after the drinks, why don't we go for a bite? I know a new restaurant in the harbor that's pretty good. Don't worry, Brother Feng, I don't need you to tip me. I just want to have a late night snack with you. It's my Mei Mei who is willing to do so. After finishing a large drink, Mei Mei, with her heart pounding from the alcohol, leaned over to Qin Feng and whispered in his ear. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to mention this to a customer since she had entered the nightclub. Before that, she had also gone out with a customer for a late-night snack after drinking. Of course, it was only for a late-night snack, not anything else. And going out to eat also requires the customer to give a separate tip, and she has to see if the customer is nice. If the customer is not good, then no matter how much money she is given, Mei Mei will not go out with him. But Qin Feng is different. Even if Qin Feng didn't give her a penny, she would still be willing to go out with him for a late-night snack. Even if Qin Feng asks her to do something that is a bit too much, she will still do it without any regrets. She believes she won't be wrong about people. Qin Feng is definitely different from all other men. The only one of its kind in the world. After hearing Mei Mei's words, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Not for anything else, but because the last few times he and his friends came to the moon to play, they had also proposed to go out for a late-night snack after singing. Of course, he didn't say it, but his friends did. And he gave each girl who was willing to go out a 200 yuan red envelope, and the girls all accepted it. But when they got to the door of the moon, they saw the gray-black Volkswagen Jetta covered in mud and dirt, and they shook their heads and returned the money they had received. Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but shiver and suddenly returned to reality. Well, Mei Mei, let's talk about it later. Another day will do. Today, let's just drink and get drunk. Then Qin Feng raised his glass and smiled at Mei Mei. In fact, Qin Feng was willing to go out with Mei Mei after drinking tonight to find a place to have a late-night snack and talk about their feelings in a different place. But when he thought about the embarrassing experience last time, Qin Feng was a little bit shivering. No matter how bad his friend was, he had a Volkswagen Golf at least. However, he doesn't even have a car. After drinking here, he would be drunk and have to take a ride-hailing car to go out, so in terms of appearance, he would be worse off. So Qin Feng thought about it and decided to postpone the dinner with Mei Mei until next time, when his bank card balance is enough to buy a car. Not to mention a Maybach, even a 500,000 renminbi Mercedes-Benz E-Class would be quite acceptable. Mei Mei sat in the passenger seat, and he drove her to have a late-night snack. It was still much better than calling a ride-hailing app. This is the truth, and this is the situation. There is nothing wrong with it, and it doesn't make any mistakes. Chapter 13, The Kiss That Was to Come. Well, that's fine. Feng, I'll do whatever you say. After hearing Qin Feng's reply, Mei Mei's face, which had been filled with a big smile, suddenly fell. She had originally thought that Qin Feng would do as she had expected, and that after the drinking party on the moon was over, they would go out for a late-night snack and get to know each other in a different location. But from what Qin Feng said, it was clear that he didn't have any such thoughts, which was somewhat unexpected. At the same time, her favorable impression of Qin Feng deepened a little. After all, what you can't get will always be in turmoil. For the first time in her life, especially in a nightclub, she was rejected by a customer for the first time. If any of the other guests had heard her words, they would have agreed at once. If there is even the slightest hesitation, it would be disrespectful not to take advantage of the opportunity. But Qin Feng was an exception. Perhaps such a man is the legendary gentleman. Even when he goes out to a nightclub, he just drinks and sings, without any other thoughts or ideas. What he didn't know is that Qin Feng didn't want to take Mei Mei out at night, but just felt that the time wasn't right. After a few days, when the balance on his bank card has accumulated to a certain level, at least allowing him to go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store to pick up an E300, then he can invite Mei Mei to spend money in a place other than a karaoke bar, which will be more presentable. Although he believed that Mei Mei was not a girl who placed a high value on material things, she was fundamentally different from people like Lu Yu. But in the end, Mei Mei works in a nightclub, and it is inevitable that she will have different thoughts and ideas from girls outside. so the appearance should be there. To put it plainly, Qin Feng didn't want to disappoint Mei Mei. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was September 2nd, 1:30 a.m. Before he knew it, it had been nearly 5 hours since Qin Feng had entered the moonlight. In these 5 hours, he and Mei Mei have drunk a whole case of wine, 24 small bottles of Harbin, plus a bottle of Hennessy. This amount of alcohol has already greatly exceeded Qin Feng's limit. If it were in the past, he would not have been able to drink this much. But maybe today is really a happy day. He couldn't wait to go downstairs, pay for all the expenses today, and then walk out of the karaoke bar to admire the wonderful change in his bank card balance. Mei Mei, it's about time. I've had a bit too much to drink, but I'm very happy. I'll be back to see you again soon. Next time, we'll drink more. Afterwards, I'll treat you to a late-night snack and we'll talk in a different place. Qin Feng, sitting on the big sofa on the moon, raised his hand, looked at his Casio watch worth 1,000 yuan on his wrist, and smiled at Mei Mei. He said that today was the end, and that they would meet again next time. Of course, Qin Feng was sure that his fate with Mei Mei was far from over. After a while, when he mentions the Maybach, he will definitely come back to find her. At least he had to let this beautiful girl working at the nightclub feel the temperature of the passenger seat of his car. It's definitely different from other men. Okay, Feng, remember to come see me soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if it takes too long, I'll miss you. Seeing that Qin Feng had already decided to leave, Mei Mei knew that she couldn't stop him. After all, she could see that Qin Feng had really drunk too much. If he kept drinking, not only would Qin Feng be sick, but she would be sick too. So it was time to end the drinking party for the day and go home to rest. Just as Qin Feng was about to get up and leave, he suddenly noticed that Mei Mei had closed her eyes and was actively offering him her lips. Seeing this, Qin Feng was suddenly stunned, and his whole body involuntarily shook. The wine suddenly sobered up a lot in this moment. Not for anything else, but because he was also a man. The moment Mei Mei made this gesture, he understood what the latter wanted to do with him. It was nothing more than a kiss. But to be honest, although he had kissed other girls in his life, he really didn't expect this kiss to come. Because from beginning to end, he never thought of taking advantage of this nightclub girl named Mei Mei, and he didn't even touch her. What he didn't expect was that when the two of them finished their drinking session that day, the latter would close her eyes and choose to kiss him. Although Qin Feng is a man, if he kisses Mei Mei, he will definitely not suffer any loss. But he is not a casual man, and he will not kiss or sleep with a woman casually. Only the one who truly enters his heart. Facing this kiss, Qin Feng was a little overwhelmed. He just stood there, motionless. Because he felt that if he accepted the kiss, it would be somewhat inexplicable. But if he chose to hide now, he was afraid of hurting Mei Mei's heart. After all, a girl who can take the initiative to kiss you must have you in her heart. Just when Qin Feng didn't know what to do, he suddenly felt a gentle touch on his lips, accompanied by a burning sensation. In the blink of an eye, Mei Mei kissed Qin Feng's lips. Before Qin Feng could recover from his daze, the feeling had already disappeared. Mei Mei lowered her head with a blush. The whole process took less than a second. Qin Feng's cheeks also began to burn. For Qin Feng, that kiss, although not his first, was better than his first. Because this feeling was really too wonderful and too exciting for him. This was the first time he had kissed a girl in a karaoke bar. And it was a girl from a nightclub. When the feeling was over, Qin Feng found himself a little nostalgic, and even wanted to do it again. Well, let's go downstairs, Mei Mei. I've really had too much to drink today. After that light and breezy kiss, the temperature in the entire private room inexplicably rose several degrees, leaving Qin Feng a little breathless. He then took Mei Mei's arm and led her out of the door. At this time, Mimi began to wobble a bit when walking, and if it weren't for Qin Feng's support, she would have probably fallen to the ground. So during the process of going downstairs, she unconsciously leaned on Qin Feng. During the process of walking from the third floor to the first floor, it was almost as if Qin Feng was holding Mei Mei's hand all the way down. Qin Feng didn't know whether Mei Mei had really drunk too much or was just pretending. But that's not important. What matters is that they were both very happy today. That's enough. Chapter 14, This guy is no ordinary person. How was it, Feng? Did you have a good drink today? When Qin Feng and Mei Mei came downstairs to the moon, the bald manager hurried over and smiled, bowing and smiling next to Qin Feng. The bald manager doesn't usually come over when a customer pays the bill. The reason he came over today was because Chin Fong had spent so much money here, more than $11,000, and he was alone. It is indeed a record for the single-person consumption in the history of the moon. For such an epic character, how could the bald manager not come over to flatter him? This is the truth, and this is the situation. There is nothing wrong with it. Wow, how much is it? Check out. Standing in front of the checkout counter on the moon, Chin Fong nodded with satisfaction, and then took out his 1,000 plus yuan Longwei mobile phone from his pocket and smiled. Looking at the Dragon Power phone he had been using for 3 years, Chin Fong knew it was time to get a new one with a folding screen. And he won't have to wait long to replace it. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, the largest Longwei mobile phone store in the harbor will be open. Chin Fong also didn't plan to go to school tomorrow morning, and he would try to use one night to increase his bank card balance to 700,000. Then he will go to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store to buy himself a top-of-the-line E300 while he is there to change his phone to a Longwei folding screen. In the evening, he returned to the moon, sang with Mei Mei, and then drove her to have a late-night snack. How exciting! This is Chin Feng's plan, and he has decided to do just that. Hello, brother Fong, our total spending tonight is 11,800 yuan. I'll round it off to 11,000 yuan for you. Then the bald manager took out a calculator and fiddled with it, arriving at the total bill for Chin Feng's consumption tonight, and then smiled at Chin Fong. After the bald manager finished calculating Chin Feng's total bill for the day, the entire first-floor lobby of the moon was silent. Mei Mei, Afei, the bald manager and the girls who were about to go off duty all focused their nervous gazes on Chin Fong, who was dressed in simple clothes. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but doubt. They doubted whether Chin Fong, a young man dressed in simple clothes, could afford the staggering 11,000 yuan in expenses. If not, it would be a bit of a pain in the ass. Not only is it fucked up, it's fucked up to the extreme. Even Mei Mei, who had just spent nearly 5 hours with Chin Fong, looked at Chin Fong, who was holding a Longwei mobile phone and was close to her, and she was a little scared. She was really worried that Chin Fong couldn't pay the bill. If Chin Fong really couldn't pay the bill because of insufficient funds, then she would be dead set on it. As Chin Feng's female companion, she couldn't bear to lose face. But the next second, when she heard Chin Feng's answer, her heart, which had been on edge, was slightly relieved. Knowing that Chin Fong was probably prepared to come today, she was relieved that the 11,000 yuan bill would most likely be paid and that there would be no problems. 11,000? So cheap? After hearing the bald manager's words, Chin Fong, holding the Longwei mobile phone, first froze, and then asked the bald manager with a frown. He felt that his spending tonight was a bit low. He had spent more than 10,000 yuan after sitting there all night. After he finished paying, the cashback he received was only about 100,000 yuan. The cashback rate is really too slow. Not only is it slow, it's slow to the extreme. It seems that he will have to spend a lot more in the nightclub in the future, otherwise he won't be able to afford a Mercedes-Benz G63 until the year of the monkey. Well, Fong, this 11,000 yuan is already a lot. Especially since you came alone. You have set a new record for the highest single person spending on the moon today. Do you want to pay with WeChat or Alipay? Hearing Chin Feng's words, the bald manager couldn't help but be shocked. At the moment, he didn't know whether Chin Fong was bluffing or really thought that the consumption of more than 10,000 yuan was a bit too little. If it's true, that's fine, but if it's a bluff and he can't pay the bill, that's a bit too much of a headache. So the bald manager smiled at Chin Fong and took out 2 payment codes for him, Alipay and WeChat. Okay, that's it for today. When you come back next time, I'll try to spend more. Pay with WeChat. Then Chin Fong took a deep breath, opened his WeChat interface, entered a series of numbers in the transfer column, and quickly paid the other party. He could also see that the bald manager was somewhat skeptical of his spending power, wondering whether he could really afford to pay the bill of over 10,000 yuan. But what Chin Fong wanted to say was that there was really no need for that. If it were him in the past, he would probably be at a loss for what to do in the face of this shocking 10,000 yuan bill. Even if he sold himself, he probably wouldn't be able to come up with 10,000 yuan in a short time. But now, his ICBC savings account has a balance of nearly 90,000 yuan, which is more than enough to pay for tonight's bill. What's more, the more he spends, the more cashback he gets from the system, so how could he possibly care about this measly 10,000 odd yuan bill? It's just that he really hates it a little too much. WeChat payment, 20,000 yuan. The next second, a crisp collection tone came from the first floor lobby above the moon. When this sound rang out, the audience was shocked. "Brother Feng, you gave me 20,000 yuan?" The first person to be shocked was the bald manager. He stared at Qin Feng with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, unable to believe what he was hearing. In his opinion, Qin Feng was already lucky to be able to pay off the 11,000 yuan bill today. But he never expected that Qin Feng would not only pay off the bill, but also transfer an additional 9,000 yuan to him. Even Mei Mei, Fei, and the other girls who had just finished work were shocked when they learned that Qin Feng had transferred 20,000 yuan to the bald manager. Whether or not he said it, Qin Feng's actions were truly shocking to everyone. And Qin Feng's next words made everyone feel that they were standing in the lobby on the first floor of the moon. This boy, who looked like he was in his early 20s and dressed normally, must be no ordinary person. Chapter 15, All the remaining money goes to Mei Mei. Yes, Baldy. I spent a little too little today, just over 10,000 yuan. The 20,000 yuan I just transferred to you, after deducting the remaining money from the bill, you keep 1,000 yuan as your tip. Another 1,000 for Fei, and the rest all for Mei Mei. At this point, Qin Feng was a little drunk and felt a bit tipsy. He directly hugged the bald manager's shoulders, called him Atu, and told him how to distribute the extra 9,000 yuan he had earned. 1,000 to the bald manager, and 1,000 to the waiter. The remaining 7,000 yuan will all go to Mei Mei. Qin Feng did this for two reasons. First, he wanted to get more cash back from the system. The second reason was that he wanted to give the manager, the waiter, and the girl who was with him a little something. Not for anything else, but because today was truly the most fun night he had had in all the years he had been wandering the nightclubs. Not only did it make him forget about that bitch Luyu, it also gave him a super counterattack system that could change his life's fate. How could he not be deeply happy? So in life, some money should be spent, and the more you spend, the more you earn. That's all there is to it. There's nothing wrong with it. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, you are truly the most generous big brother I have ever met. When Qin Feng finished speaking, the bald manager and Fei were already so excited that they were about to fly, and their facial features were about to fall off their faces from laughing. They thanked Qin Feng repeatedly. The bald manager in particular had hardly served Qin Feng at all that night. When Qin Feng was about to leave, he came to settle the bill for Qin Feng and received a reward of 1,000 yuan. It really made him feel like his ancestors were smoking at his home tonight. Brother Feng, my name is Wang Gang. If you like, just call me Baldy. This is my business card. Next time you want to come, give me a call in advance. As long as my brother Feng comes to the moon, he must be arranged for me to be in place. Then the bald manager took out a business card from his breast pocket, held it in both hands and handed it to Qin Feng, saying respectfully, "Okay, Baldy, I'll call you next time." "Okay, Baldy, I'll call you next time." Qin Feng glanced at the business card in front of him with the name of manager Wang Gang printed on it, and then casually took it in his hand. He then smiled and said to Wang Gang, "I'll give you a call next time." He understood that it was useless to take this business card, because he had already added Mei Mei's WeChat, and the next time he came, he would definitely send a WeChat to Mei Mei, not to Wang Gang. To put it plainly, no matter which customer goes to the nightclub to have fun, what they like is the girls there, not the head waiter or the manager. Qin Feng is the same. At this moment, looking at Qin Feng, who was drunk and ready to leave, Mimi was still in a state of great confusion. She was still in a state of shock from Qin Feng's words. She never expected that after Qin Feng had given her a 8,888 tip in the private room, he would give her another 7,000 yuan tip by transferring it to the manager when he was about to leave the store. She had earned nearly 20,000 yuan from Qin Feng tonight, more than her monthly salary. How could she not be surprised and delighted? At the same time, she was more and more convinced that Qin Feng was a person who could be trusted. Although Qin Feng's appearance is ordinary, he wears a 1,000 yuan Casio watch and smokes 7 yuan packs of Red Dragon, his inner energy is definitely far beyond imagination. If it were completely exposed, it would definitely shock people from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. At this time, the other girls in the first floor lobby on the moon, after learning about all this, were even more envious, their mouths watering. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. In fact, all the girls on the moon knew. From the beginning when Qin Feng entered the room to choose a channel, and then ordered a Hennessy package worth more than 10,000 yuan. After all, the channel selection information and consumption information for each room are clearly displayed in their WeChat group. So at the time, these girls were extremely envious of Mei Mei for being able to accompany such a high-quality guy as Qin Feng. They lamented that Mei Mei had really hit the jackpot today. Now when they saw Qin Feng leaving, he actually gave Wang Gang, Fei, and Mei Mei a tip of 9,000 yuan, which made the girls envy him so much that they almost drooled on the ground. At the same time, they stared at Qin Feng's face, trying to remember his appearance. In this way, when Qin Feng visits the moon again, they will have the opportunity to accompany him. Brother Feng, are you leaving? Why don't we go get some late-night snacks and drink some more somewhere else? You spent so much money today, and Mei Mei can't let you spend it for nothing. If not, at least let me treat you to a meal. I know that Brother Feng is not short of money, but this is my way of showing my appreciation. I hope Brother Feng can give me this opportunity. At the same time, seeing Qin Feng about to leave, Mei Mei was unwilling to miss the opportunity to meet Qin Feng again today, and quickly stepped forward and took Qin Feng's arm from behind, saying in a gentle voice. She tried her best to show her most beautiful and charming side. Although this was in front of the bald manager and a group of girls and waiters, Mei Mei didn't care. After all, the man standing in front of her was a peerless good man. Mei Mei was worried that if she couldn't win Qin Feng's heart this time, it would be a disaster if Qin Feng didn't find her next time he came. That kind of thing is naturally something that Mimi does not want to see, so when she said goodbye to Qin Feng, she gave it her all. In fact, this was the third time she had mentioned going out with Qin Feng that night. As the saying goes, there is no third time. Mei Mei believed that even if Qin Feng was made of stone, he probably wouldn't refuse this time. However, she never expected that the words Qin Feng said to her would make her heart leap again. She sincerely felt that Qin Feng was indeed a gentleman and different from all other men. At the same time, she became more and more fascinated by the man in front of her. No, Mei Mei, today you and I have both had a bit too much to drink. Next time I'll treat you. Qin Feng stood at the door of the moon, waved to Mei Mei, then pushed open the door and walked out, leaving the other person with a cool and handsome back. Brother Feng, take care. Welcome back. Meanwhile, the staff of Moon above, including Mei Mei, stood at the gate waving goodbye to Qin Feng. Chapter 16, the largest leisure massage place in the harbor, the Emperor's Pavilion. In fact, Qin Feng also wanted to go out for a late-night snack with Mei Mei tonight. But since he doesn't have a car yet, if he goes out this time, he'll have to call a ride-hailing app, and the wait is really not a little bit. This is also the reason why Qin Feng chose to repeatedly refuse to go out with Mei Mei. But it doesn't matter. Qin Feng understands that when he comes to the moon again tonight, he can drive his Mercedes-Benz E300 and take Mei Mei out for a late-night snack. Just now, the Longwei mobile phone he had in his pocket vibrated. If he guessed correctly, it should be the cashback he received from the system. That is the cashback he just paid for the 20,000 renminbi bill for tonight's dinner. If nothing goes wrong, this cashback will become the biggest cashback he has ever received after joining the system. A full 200,000 yuan. With a trembling hand and an excited heart, Qin Feng took a deep breath and slowly opened the screen of his Longwei phone. When he saw the text message pop up on the screen, he was so excited that he almost fell to the ground. Not for anything else, but because after experiencing that wave of spending, the system actually gave him a 200,000 yuan cashback. Now his bank card balance is close to 300,000 yuan, and he is only one step away from a Mercedes-Benz E300. How could he not be deeply excited? Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with the last 4 digits 4419 has just received a transfer of 200,000 yuan, and the current balance of the card is 269,954 yuan. Seeing the 6-digit balance on his bank card, Qin Feng was getting more and more excited. You see, just 12 hours ago, he was a poor student with a bank balance of less than 1,000 yuan, who was dumped by his girlfriend in front of everyone at the school gate because of poverty. But 12 hours later, his bank card balance had reached nearly 300,000 yuan. He also has master-level singing ability and top-level athletic ability, and is no longer the male college student who pulled his hips to the extreme in the past. It is true that Qin Feng's side, life is unpredictable, and the small intestine is wrapped in the large intestine. As the saying goes, everything in excess will be reversed, and the worst will be followed by the best. In order to drive a Mercedes-Benz E300 after dawn, Qin Feng decided not to sleep at night, and then went to the nightclub at the harbor to spend a wave, trying to get his bank card balance to 600,000 yuan before dawn. Then Xin Feng opened the map app on his phone and searched for nightclubs that were still open at this time. He found that although it was almost 2 a.m., there were still quite a few nightclubs open in the entire harbor, with more than 200 in total. These include KTV, bars, massage parlors, clubs and nightclubs, etc. Xin Feng decided not to consider karaoke bars and pubs. After all, he had just come out of the KTV. Going to a bar alone is not very interesting. Maybe he can go with Zhang Jian some other time. At this point, Xin Feng was a bit tired, so he focused his attention on nightclubs such as massage parlors and clubs. He wanted to get a massage and relax, and sober up at the same time. After much deliberation, Xin Feng directly targeted the largest massage and leisure venue in the entire harbor, the Emperor's Pavilion. The Emperor's Pavilion is a well-known leader in the leisure industry throughout the entire harbor. Of course, the cost is not low. In the past, Xin Feng would never have been able to afford it. Not to mention going there, he wouldn't even dare to take a second look if he passed by. It's just that his wallet is not particularly tight. But now it's different. After just one wave of spending on the moon, his bank card balance has reached 260,000 yuan. With this 260,000 yuan, Xin Feng really doesn't take this Emperor's Pavilion lightly. With 260,000 yuan, he could spend a whole night at the Imperial Court, and the more he spent, the more cashback he got. So from now on, it's all story and myth. The word in front of Xin Feng is shell. As long as the shell is not dead, it will die. Thinking about this, Xin Feng didn't hesitate for a second and immediately used WeChat to hail a ride to the largest leisure and entertainment venue in the harbor, the Emperor's Pavilion. Hello, are you the user with the last digit 0502? After Xin Feng called for a car, in less than 3 minutes, a white electric BYD stopped in front of him. The taxi driver, wearing a black mask, asked Xin Feng. No problem, it's me. Go to the Emperor's Pavilion. Xin Feng also opened the back door of the BYD and sat down. On the way, Xin Feng closed his eyes and rested for a while. He felt that his tolerance for alcohol had increased a lot after getting this system. In the past, if he drank this much, he wouldn't even be able to walk, let alone go for a massage. But today he was very sober. This really is the saying that people are happy and refreshed. The driver drove very fast along the way, and there were relatively few cars on the road at this time, so it took less than 10 minutes, at 1:45 a.m. on September 2nd. The white electric BYD car carrying Xin Feng arrived at the gate of the Imperial Pavilion. Hello, passenger, your destination has been reached. The total cost is 20 yuan, and the WeChat payment will be deducted later. Please take care of your belongings and welcome to the next ride. When they arrived at their destination, the driver in the front row kindly woke up Xin Feng in the back row and said to him, Ajk, thank you. After listening to the driver's words, he turned his head and looked out the window at the 5-story, ornately decorated Emperor's Pavilion, the largest leisure massage parlor in the city. Xin Feng gave the driver an OK sign and expressed his gratitude, then pushed open the car door and got out. As soon as he got off the bus, Xin Feng's phone vibrated. It was no surprise that it was the deduction for the just-made online car hailing, totaling 20 yuan. But the next second, something unexpected happened. After deducting 20 yuan from his bank card for the taxi fare, he immediately received a transfer of 200 yuan. Looking at the 200 yuan transfer, Xin Feng couldn't help but frown, slightly feeling a little confused. He suspected that as long as it was about nightclub spending, he could get cash back. Even the money for the taxi ride? After all, he called a taxi this time to go to the nightclub to spend money. Congratulations, host, you guessed it right. As long as you spend money on nightlife in your daily life, you can get 10 times the cash back. Even the taxi fare is no exception. And the system's response that came to his mind next confirmed his guess. It really is a great system. Xin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seems that he will have to spend a lot on his trip to the Imperial Pavilion. He can't just spend 20,000 yuan like he did on the moon. If he doesn't release a wave of himself and spend a lot of money, he feels sorry for such an intimate system. In order to get his hands on a Maybach and a Mercedes-Benz G63 as soon as possible, Xin Feng immediately decided that he must increase his spending in the nightclub. And also to slap that bitch Lu Yu's face as soon as possible. Let her know that breaking up with him, Xin Feng, is definitely the worst choice she has ever made in her life. Chapter 17, a 1,888 renminbi spa package. As Qin Feng got out of the car-hailing app and walked towards the entrance of the Emperor's Pavilion, he saw two male waiters in suits and ties smiling and walking towards him. "Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Imperial Court." The two male greeters, who looked a bit like young men, walked up to Qin Feng, bowed to him respectfully, and then led Qin Feng inside. Looking at these two doormen, Qin Feng frowned slightly. He originally wanted to give these two young men a tip, but for some reason, as soon as he saw these two people, Qin Feng always unconsciously thought of a net celebrity. And this internet celebrity is none other than the #1 internet pest, who spends his days on the internet talking nonsense and constantly trying to be real. These two doormen in general you are extremely similar, and they also have the same type of shrimp thread tattooed on their necks, making them look like General Yu's two fathers. It really made Qin Feng feel a bit sick, so he put the phone he had just taken out back in his pocket. "Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Imperial Court. What service do you require? We have everything you need, including foot massage, spa, etc. As the best leisure and entertainment venue in Haigang City, the Imperial Court guarantees to satisfy you." When Qin Feng arrived in the lobby under the guidance of the two young men, a young woman in a black skirt uniform and flesh-colored stockings immediately came over and smiled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at the young woman in front of him, who had fair skin and a slender figure, and then looked at the designer brand hanging from her chest. He found that her name was quite nice, Shinjalan. She is the lobby manager of the entire Imperial Court. "What is the most expensive item in our hotel?" Qin Feng then asked the lobby manager, whose name was Shinjalan, in a serious tone. Although he had been to some leisure and entertainment venues in the past, he had never been to a high-end venue like the Emperor's Pavilion. So Qin Feng asked the lobby manager directly what the most expensive item in the Imperial Court was. "If you're going to come, you might as well come for the most expensive item." After all, the reason Qin Feng is able to come to the Imperial Court to spend money is, first, to relax and clear his head. The second reason was to use the system to get cash back. The sooner his bank card balance exceeds 1 million, the sooner he can drive a Maybach. So today's spending at the Imperial Court is, of course, whatever is the most expensive. Our most expensive package is a full-body spa worth 1888. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan was stunned for a moment, and then responded to Qin Feng. Although she does receive many wealthy guests at the Imperial Court on weekdays, after all, those who can afford to come here are those with a little money in their pockets. The poor rarely come here. But she had never met someone like Qin Feng, who asked what was the most expensive as soon as he opened his mouth. It was indeed a local tyrant. That being said, Shinjalan could not help but feel that Qin Feng did not look like a rich person, judging from his clothes, the more than 1,000 yuan worth of Longwei mobile phones in his hands, and the black Casio watch on his wrist. Instead, he looked more like a college student still in school. Shinjalan couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering if Qin Feng was here to act like a big shot when he actually didn't have much money in his pocket. It is not uncommon for Shinjalan to work in the nightclub for such a long time. She suspected that Qin Feng was just such a person. And Qin Feng's next sentence only confirmed her suspicion, making her think that Qin Feng was just a college student who came here to show off. 1888? So cheap? Qin Feng let out a gasp, widened his eyes, and said in a shocked voice to Shinjalan. Not for anything else, but because he originally thought that the best leisure and entertainment club in the entire harbor, like the Emperor's Pavilion, would have to charge at least 10,000 for the most top-notch package. Shinjalan's answer was a real surprise to him. It was only 1888, less than 2,000 yuan. At this rate of consumption, when will he be able to afford a G63? Do we have any additional items? You can increase the cost a little more. Qin Feng then looked at Shinjalan and asked seriously. He wanted to ask Shinjalan, the lobby manager, if the Imperial Court had any drink packages like the one on the moon, which cost 10,000 yuan. This would allow him to spend several times more in the Imperial Court tonight. Although he had drunk a little too much tonight, it didn't matter. As long as the Imperial Court had it, he could order it without drinking it. Although Qin Feng thought so, he never expected that Shinjalan would misunderstand the meaning of his words. Sorry sir, this is a decent place for leisure and entertainment, and we don't have the kind of messy stuff you're looking for. If you come to our restaurant with bad intentions, then I'm sorry, we may not be able to meet your requirements. So please leave as soon as possible. Shinjalan's fair face turned red with anger, and she glared at Qin Feng, saying in a bad mood. She scolded the college students of today for being so unruly. When they come to an entertainment venue, they want to find something. Her first impression of Chin Fong was actually quite good. He was handsome and had a refined appearance, somewhat like the Hong Kong and Taiwanese star Tony Leung in his prime. But she never imagined that Chin Fong was not only a pretentious person, but also had some bad thoughts in his heart. He even wanted to find that kind of practice in the Imperial Pavilion for 2.5 years. This was enough to make Shin Jalan's impression of Chin Fong plummet to the bottom. I'm sorry, Miss Shin, you may have misunderstood me. I'm not. Oh, never mind, let's just go with the 1888 set. After hearing Shin Jalan's words, Chin Fong was a little confused. He didn't expect Shin Jalan to misunderstand him. In that case, Chin Fong didn't want to say anything else, otherwise it would only get worse with more explanation. He then waved his hand to indicate that he would just take the 1888 spa package. Okay, let's go inside and choose a technician. Shin Jalan didn't say much, just nodded and pretended to guide Chin Fong forward. She has worked at the Imperial Court for so many years, and the kind of customers she despises the most are those who want to make a fuss. She really despises them. After classifying Chin Fong as such a person, Shin Jalan's attitude towards Chin Fong was the same as that of other guests, lukewarm. If it weren't for her role as the lobby manager, she wouldn't even bother to talk to Chin Fong. She originally thought about quickly taking Chin Fong to the public relations office, letting him choose a technician there, and then leaving. Unexpectedly, the words Chin Fong said to her the next second made her so ashamed that she almost said a swear word to him. Chapter 18, No need to choose a technician, you'll do. No need to choose a technician, just you. You just have to serve me tonight. Chin Fong smiled at Shin Jalan. At this moment, he had no intention of choosing a technician to serve him in the public relations office of the Imperial Court. He felt that the lobby manager, Shin Jalan, was quite good. Not for anything else, but because he felt something completely different from Shin Jalan's body, which was completely different from the atmosphere of the Emperor's Pavilion, a leisure and entertainment club. In fact, according to reason, most lobby managers of leisure places like Shin Jalan are somewhat flirtatious. Although Chin Fong had never been to a top-class club like the Emperor's Court before, he had been to some ordinary ones. The lobby managers there, regardless of gender, were all full of flirtatiousness and had a strong club atmosphere. But Shin Jalan in front of him was an exception. There was a dignified and elegant aura about her, which was in stark contrast to the Imperial Court where he was currently located. This is why he wanted Shin Jalan to serve him. Although he also knew that Shin Jalan was the lobby manager here, responsible for receiving guests, not a technician. It would be difficult for her to do a certain project for him. But Chin Fong still wanted to give it a try. If that didn't work, he would use the method that rich people love the most, which is simple and crude, but very effective. That is to use money to crush. Until Shin Jalan agrees to his request. After all, he still had nearly 300,000 yuan in his bank account. If that doesn't work, he'll just spend all 300,000 yuan on her, and he's sure that she won't refuse to help him with a spa. If she still refuses, then there is nothing he can do. Maybe it's not meant to be. If that's the case, he won't force her. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. I'm sorry, sir, I'm the lobby manager here, not a technician. If you want to do spa, please follow me to the public relations room to choose a technician. At this moment, the last bit of smile on Shin Jalan's face completely disappeared, and she was replaced by a gloomy look. She saw her face contort with anger as she said to Chin Fong. She never expected that this handsome college student was so perverted. He actually wanted to drag her, the lobby manager, into the private room in the Emperor's Pavilion to do something indescribable. Such a thing is naturally unacceptable to Shin Jalan. She knew her own character and personality very well. If she were the kind of frivolous person, she would not be working as a lobby manager at the Emperor's Court, but would have long since run off to work as a technician at a certain place in the harbor that offers improper services. With a high monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars, why would she still be earning a meager income of 5,000 yuan a month at the Imperial Court? Shin Jalan's words were also within Chin Feng's expectations. Because Chin Fong had expected from the very beginning that Shin Jalan would not agree to his request the moment she heard it. After all, he also knew what kind of woman Shin Jalan was. In that case, Chin Fong would have to try the financial strategy that he had never used before, but that the rich people often used. 18,800, can you do it, Miss Shin? If you do a spa for me, you can get 10 times the price of a technician. Please rest assured, Miss Shin, I, Shin Feng, am a gentleman, and I can swear on my life to you that I will not do anything inappropriate with you. I just want to chat with you. That's all I want. Shin Feng looked into Shinjalan's eyes and said sincerely. The truth is that this is the case. Shin Feng still had some self-awareness and knew that the reason he was here was completely different from some ill-intentioned guests. The reason he was able to spend the night at the Emperor's Pavilion was purely because he had received 10 times the cashback system. But unfortunately, this damn system limits his return to the night scene. As a result, he had to come to this kind of place even if he didn't want to. Not for anything else, but to make a qualitative leap in his life outside of the nightclub as soon as possible. And in a place like this, any woman can make money. Since he is so proud of Shinjalan, the lobby manager, it's not impossible for her to make her own money. 18,800? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan's pupils suddenly dilated several times, and she muttered to herself. There was no doubt that Qin Feng's words had stimulated her adrenal glands to some extent. She never imagined that Qin Feng would offer her 10 times the price, nearly 20,000 yuan, which was equivalent to 4 months of her salary, in order to invite her to the private room for a spa. Even if she is a woman who doesn't like money, she will be tempted to accept the offer. You really just want to do a simple spa, and you don't have any other thoughts about me, right, Mr. Qin? After a brief hesitation, Shinjalan took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and asked Qin Feng in a low voice. If that's true, then Shinjalan is willing to be a masseuse tonight. It's just that the 18,800 service fee is too tempting for her. And the financial pressure she was currently under was not small. Not only was she worried about the rent and credit card payments, but she was also worried about her brother, who had kidney failure and needed a kidney transplant. If she really gets Qin Feng's 18,800 yuan, it will greatly improve her life. From Qin Feng's words, she also learned that the man standing in front of her, who looked like a college student, was named Qin Feng. Shinjalan hoped that Qin Feng's personality would be as good as his name, without any indecency. Yes, Miss Shin, I promise you with my character and life that I will never touch you. Qin Feng also took a deep breath and nodded firmly to Shinjalan, vowing. He didn't expect that when his initial tentative price of 18,800 was revealed, Shinjalan was moved. In his opinion, the price of 18,888 was not high at all. He even planned to raise the price further if Shinjalan refused. But Shinjalan agreed right away. Maybe the young woman in front of him really needed the money. Well, that's fine, Mr. Qin Feng. You can go to the bar and place your order first. After you have finished, wait for me in the private room. I will change into my service uniform and serve you. After hearing Qin Feng's reply, and thinking about what she was about to do, Shinjalan's face turned red, like a red apple, and she whispered to Qin Feng. Then she led Qin Feng to the bar. In fact, according to reason, the customers who come to the Emperor's Pavilion basically pay the bill after they leave, and then pay the bill when they leave. The reason why Shinjalan made an exception and let Qin Feng pay first was because she was worried that Qin Feng would play a trick on her. Chapter 19 Shouting, Cashier, 18,800. She was afraid that after she had finished serving Qin Feng, she would not get a penny. After all, she saw Qin Feng as just an ordinary college student, not someone who could afford to pay 20,000 yuan. Most of the words Qin Feng just said to her were probably just playing with her. Okay, Miss Shun. No problem. Qin Feng nodded, clutched his Longwei mobile phone, and followed Shinjalan's pace, walking towards the bar. Shouting, collect the money, 18,800. After arriving at the front desk of the Emperor's Pavilion, Shinjalan whispered to a young girl at the bar named Xiaoting. When she said this, Shinjalan tried her best to control her heart, which was beating wildly, and lowered her voice, afraid of being heard by others. For some reason, Shinjalan couldn't help blushing when she thought about changing into her technician's uniform, closing the door and going into the private room in the Emperor's chamber to give Qin Feng a spa treatment. Her little heart was pounding wildly at the moment. Although she also understood that she and Qin Feng were not going to do anything shameful, it was just a simple and extremely normal spa program. But the thought of it still made her heart race. The reason for this is probably because she has never been a technician who has physical contact with customers. Since she entered the massage parlor, she has only held positions such as manager. How many? The little girl at the bar immediately widened her eyes and asked in shock. She felt that if she heard correctly, Shinjalan was asking her to collect 18,800 yuan in advance from this customer who looked like Hong Kong and Taiwanese star Tony Leung in his prime. Not to mention that the Emperor's Pavilion always waits for the guest to leave before settling the bill. Qin Feng had just entered the door, and after a short conversation with Shinjalan led him to the front desk and directly charged 18,800 yuan. This really made Xiaoting feel extremely confused. It was more than just dumbfounded. It was simply the ultimate in dumbfounding. Because this 18,800 yuan has already set a new single-person spending record at the Emperor's Pavilion. Not to mention Qin Feng alone, even those guests who came in groups of 10 or 20, their final spending at the Emperor's Pavilion was not as high as Qin Feng's. Alone. 18,888, you can take it if you want. Arrange a VIP suite on the 5th floor for this guest. Also, don't bother choosing a masseuse for him. I'll serve him later. Shinjalan glared at the waitress and continued in a low voice. She scolded Xiaoting for being so stubborn. As the lobby manager, she could only charge the customer whatever amount she wanted. It's not her place to interfere. After hearing Shinjalan's reply, Xiaoting's pupils dilated several times, and her eyes were as big as an ox's, about to fall to the ground. From Shinjalan's words, Xiaoting learned an extremely important piece of news. That is, Shinjalan, the lobby manager, will actually have to do the project for this handsome young man. This is probably the reason why Shinjalan was able to let her collect the fees in advance. It must be that the two of them had already made all the arrangements in advance during their unknown conversation. 10,000, 8,800. Xiaoting didn't hesitate, quickly lowered her head and entered the amount on the payment code interface. As she typed in the 5 digits 18888, her hand trembled uncontrollably every time she pressed an 8. Her heart was pounding too. You have to know that this is 18,888 yuan. Her monthly salary is only 3,000 yuan, and Qin Feng will have to sweep it later, but it is close to half of her salary for 6 months. How could she not feel her heart racing? She was also extremely curious about what Mr. Shin was going to do with the young man inside, which made the latter offer such a high price. Manager Shin, I remind you that our imperial court is a legitimate massage parlor. If you two want to do something inappropriate, it's best to go outside. Otherwise, it will damage the image of our store. After entering the payment code, Xiaoting looked up and said to Shinjalan. Although she understood that some things were not for her to say, nor were they her business. But whether it was out of good intentions or jealousy. If she doesn't say something now, it will feel like a lump in her throat, and it will be extremely uncomfortable. She had to say it in front of Qin Feng and Shinjalan so that she could feel better. And the fact is that in her opinion, since Qin Feng can offer Shinjalan a price of 18,800, if they wanted to do something unspeakable, they could simply go out and turn left, go to the best hotel in the entire harbor, the Harbor Hotel, and be done with it. It is legal and compliant, and there is no need to take risks in the Emperor's Pavilion. If they were caught, it would affect the reputation of the store. If the boss finds out, Shinjalan, the lobby manager, will probably be laid off. So Xiaoting felt that she was saying this out of the kindness of her heart, wanting to remind Shinjalan, and had no ulterior motives. Xiaoting, what are you talking about? This customer only came to me because he didn't want to choose a technician. I only went with him to the back room to do the most formal spa treatment in the store. There was no other behavior. After hearing Xiaoting's words, Shinjalan's face flushed even more strongly, directly to the base of her neck, and she said to the other party in a heated tone. Working at the imperial court, she is most afraid of damaging her reputation. She was afraid of people talking about her behind her back, which was why she chose to be a lobby manager instead of a technician. If she really had to take the heat for Qin Feng's order and be pointed at in the store from now on, she would rather not earn the 18,888 yuan. It's okay, Miss Shun. In that case, you can help me give a foot massage in the lobby, where everyone can see. It can also prove our innocence. At this point, Qin Feng also realized the predicament that Shinjalan, the lobby manager, would face if she went down to serve him as a guest. He waved his hand directly and said to Shinjalan. He said that he didn't need Shinjalan to do a 1888 yuan spa for him in a private room today. He only needs her to give him a simple foot massage in the lobby. But Qin Feng would still pay her 18,888 yuan for the foot massage. Although what Qin Feng really wanted to do tonight was the 1888 spa treatment. After all, he had drunk a bit too much and wanted to take this opportunity to get a good night's sleep. But if doing so would cause trouble for Shinjalan, then it would be better to wait until next time. After all, after he gets the 10x cashback system, as the best massage and leisure place in the city, he will definitely come back to the imperial court. The relationship between him and Shinjalan will surely continue, and it won't end after tonight. In that case, it wouldn't be a bad idea for Shinjalan to give him a foot massage in the lobby first, so that they could get to know each other. At the same time, it would also save Shinjalan from the gossip of the people in the store. Don't ask him why he did it. Who let him be the man who knows how to cherish women the most? Without any hesitation, Qin Feng immediately opened WeChat and scanned the payment interface that the waitress at the bar had prepared. WeChat payment, 18,800 yuan. The next second, a crisp tone sounded throughout the front desk on the first floor of the Imperial Court. Chapter 20, Little Karis, but my eyes are opened. When this sound rang out, Shinjalan and Xiaoting both widened their eyes, opened their mouths, and looked at each other in surprise and shock. Because no one expected that, while the two were still arguing, Qin Feng paid the bill so casually, and it was a whopping 5-digit sum of 18,888. Shinjalan had originally not planned to serve Qin Feng today, for fear of affecting her reputation at the Imperial Court from now on. But if she remembered correctly, before Qin Feng paid the 18,888 yuan, he promised her in front of Xiaoting that she didn't need to do the 1888 spa package for him today, and that she only needed to give him a foot massage in the lobby. A simple foot massage in the public hall would make this handsome guy, who looked like Liang Chaowei in his prime, spend 18,888 yuan on her. For a moment, Shinjalan was moved. She was not only touched, she was moved to the extreme. You see, although Shinjalan, is not bad-looking and has a good figure, she has had many men pursuing her since she was a child. But she had never met a man like Qin Feng who was willing to spend so much money on her. Just for a foot massage, he offered her nearly 20,000 yuan. Even if she were made of stone, she would probably be melted at this moment. What's more, she is not a woman of stone at all, but only appears to be cold on the outside, while actually being extremely weak at heart. And there is no doubt that Qin Feng's operation just hit the softest spot in Shinjalan's heart. It almost made her tear up. If it weren't for the presence of Xiaoting, Shinjalan guessed that she would definitely have cried. It was also at this moment that Shinjalan fully realized Qin Feng's character. He definitely wasn't attracted to her beauty, so he chose to let her, the lobby manager, serve him. He just liked her. Mr. Qin, it's okay. If you still want the 1888 package, I'm willing to serve you. You go to the VIP suite on the 5th floor and wait for me for a while. I'll go change my clothes and be right there. Shinjalan's voice became very soft as she whispered to Qin Feng. When she said this, there were a few tears in her eyes. As the saying goes, a man will die for a friend who understands him, and a woman will beautify herself for the one who pleases her. Although she understood that if she went into the private room today to provide Qin Feng with the 1888 spa package, it was very likely that she would be criticized a lot in the Imperial Court from now on. But at the moment, all of this is unimportant to Shinjalan. The operation that Qin Feng just performed has completely made her see Qin Feng's character. She felt that even if she had to bear the criticism of others, she would willingly go to Qin Feng as a lobby manager to do this spa package that involved a lot of physical contact. But she didn't expect the words that Qin Feng said to her next to make her heart warm again, and she almost burst into tears on the spot. It's okay, Miss Shin, just help me with my foot massage in the lobby today. I'll just test your foot massage skills. Next time, when I come back tomorrow night, we can go upstairs to the private room and experience your spa techniques. Qin Feng said to Shinjalan with a smile. After being teased by the little girl at the bar, he didn't really want to go to the dark room on the 5th floor to get the 1888 yuan spa treatment. What's more, he had already said it, so it would be a bit embarrassing to change his mind now. After all, he still has to maintain his manly demeanor. Well, then, Brother Feng, you go to the lobby and wait for me. I'll be right there after I change. At this time, Shinjalan no longer had the restraint of the manager of the Imperial Court lobby at the beginning. She was like a shy little girl, whispering to Qin Feng. Her face was flushed. At the same time, the way she addressed Qin Feng had become more familiar, and she called him Brother Feng. Although she knew that she was probably a few years older than Qin Feng, it didn't matter. Not for anything else, but because she had just clearly caught a message from Qin Feng's words, that is, Qin Feng will come to the Imperial Court to spend tomorrow night, and he specifically asked for her, the lobby manager, to continue to serve. That means, tomorrow, she can still earn the amazing 18,888 yuan. If that's the case, then tomorrow she's willing to change into a technician's uniform in front of everyone and go to the 5th floor presidential private room to personally serve Chin Fong. Even if she is misunderstood by everyone, she is willing to do it. Not for anything else, but for the person of Chin Fong, who has already deeply entered her heart. Not only is he generous, but he is also extremely handsome, even more so than Hong Kong and Taiwanese star Tony Leung. Especially those electric eyes, when Shinjalan touched them, her heart would involuntarily flutter, and she would feel like she was in love. The truth is the truth, the situation is the situation, there is no problem at all. Okay, Manager Shin, I'll wait for you in the lobby. The fruit platter, tea and anything else should be the most expensive. I'll pay later when I come downstairs. Then Chin Fong waved to the little girl at the bar and said. Then he walked towards the lobby with his hands in his pockets. Good Fong Gu. The little girl at the bar looked at Chin Feng's back and shouted with a smile on her face. For Xiaoting, today was also a real eye-opener. Not just a small eye, but a super big eye. She felt that she had been working as a cashier at the Imperial Court for at least half a year, but in that time, she had never seen a man as generous as Chin Fong. Just for letting the lobby manager Shinjalan give her a foot massage in the lobby, the latter gave her a tip of 18,888 yuan. If she were lucky enough to sleep with this man, he would give her a tip of 100,000 to 800,000 yuan. Even 100,000 to 800,000 would be a bit too little for Xiaoting. With Chin Feng's aura and extraordinary generosity, 1 million to 8 million would definitely be no problem. However, Xiaoting couldn't understand one thing, that is, a man like Chin Fong, who is handsome and has a lot of money in his pocket. Why did he fall for a lobby manager like Shinjalan? Although Shinjalan is indeed attractive and has a good figure, she is even better than some of the gold medal technicians in the store. But what puzzles Xiaoting is that her appearance and figure are definitely not bad, and she is much younger than Shinjalan. Why did Chin Fong choose Shinjalan instead of her? Chapter 21 Foot Massage, Eating Vinegar. Is it because I'm wearing something too simple today? Maybe that's it. Xiaoting secretly made up her mind that when she went to work the next day, she would wear something extremely sexy and wow-worthy. To win Chin Feng's heart. For a man like Chin Fong, who is handsome and has a lot of money in his pocket, not only the lobby manager Shinjalan, but even the bar girl wants him. On the other hand, Chin Fong soon arrived at the foot massage hall of the Emperor's Pavilion. He was relieved that perhaps it was because it was late in the day that the entire hall was unusually empty, with no one there, and he was the only customer. Chin Fong then found a corner by the window and sat down, half lying on the massage chair, waiting for Shinjalan to arrive. It was fine if there was no one today. Chin Fong was an exceptionally quiet person. It was just right to chat with Shinjalan. For some reason, Chin Fong felt quite pleased when he first saw Shinjalan, the lobby manager. Anyway, she looked good, the type of girl he liked. The main reason is that she is not a technician here, but a lobby manager. If it were in the past, even if he wanted Shinjalan, the lobby manager, to serve him, he would never have dared to say it. After all, the money in his pocket was tight. As the saying goes, he has the heart of a thief but not the guts, which is exactly what he is. He has no problems at all. However, things are different now. Since he got the system, the money he spent on the nightclub has been increasing. With this cashback mechanism, what else is there to say? From now on, there is only one word in front of him, shell. As long as the shell is not dead, it will die. In the future, when he spends money in the nightclub, even if the boss's wife catches his eye, he can ask her to serve him. Use his best money offensive. Of course, it is limited to the most normal services. After all, Chin Fong is an absolute gentleman. In addition to leisure and entertainment, the main reason for spending money in nightclubs is to get cash back, so that one can quickly improve one's quality of life outside of the nightclub. Then he hit Liu Yu's face hard, letting the latter know that breaking up with him was definitely the worst choice she had ever made in her life. Soon, Shinjalan, who had changed into a new outfit, carrying a basin of foot bath water, slowly walked from the entrance of the hall towards Chin Fong. At this time, Shinjalan was wearing a short black dress, and she had taken off her previous flesh-colored stockings, revealing a pair of smooth, white, and tender thighs. Chin Fong felt that she looked the same as when she first put on the manager's suit. On the contrary, he still preferred the other person in a suit. Chin Fong decided that when he came back to spend money here tomorrow night, he would let Shinjalan wear the original black suit and give him the 1888 spa package. Sorry, Fong, for keeping you waiting. After Shinjalan came to Qin Feng with a basin of foot bath water, she first ran her hand through her hair, then said to Qin Feng with a slight blush. At this moment, Shinjalan was blushing, like a newlywed girl. Looking at Qin Feng in front of her, she was a little embarrassed. Not for any other reason, but because this was the first time she had ever played the role of a masseuse since she had entered the leisure industry. Although it was the first time, Shinjalan understood that she was willing to do it all. Not just for Qin Feng's 18,888 yuan, but mainly because of Qin Feng himself. He was so different from all the other guests she had met at the emperor's court. There was an indescribable feeling. While Qin Feng was lying on the massage chair with his eyes closed, Shinjalan gently extended her jade hands and carefully removed his white sneakers and socks. She placed Qin Feng's feet in the foot bath and carefully began to wash them. "Brother Feng, I'm not very good at massages. If I don't do it well, please don't be offended." Shinjalan gently pressed Qin Feng's acupuncture points with her knuckles while washing his feet. Although she had never worked as a masseuse before, she had been working in the nightclub for a long time and knew a little bit about health massage. So she was able to do a foot massage for Qin Feng. "It's okay, Manager Shin, you just watch and do it." Qin Feng lay on the massage chair. At the moment, he was a little drunk and felt a little tired. He closed his eyes and replied softly to Shinjalan. "Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong." Just as Qin Feng was about to take a short break, he suddenly heard a series of beeps from his phone. The moment he heard the sound, Qin Feng's pupils dilated several times, and then he reached out and took out his phone from his pocket. If he guessed correctly, it was probably the cashback he had just received from the system. When he opened the phone, he was shocked to find that it was indeed the case. Except that in addition to the 95588 Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's reminder text message, there were also 3 WeChat reminders. They were sent by Mei Mei. Qin Feng didn't know what the other person had sent yet. He just opened his 95588 interface first to see how much cash he would get back. "Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with the last 4 digits 4419 has just received a transfer of 188,880 yuan, and the current balance on the card is 456,946 yuan. Looking at the transfer information received on his phone, Qin Feng's face was about to burst into a smile. If it weren't for Shinjalan, he would have laughed out loud. Not for anything else, but because the balance in his bank card at this time was already enough to buy a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. How could Qin Feng not be deeply moved? "What's wrong, Feng? Did a girl send you a WeChat message and make you so happy?" At this moment, Shinjalan, who was washing and massaging Qin Feng's feet, also noticed Qin Feng's change in mood. She looked up and smiled at Qin Feng. Although Shinjalan's face was full of smiles, for some reason, she felt a little sour, as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned. Just now, Qin Feng's phone rang several times in a row, and it was obvious that someone had sent him a message. And who else but a girl could make Qin Feng open his phone and smile? Shinjalan didn't know why she felt so sour. After all, she and Qin Feng are just business partners, a service provider and a customer. Even though women are naturally jealous, she felt that she really didn't need to be jealous of a customer. Shinjalan couldn't figure it out, and didn't understand why she felt that way. It was as if Qin Feng had just swept 18,888 yuan for her at the bar, and Shinjalan had decided that he was her man. If there were other women who had Qin Feng, she would be jealous. Chapter 22, As long as you work hard, it's not impossible to break through 100 million in a week. "Oh, it's nothing. Manager Shin, a friend sent me a message." Qin Feng quickly closed his 95,588 message interface and opened WeChat, smiling at Shinjalan. If Shinjalan saw him laughing at the hundreds of thousands of dollars in his bank account, it would be a huge embarrassment. Not for anything else, but because in the eyes of Shinjalan and the bar girl at the Emperor's Pavilion, Qin Feng is probably a multi-millionaire, or even a billionaire. Otherwise, it would be impossible to spend 18,888 yuan in one fell swoop. If they knew that he actually only had less than 500,000 yuan, it would be a bit embarrassing. But Qin Feng also knew that everything was just the present. Although his bank card balance is only temporarily 450,000 yuan, it doesn't matter. Maybe by tonight, his bank card balance will exceed 100,000 yuan. It might even reach 10 million tomorrow night. This is all possible, and everything depends on the extent of his efforts. As long as he works hard and spends more in nightclubs, it is not impossible for his bank card balance to exceed 100 million within a week. When Chin Feng opened the WeChat interface, he found that Mei Mei had just sent him 3 WeChat voice messages, all relatively short, each lasting about 3 seconds. Then Chin Feng turned down the volume of the receiver and put it to his ear to listen to the few voice messages that Mei Mei had sent him. "What are you doing? Feng, are you asleep? I had a great time tonight and I had a lot to drink. It was the most fun I've had since I started going to nightclubs." "Thanks, brother Feng." Chin Feng listened to the 3 voice messages that Mei Mei had sent him and smiled. This was the first time he had chatted with Mei Mei on WeChat since he had added her as a friend. It was also the first time a girl from the nightclub had taken the initiative to chat with him. In the past, when Chin Feng went to the nightclub, he had added some girls' WeChat accounts. But he never talked to them, and they never sent him messages like Mei Mei did. The reason for this, Chin Feng felt, was that everything was thanks to the heavens and the system. If he hadn't received the system today, the encounter with Mei Mei that night might have been a different story. Although it might have been good. But one thing is for sure, he would have been short on spending money. Not only would he be short, he would definitely be much worse off. He simply couldn't afford to give Mei Mei such a big tip. He couldn't afford to order the Hennessy set, which cost 10,000 yuan. Hearing the gentle voice of Mei Mei on the other end of the phone, Chin Feng had a different feeling. This was something he had never experienced in his life for more than 20 years. "Who is it, your girlfriend?" Just as Chin Feng was about to reply to Mei Mei, he suddenly heard Shinjalan laughing at him from the side. From Shinjalan's eyes and words, Chin Feng felt a hint of sour jealousy. After all, he was not a fool, and he could not fail to see the jealousy in a woman's eyes. What made him feel puzzled and curious was that Shinjalan would actually be jealous of him. He had been dating Liu for nearly 3 months, and as his official girlfriend, Liu had never once been jealous of him. However, Shinjalan, the manager of the Imperial Court lobby, whom he had just met less than an hour ago, would actually be jealous of him chatting with other girls, which was somewhat unexpected for Chin Feng. The reason for this, Chin Feng felt, might be the blessing of the legendary ability to charm. He is handsome, and he is not bad at all. With the blessing of the money power, his charm has really improved compared to before. "No, not a girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. She's a girl from a nightclub." Chin Feng then smiled and shook his head at Shinjalan, telling the truth. He, Chin Feng, loves telling the truth. He is not a person who is keen on faking. The person who sent him a WeChat message at this time was also not his girlfriend. Like Shinjalan, she was a nightclub girl he met within 12 hours. Oh. Unexpectedly, after hearing Chin Feng's words, Shinjalan's face immediately turned pale with a great sense of loss, and she lowered her head in frustration, muttering. She felt as if she had lost her soul. To tell the truth, Chin Feng's answer just now seemed to have given her soul 10,000 critical strikes. For no other reason than that, compared to the girls in the nightclub, Shinjalan hoped more than anything to hear from Chin Feng that the person who sent him the message was his girlfriend. Because Shinjalan hoped that Chin Feng would only have one woman in the nightclub. "I'm really happy to be getting a massage and drinking. I'm a little tired today, so I'm here to relax." Then Chin Feng replied to Mei Mei in writing. It was also the truth. He said he was getting a massage. But unexpectedly, because of Chin Feng's truth-telling, it gave Mei Mei another 10,000 points of critical blow to the heart. It was 2:10 a.m. on September 2nd. After Mei Mei finished drinking with Chin Feng, she called a ride-hailing app and returned to her rented room in the harbor after Chin Feng left. After washing her face and putting on a facial mask, she lay on the bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, she saw nothing but Chin Feng's shadow. She didn't know why, but since she had started working as a hostess, no client had ever made her feel this way. Chin Feng is the only one. Whether it was Chin Feng's appearance, his singing, or his extraordinary performance, it was deeply imprinted in Mei Mei's heart, the kind that made her unable to extricate herself. She felt that she had met her destined true love that night. There was no doubt that Chin Feng was that person. Out of her uncontrollable longing for Chin Feng, Mei Mei picked up her phone and sent Chin Feng a WeChat message. This was the first time she had sent a message to a guest in the nightclub. She had originally thought that chatting with Chin Feng before going to bed would ease her longing for him and help her sleep well that night. But after reading Chin Feng's reply, she knew she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. She never expected that after drinking with her tonight, Chin Feng would go to get a massage. At that moment, Mei Mei's heart was filled with jealousy. She was full of jealousy. There was no doubt that Qin Feng was going to a massage parlor, and the person he was getting a massage from was definitely a woman. It couldn't be a man. For some reason, the thought of another woman, other than her, having physical contact with Qin Feng made her feel extremely uncomfortable, as if she had climbed into a nest of 10,000 ants. In theory, Qin Feng is just a guest she met today, and she shouldn't have this feeling for a guest. It's none of her business what he does or where he goes. But she just couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Oh. She then picked up her phone and replied to Shinjalan with the exact same words. Just one word. Oh. Chapter 23, Girlfriend coming to check up on me? Hearing Mei Mei's casual reply, Qin Feng was also quite surprised, and his brows furrowed. It was only because she and Shinjalan had the same reaction, and even the tone of their voices was the same. At this moment, a bold idea came to Qin Feng's mind. Could it be that these two girls from the nightclub, Mei Mei and Shinjalan, were jealous of each other from afar? This must be the only explanation. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp, and he increasingly felt that this tenfold cashback system was so awesome. He couldn't help but think, what does Qin Feng have that makes two girls who have just met less than 12 hours ago, and who are both top-notch nightclub girls, jealous of him from afar? There is no doubt that this is something he could never do before. The reason may be that it is blessed with the ultimate ability to make money. Otherwise, the effect would not be so obvious. Facts have proven that it is not enough for a man to be handsome. It is only a long-term solution if there is some money behind it. After listening to the reply from Perfect Beauty, Qin Feng had originally put down his phone and was about to continue resting with his eyes closed. But what he didn't expect was that the next second, the phone he had put aside suddenly rang with a piercing WeChat ringtone. He didn't know who was calling him, or whether it was a voice or video call. The moment he heard this sound, Qin Feng's head cleared up by half. Not for anything else, but because he was worried that this WeChat was a video sent to him by the instructor. After all, he didn't go back to the dormitory tonight, but chose to be outside. If the instructor knew about this, it would be more or less a bit of a pain in the ass. Not only is it fucked up, it's the ultimate fucked up. But when Qin Feng sat up straight and saw the caller's avatar on the screen of his phone, he let out a long sigh of relief. It turned out that the person who called him in the middle of the night was not his instructor, but Mei Mei, who had just been chatting with him. Qin Feng didn't know why Mei Mei suddenly called him on video, but after a brief hesitation, he decided to answer the call. Is she checking up on me? Should I avoid her? Before Qin Feng answered the phone, Shinjalan asked hurriedly. Although Qin Feng had just made it clear to her that he didn't have a girlfriend. But men's mouths are deceptive, and who knows if Qin Feng really has a girlfriend or if he's lying to her. If this video is really from Qin Feng's girlfriend, it would be a bit embarrassing for Qin Feng to be seen by a woman massaging his feet in the middle of the night. That's why Shinjalan chose to ask the latter if she needed to leave. However, after hearing Qin Feng's reply, Shinjalan's heart was filled with jealousy again, as if she had been soaked in a vat of vinegar. No, not a girlfriend. I told you, I don't have a girlfriend. It's the nightclub girl I was just talking to. Qin Feng pressed the answer button while casually responding to Shinjalan. Although he didn't understand why Mei Mei suddenly called him on this video call, it didn't matter. As long as it wasn't the instructor calling him, it didn't matter and he could answer it. Hey, Feng, where are you? I want to come and find you. Recently, I've been a bit tired, and I want to find a place to relax. When the video call was connected, Mei Mei smiled and asked Qin Feng at the other end. After Mei Mei and Qin Feng had finished chatting, she didn't want to talk to Qin Feng anymore because she was jealous of him. But when she put the phone down, it was as if a big stone had been placed in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, and the more angry she became. She wasn't angry with Qin Feng, but with the girl who was giving Qin Feng a massage. If it were any other customer she knew, it would be fine, but Qin Feng was no ordinary customer. Since Qin Feng left from the moon today, Mei Mei's heart has been filled with an inexplicable fear. She was afraid of losing Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng is really too good, so good that it's hard to believe it's true. I'm at the Emperor's Pavilion. Don't come over. I'll be home soon after I finish my foot massage. Hearing that Mei Mei was actually going to come and find him, Qin Feng was also quite surprised and quickly said to the other end of the phone. It was the middle of the night, and Qin Feng was about to go out to spend some money at the Emperor's Pavilion. He turned left and went to the best hotel in the entire harbor, the Harbor Hotel, to sleep for a while, and then went to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store to pick up the car the next day. What is Mei Mei doing here? He can't take Mei Mei to the Harbor Hotel with him. It's not that. He, Feng, is a gentleman after all. Not to mention that there was also Shinjalan, the lobby manager, who was giving him a foot massage. Shinjalan is also one of the girls he is proud of in the nightclub, and she likes her as much as Mei Mei on the moon. Feng was worried that the two would spark unnecessarily after meeting. So he resolutely refused to let Mei Mei go to the Emperor's Pavilion to look for him. But unexpectedly, the more Feng refused to let her go, the more Mei Mei wanted to go. Brother Feng, why don't you let me go? You're not short of a few $100s for a massage, are you? I don't think my brother Feng is that kind of person. After all, he can give me a reward of 20,000 yuan for a night's tips. How could my brother Feng care about the massage fee of 3 melons and 2 dates? Mei Mei sat up in bed, quickly dressed, and said to Feng solemnly. She was ready to go to the Emperor's Pavilion to look for Feng. Not for anything else, but because Mei Mei had a bad feeling in her heart at the moment, that is, the woman who was currently serving Feng at the Emperor's Pavilion was most likely Feng's type. Otherwise, Feng would not have gone to the Emperor's Pavilion in the middle of the night after drinking on the moon. Although she had just met Feng today, she knew that she had to do her best to win Feng's heart. Otherwise, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Brother Feng, wait for me for a moment. I'm going out, I'll be right there. After we finish the massage at the Emperor's Pavilion, let's go out for a late-night snack and drink less. I'll treat you to dinner. Mimi, who was already dressed, said to Feng on the other end of the phone. After that, she hung up the video call, called a ride-hailing app, and headed to the Imperial Court as fast as she could. Hey, Mei Mei, don't come. Although Feng was extremely reluctant to let Mei Mei come here, the latter simply wouldn't listen. He could only helplessly put down his phone and shake his head. What, is your girlfriend coming to check up on you? At this time, Shinjalan, who was giving Feng a foot massage, seemed to have noticed that something was wrong, quickly looked up and asked Feng carefully. From Feng's video chat just now, Shinjalan vaguely learned that the girl across the way seemed to be coming to find Feng. In Shinjalan's opinion, at this time of night, who else could be looking for Feng at the Emperor Pavilion, a leisure and entertainment venue, except Feng's girlfriend? Chapter 24, No Shaking Your Head? If you don't shake your head, how am I going to support you? It's not a girlfriend. I've told you a million times, I don't have a girlfriend. She is a karaoke girl named Mei Mei. We just finished drinking. After hanging up the phone, Feng was a little confused, and said to Shinjalan in a flustered manner. Because he didn't expect that Mei Mei, who had just finished drinking with him, would run to the Emperor's massage after learning that he had left the moon, and would even choose to take a taxi to come and find him. To be honest, Feng didn't know whether this kind of treatment was a blessing or a curse for him. You know, not to mention Mei Mei, a girl he just met in a nightclub less than 12 hours ago, even if it was his real girlfriends in the past, they probably wouldn't be so excited to come directly to him after learning that he was getting a massage at the club. The extent to which Mimi cares about him is beyond his imagination. For the first time in his life, Feng felt this feeling of being cared for so much in a woman. In addition to his happiness, Feng also felt a hint of worry. He had originally wanted to chat with Shinjalan, the new nightclub girl, in the massage parlor to get to know each other better. However, Mei Mei's arrival would inevitably disrupt his plans. It seems that there is a saying that is true, and that is, there is always a trade-off for everything. When God gives a person a joy, he will inevitably bring a kind of trouble. That's all there is to it. There's nothing wrong with it. At this moment, Feng deeply felt this kind of trouble. Mei Mei? Is it the Mei Mei on the moon? Unexpectedly, on the other side, after hearing Feng's words, Shinjalan, who was sitting under him and giving him a foot massage with all her might, immediately widened her eyes and mouth, and asked Feng in surprise. Yes, it's Mei Mei on the moon. Don't tell me you two know each other? Seeing Shinjalan in this state, Feng was somewhat confused and replied blankly. Judging from Shinjalan's words, Feng judged that Shinjalan probably knew Mei Mei, otherwise she wouldn't have asked him that question. Alas, I didn't expect that the person who just drank with you was Mei Mei. Shinjalan sighed and shook her head after hearing this. There was no doubt that Shinjalan and Mei Mei did know each other. Not for anything else, but because Shinjalan had also worked at the Moon before she became the lobby manager at the Imperial Court, where she had been a hostess. However, because of some health problems, she could no longer drink, so she became the lobby manager at the Imperial Court. Brother Feng, do you like to drink? If you like to drink, you can find me. You don't have to go to a karaoke bar to find a girl to drink with you. I, Shinjalan, can definitely keep you company. Shinjalan quickly smiled and said to Qin Feng. After learning that Mei Mei was coming here, Shinjalan tried to further draw her and Qin Feng closer before the other arrived. At this point, Shinjalan was certain of one thing: Qin Feng liked to drink, and he didn't like to drink alone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to a karaoke bar to find a girl to drink with. Although she had some health problems before, she has long since recovered. Even if her body was not well, she was absolutely willing to get drunk with the man sitting in front of her. For some reason, she wanted to hold Qin Feng tightly in her hands after knowing him for less than an hour. The kind that she would not allow anyone else to share. She could accept that Qin Feng had a girlfriend, but she couldn't accept that Qin Feng had other girls in the nightclub besides her. The thought of Qin Feng and Mei Mei drinking on the Moon made Shinjalan feel extremely uncomfortable, as if she had a big stone in her stomach. This is a feeling she has never had with any other male guest. Qin Feng is the only one. Really, Manager Shin, you can drink too? Hearing Shinjalan's words, Qin Feng's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light of excitement. At the same time, the picture of him and Shinjalan eating hot pot and drinking beer at the hot pot restaurant appeared in front of his eyes. Shinjalan was right. He really does like to drink, but he doesn't like to drink alone. He likes to drink with girls, especially pretty girls. There is no doubt that Shinjalan meets his requirements for drinking partners. If Shinjalan could really drink a few glasses, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to find a hot pot restaurant in the harbor with Shinjalan tonight, eat some delicious food, and drink some small beers. It's not as bad as drinking in a karaoke bar. Most importantly, the system has clearly reminded him that as long as the money is spent on girls in the nightclub, he can get a tenfold cashback. Since this is the case, the money he spends on drinking and eating with Shinjalan can also be refunded 10 times. Why not? Then he can give Shinjalan a little more tip to speed up the rate at which he spends his money and get his hands on a G63 as soon as possible. Okay, Manager Shin, then I'll pick you up tonight. Let's go out for a meal and a drink. Don't worry, I won't let a woman drink with me for free. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately smiled at Shinjalan, who was massaging his feet. He said that he would have dinner and drinks with her that night. He was also looking forward to meeting Shinjalan at a location other than a nightclub. It must be a different kind of feeling. Good, Brother Feng, I've been waiting for this. But you have to promise me that after you have me, you can't go to the KTV to find other girls to drink with. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjalan's face could not help but break into a smile, and she pouted at Qin Feng, as if she were being spoiled. She naturally knew that if she went out to eat and drink with Qin Feng would definitely not treat her badly. He would definitely earn more than she did at work. Even if Qin Feng doesn't give her money, she would still be willing to go out with him to eat and drink. As the saying goes, money can't buy my willingness. That's exactly what she meant. She had no problem with it at all. But she hoped that after Qin Feng had her company, he would not look for other girls. However, Qin Feng did not respond to her words in any way. He just smiled faintly. He didn't say anything about Shinjalan's question. To be honest, Qin Feng wanted to agree to Shinjalan's request and never set foot in a nightclub again. But the problem is that the system he is bound to has limited the places where he can get cash back to nightclubs. This means that he can no longer go to nightclubs from now on. Isn't that like taking his life away? Looking at Shinjalan, who was pouting and looking angry, Qin Feng wanted to say, but didn't, that from now on, if he didn't go to the nightclub to find a girl, what would he give her as a tip, and how would he support her? There was no doubt that from Shinjalan's eyes, Qin Feng could feel that the latter had the intention of becoming his wife in the future. Chapter 25, You're just getting here? I've been waiting for you for half a day. Okay, I know you men like to play. It's okay, as long as you promise me that you will come to see me often in the future, and that I am the woman you find the most in the nightclub. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, Shinjalan also guessed what was going on. After all, men are boys until they die, especially handsome men like Qin Feng, who have a lot of money in their pockets. It is impossible for a woman to tie him down. Any woman who is by Qin Feng's side can only act as a well-behaved little bird, allowing the other party to do whatever they want, rather than controlling the other party. There is no doubt that Xinjialan is willing to be the obedient little bird by Qin Feng's side. And, Feng, don't ever call me Manager Shin again. Just call me Jialan. You know my name. Xinjialan then continued to say to Qin Feng. She said that Qin Feng should stop calling her Manager Shin, which was such a terrible name. This is fine inside the Imperial Pavilion, but if Qin Feng still calls her Manager Shin when they are outside, it will be a bit embarrassing. People who don't know will think she is Qin Feng's boss. Okay, Jialin. Qin Feng smiled after hearing this. He was in his early 20s, and although Xinjialan looked young, there was no doubt that she was older than him. He never thought that the latter would call him Brother Feng all the time. In his life, Qin Feng had never experienced this feeling with a woman. But he knew in his heart that this kind of thing would happen to him often from now on. After all, he, Qin Feng, is no longer the Qin Feng of the past. Now he is truly a king. The king of kings. He is no longer the poor student from the past. Brother Feng, I'm downstairs. What floor are you on? I'll come up to see you. At that moment, Qin Feng's WeChat suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Mei Mei. I'm in the massage parlor on the second floor. Okay, come up. You can see me when you get here. Qin Feng didn't expect Mei Mei to be so fast, so he quickly replied to the latter with a voice message. Then he glanced at Xinjialan, who was giving him a foot massage. He wondered what sparks would fly when the two of them met later. Whether they said it or not, Xinjialan and Mei Mei could be considered old acquaintances. After all, they used to work together on the moon. Qin Feng didn't know how the two women were related, and he just hoped that they wouldn't fight when they met later. Xinjialan couldn't help but feel a little bit of a shock when she heard that Mimi was going to come upstairs soon. Before this, she never expected that one day she and Mei Mei would meet again, and it would be at an occasion like the Emperor's Pavilion. It really made Xinjialan sigh at the uncertainty of life, and the small intestine wrapped in the large intestine. In the past, when they were on the moon, she and Mei Mei were both singing girls, and they were colleagues. However, this time, they have become the relationship between the service provider and the customer. In the past, she and Mei Mei were very close. They were like good friends. She didn't know if Mei Mei would be embarrassed when she saw her later. After all, the reason why the two of them could meet today was all because of the man Qin Feng. On the other side, soon after being informed by Qin Feng, Mei Mei arrived at the massage hall on the second floor of the Emperor's Pavilion. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the hall, she saw Qin Feng lying on the massage chair in the corner of the hall by the window. The moment she saw Qin Feng, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Although she had only been apart from Qin Feng for less than 2 hours, for some reason, it felt like 2 years had passed. Brother Feng. Xinjialan then excitedly waved to Qin Feng and ran towards him. After running a few steps, she saw a woman wearing a short black dress and exposing her smooth, white thighs, squatting on the ground washing Qin Feng's feet. Seeing this scene, Mimi suddenly felt a wave of nameless jealousy and anger rise from her heart. Although she had not seen the woman's face clearly, from the woman's figure and the whiteness of her skin, she could tell that she must be a beautiful woman, one who was definitely not inferior to her in looks. As she walked towards her, Mei Mei became more and more angry, and she was even thinking about fighting with this woman. She hadn't even touched Qin Feng's feet. However, this woman had the audacity to touch her with her hands. Although Qin Feng's job is to provide foot washing and foot massage services, in Mei Mei's opinion, that's not okay either. Not for any other reason, but because Qin Feng's body only allows her to touch it. She couldn't let Qin Feng be taken away by other girls in the nightclub besides her. Although this is what Mei Mei thought, when she came to Qin Feng with clenched fists and a puffed-up chest, she was shocked when she saw the woman who was massaging Qin Feng's feet. She never expected that the nightclub girl that Qin Feng came to the Emperor's Pavilion to find would be her. Mei Mei, you're here. Feng and I have been waiting for you for a long time. When Mei Mei came close to Qin Feng, Xinjialan suddenly looked up and smiled at her, saying, "You're here first." Jialin? This time, Mei Mei was stunned, looking at the familiar face in front of her, and mumbling to herself. Sit down, Mei Mei. I'll have the technicians come over later and you can choose. Qin Feng also smiled and greeted Mei Mei, sitting down in the massage chair next to him. He said that he would let Mei Mei choose a technician to give her a foot massage. It's okay, Brother Feng. I just came to see you. It doesn't matter whether you do the service or not. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Mei Mei came back to her senses from the daze she had been in and smiled and replied to Qin Feng. Then, following Qin Feng's instructions, she sat down in the massage chair next to him. But her eyes were still fixed on Shinjalan, her good friend from the past whom she had not seen for a long time. Neither of them expected to see each other again on this occasion. In the past, when they were on the moon, Mei Mei and Shinjalan had a good relationship. They could talk about anything. But then they fell out over one thing. Now that they have met again, Mei Mei is thinking of what she can say to Shinjalan to express their old friendship, and to let bygones be bygones. But she found that she couldn't say anything. Especially when she saw Shinjalan's delicate hands gently massaging Qin Feng's feet, she was filled with anger. She knew that she and Shinjalan would never be friends again. The two of them were destined to have only one person by Qin Feng's side. Mei Mei was confident that it would be her, not Shinjalan. "Brother Feng, we had a great time just now. Why don't we go somewhere else and drink some more?" Mei Mei will drink with Fenga until he says he's had enough. Even if it's until dawn, Mei Mei is willing. Mei Mei extended her right hand and gently placed it on Qin Feng's shoulder. In front of Shinjalan, she said to the latter with a tender look. Chapter 26, I'll take it all, Qin Feng. After hearing Mei Mei's words, Shinjalan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an unknown anger rose from her heart. She had already made up her mind to put aside their past differences and reconcile with the other party the moment she saw Mei Mei. But after Mei Mei finished speaking to Qin Feng, Shinjalan knew that the two of them would never be able to make up. It was obvious that what Mei Mei had just said was not just directed at Qin Feng, but also at her. She was declaring Qin Feng's sovereignty to her. However, in Shinjalan's opinion, Mimi was not Qin Feng's girlfriend, but like her, she was just a girl Qin Feng had just met at a nightclub. Why should she be able to keep Qin Feng firmly by her side and have him all to herself? What Mimi can do, Shinjalan can do too. "Brother Feng, do you remember what I just told you? In the future, if you want to drink, you don't have to go to a karaoke bar. We can go out and have some hot pot and drink some wine. It's not better than going to a karaoke bar. Whether Brother Feng prefers beer or white wine, I, Shinjalan, can also keep him company." Shinjalan took a towel from the side, gently wiped her wet hands, stood up, came behind Qin Feng, massaged his shoulders while leaning over his ear and said in a not too loud voice. Shinjalan also deliberately said these words to Mei Mei. Since Mimi has already played her hand and sworn allegiance to Qin Feng, Shinjalan knew that she could not hide it anymore. She was worried that if she didn't show her feelings for Qin Feng at this time, Qin Feng would inevitably be taken away by Mei Mei. "Shinjalan, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by saying that Feng will be able to find you whenever he wants to drink, and that he won't need to go to a karaoke bar? Don't you know what I do for a living?" The next second, Mei Mei's eyes widened, staring at Shinjalan, who was not far away, and shouted in a stern voice. "Mei Mei, I'm telling the truth. It's true that Feng doesn't need to go to karaoke often to drink. It's not cheap there. Although Fenggu is not short of money, it is not necessary for him to spend that much money. Besides, you guys can't even keep Feng company." Shinjalan was equally unyielding, turning her head and responding loudly to Mei Mei. At this moment, Qin Feng was a little confused by the two of them's tense attitude. Not for anything else, but because he didn't expect that Mei Mei and Shinjalan, two former good friends, would tear each other's faces off so quickly over the issue of their own belonging. It had been less than a minute since Mei Mei had entered the room, and the two were already about to fight. If he didn't step in to control the situation, he was afraid that the next second, the two of them would start fighting in front of him. To be honest, although the feeling of being fought over by two women was really great. It was not just cool, it was downright awesome. But Qin Feng absolutely couldn't let the two of them start fighting. If the two women got into a fight and didn't know how to take it easy, it would be bad if one of them got hurt. That is certainly not the situation Qin Feng wants to see. As the saying goes, you have to make a choice after you have a choice. The true king wants them all. In Qin Feng's opinion, after he obtained the system, it was impossible for him to only have Mei Mei and Shinjalan, the two nightclub girls. As time goes on, there will inevitably be more nightclub girls who will continue to enter his life. So what he wants to say is that the quarrel between Mei Mei and Shinjalan is superfluous in terms of the general's bug. After breaking up with Luyu, Qin Feng also realized a lot of things and thought through a lot of issues. From now on, he, Qin Feng, will never again be as stubborn as he was before, putting his heart and soul into one woman. Unless he really meets that woman in the future who makes him so excited that he can't help himself. But now, Xin Feng understands that it is still far from that time. He has only had the system for less than a day, and for now, he only needs to do one thing, which is to enjoy life and shake his head wildly. Strive to make his bank card balance exceed the 100 million mark as soon as possible. Own a Maybach and a G63 as soon as possible. That's enough. Stop arguing. Take out your Alipay payment codes. Xin Feng, who was half lying on the massage chair, suddenly sat up, took out his Longway mobile phone from his pocket, waved his hand, and shouted at the two men in a stern voice. In the past, he didn't know how to comfort a woman when she was angry. But now he knows. Although money is not necessarily the best choice, it definitely works. After hearing Xin Feng's words, Shenjialan and Mei Mei were stunned for a moment, looking at each other. Then, following Xin Feng's instructions, they opened the Alipay payment interface on their phones and showed it to Xin Feng. At this moment, the two of them could not help but feel their hearts beating rapidly. It was about to fly out of their throats. After all, they were not stupid, and they knew very well what Xin Feng wanted them to do by showing the Alipay payment interface. What else could it be, except for transferring money to them? And since Xin Feng told them to display the Alipay payment code interface, not WeChat. This means that the amount Xin Feng is going to give them to scan is definitely not a small amount. Otherwise, they could have used WeChat instead of Alipay. The next second, their guess was confirmed. Alipay has arrived, with 100,000 yuan. Alipay has arrived, 100,000 yuan. After a series of operations, Xin Feng's phone rang with a crisp tone, and the same thing happened to the other two. It reminded them that they had received a transfer of 100,000 yuan from an Alipay user with the profile picture of Liang Chaowei. Listening to this sound, they saw that their Alipay balance had a whole 6-digit balance. Shenjialan and Mei Mei were both stunned at that moment. Their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. I like you both very much. This 100,000 yuan is a gift for your first meeting. Remember, don't ever argue in front of me again. Who I want to see depends on my mood. If you want to stay by my side, you'd better behave. If you behave well, Xin Feng will definitely not assign you any tasks. After transferring 100,000 yuan to each of their Alipay accounts, Xin Feng lay back in his massage chair, satisfied. The reason why Xin Feng chose to give another 100,000 yuan to Mei Mei and Shenjialan, two nightclub girls he had just met less than 12 hours ago, was that he didn't want them to continue arguing in front of him. One was to prevent them from arguing in front of him. Otherwise, these two were definitely going to start a fight. The second reason was that Xin Feng wanted to speed up the rate at which he received cash back. Just now, Xin Feng looked at his balance and found that he had worked hard all night. The balance of his bank card was only 400,000 yuan, not even 500,000 yuan. At this rate of consumption, he will not be able to own a Maybach and a G63 at the same time until the year of the monkey. That is, just now, Xin Feng realized that he had to speed up his money spending. Chapter 27, Get the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G-Class Reward. When Xin Feng finished paying 200,000 yuan to the two women, not only were Shenjialan and Mei Mei dumbfounded, but so were the bar girl who was hiding at the entrance to the hall and secretly watching Xin Feng, and the female technicians in the Emperor's chamber. Even the bar girl who was hiding at the entrance of the hall and secretly watching Xin Feng, as well as the female technicians in the Emperor's chamber, were all stunned. Just now, they learned that a super powerful guest had come to the imperial court today, and had given the lobby manager Shenjialan a tip of 18,000 yuan at the bar, so that the latter would personally go down to serve him. Almost all the female technicians in the imperial court secretly ran to the door of the massage hall and looked at Xin Feng lying on the massage chair through the gauze curtain. They wanted to remember the face of this extremely generous and awesome customer, so that when Xin Feng comes next time, they will have the opportunity to serve each other. They thought that Xin Feng had already been extremely impressive when he gave Shenjialan a 18,888 tip at the bar. But when they heard the two loud voices coming from the massage hall, they realized that Xin Feng, who looked like the Hong Kong and Taiwanese star Liang Chaowei in his prime, was not only awesome, but also awesome to death. You have to know that that was 100,000 yuan per person, and Xin Feng casually swept it away with a wave of his hand. $100,000, almost as much as their annual salary. At this time, including the little bar girl shouting, the female staff of the imperial court, looking at Shenjialan's eyes, were almost envious of the fire. Even the cleaning lady who was sweeping the floor followed suit, carrying a mop and stomping her feet in anger. They wish they could be 40 years younger and get to know a guest like Qin Feng, who was so awesome. Brother Feng, did you just give us each 100,000 yuan in Alipay? Shinjialan stared at the extra 100,000 yuan in her Alipay account, and for a moment, she couldn't believe it was real. It wasn't until she rubbed her eyes and carefully checked her Alipay balance 3 times in a row that she was sure she was seeing what she thought she was seeing. She was sure that what she saw was real. Just now, she had received a transfer of 100,000 yuan from Qin Feng in her Alipay account. Overjoyed, Shinjialan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately added Qin Feng's Alipay account. The more she looked at the user with Liang Chaowei's avatar, the happier she became. She sighed, wondering if her ancestors' graves were smoking that night. After wandering around the night scene for so many years, she finally met Qin Feng, the prince charming in her dreams who could save her life. Shinjialan deeply understood that the amazing 118,888 yuan that Qin Feng gave her that night would have a qualitative improvement on her life. Not only will her rent and credit card bills be taken care of, but she will also be able to pay for her brother's kidney dialysis. On the other hand, although Mei didn't need money as much as Shinjialan, she was also not rich. She was also overjoyed at the more than 100,000 yuan that Qin Feng transferred to her that night. Seeing the extra 100,000 yuan in her Alipay account, Mei knew that she would finally be able to buy the designer cosmetics she had always wanted. A Cartier watch that costs 50,000 yuan is also available. At this moment, the two women both realized one thing. That is, one of the two of them wants to trap Qin Feng, but that is simply impossible. Because in this world, some people's lives are destined to belong to the vast sea of stars. They will never stop for a tree or a flower. There is no doubt that, in addition to the two of them, Qin Feng will meet many more girls in the future. What they need to do is to work together to keep a part of Qin Feng's heart with them. Thinking of this, Mei and Shinjialan both took a deep breath, looked up, and looked at each other. They jointly determined this strategic goal. At this very moment, the two women, who had been fighting over Qin Feng's ownership, stood on the same side. Jialan, go and find me a technician's uniform. We'll keep Feng company tonight. After the massage, we'll go to the food stall next door and drink with Brother Feng until we're drunk. Mei suddenly stood up from the massage chair, imitating Shinjialan, and came behind Qin Feng to massage his shoulders. Good, Mei, wait for me. Brother Feng, don't be fooled by Mei's karaoke background. She's a great masseuse, not much worse than a professional. Shinjialan, who had just confirmed a united front with Mei, immediately nodded and smiled at the two of them. Then she quickly brought Mei a set of technician clothes that looked exactly like hers. A black short dress and a pair of black low-heeled pumps. Mei, the dressing room is next to you. You can change inside. After you change, we can give Feng a massage together. After handing Mei her clothes and shoes, Shinjialan pointed to the dressing room next to her. She said that after Mei changed her clothes there, she could come over and give Qin Feng a massage with her. No one else is here. I'll just change here. Brother Feng, wait a moment, I'll be quick. It wouldn't be professional if I didn't change into this outfit. Unexpectedly, after receiving the clothes and shoes, Mei sighed and shook her head at Shinjialan, saying, she said that there was no other man in the massage parlor except Qin Feng, so she could change here. Then she sat down on the massage chair next to her and started working. Hey, Mei, you'd better change in the dressing room. Qin Feng turned his head and just wanted to persuade Mei to change inside, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw that Mei had already taken off the white short-sleeved shirt she was wearing. Then he quickly turned his head away, not wanting to look at her. I didn't expect that Mei really didn't treat him as an outsider, and she could even change clothes next to him. It seems that the 200,000 yuan he just gave the two of them to pay for the Alipay was indeed not wasted. It suddenly brought him closer to the two women. However, what Qin Feng found more puzzling was that, in theory, after his series of operations from the inside out, Shinjialan's admiration for him should have already reached the standard. But the system did not give him a reminder, which was quite unexpected for Qin Feng. You see, the system he obtained not only allows him to get 10 times the cashback for his spending in the nightclub. Even after the girls in the nightclub reached his love value, he could also get extra rewards. For example, when he was spending money at the moon, after Mei reached his primary and secondary love values, the system gave him 2 rewards, master-level singing ability and full-level athletic ability. He felt that as long as Shinjialan, the manager of the Imperial Court lobby, was not heartless at this moment, she had been moved by him in some way. At the very least, his primary affection level should have already reached the target. But the system prompt did not come to his mind. Xin Feng couldn't help but wonder if his system was broken. Congratulations, host, the nightclub girl Shinjalan has reached your primary love value. Get a Mercedes-Benz A99999 license plate. It is now parked in the parking lot of the Emperor's Pavilion. Please collect it yourself. Just when Xin Feng was feeling puzzled, at that moment, a strong system prompt suddenly came from his mind. Chapter 28, the most powerful car in the entire harbor, without a doubt. Hearing this voice, Xin Feng felt as if an electric current had run through his entire body, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was not for any other reason, but because the words the system had just spoken to him were not ordinary. He had just heard that because the nightclub girl Shinjalan had reached the standard for his primary love value, an additional system reward had been triggered for him. And this reward is also quite a big deal for him. It can be said that it is a weapon for him to show off in the nightclub and even outside the nightclub. That is, a Mercedes-Benz G63 with a Hong Kong A99999 license plate. You know, if it were just a G63 with a full tank of gas and a full tank of adrenaline, it would be enough to make anyone's heart race. After all, it is a top-of-the-line off-road vehicle worth more than 3 million yuan, the dream of every man. The one that the system rewards him with is not just an ordinary G63. The most dazzling and most awesome thing is the license plate hanging on its body. Hong Kong A99999. As one of the three major cities in the mainland of China, who can own a license plate starting with N the number 99,999? That is definitely the most dazzling existence. Xin Feng used to envy those people who had license plate numbers with 3 8s and 3 9s. I used to fantasize that one day, when I had a car, I could also have a top-notch license plate number for my car. It doesn't have to be too awesome. If he could have 3 3s, he would be satisfied. But he never imagined that the most powerful license plate in the entire harbor, Hong Kong A99999, would fall to him, a former poor student. It really makes Xin Feng sigh. Life is unpredictable. What a big surprise. What's wrong, Feng? Are we massaging you comfortably? At this moment, Mei Mei, who was massaging Xin Feng with Shinjalan, also noticed Xin Feng's change in mood and hurriedly asked Xin Feng with a smile while massaging him. She thought that Xin Feng was happy because she had joined in, so she couldn't help but smile. It feels great. After hearing Mei Mei's words, Xin Feng also raised his head and replied to the latter with a smile. In fact, how the two nightclub girls, Mei Mei and Shinjalan, gave him a massage was not something Xin Feng cared about. What really made Xin Feng happy was the Mercedes-Benz G63 that the system had just rewarded him with. Originally, Xin Feng wanted to go directly to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store tomorrow morning to pay the full price for an E300, and then drive it to the entrance of the University of the Harbor to show off. But he never expected that the system would reward him with a 300,000+ yuan Mercedes-Benz G63 in one step, and even give him such a top-notch license plate. How could he not be deeply happy? He was not only happy, he was so happy that he almost flew. The system also said that the Mercedes-Benz G63 with the license plate A99999 was parked in the parking lot in front of the Imperial Court. As a result, he couldn't wait to go out and enjoy the infinite charm of his own car. Then Xin Feng reached into his right pocket and felt inside. Because at the same time the system gave him a hint, Xin Feng felt that there was something extra in the right pocket of his jeans. Although he had not seen the object, Xin Feng guessed that the object in his pocket was most likely the legendary Mercedes-Benz G63 car key. When Xin Feng took out the object in his pocket and glanced at it without Mei Mei and Shinjalan noticing, he was shocked to discover that it was indeed the case. A Mercedes-Benz car key with the 3 dazzling letters AMG engraved on it appeared in front of him. There is no doubt that at this moment, he, Xin Feng, has officially become the proud owner of a Mercedes-Benz AMG. From this moment on, he officially closed the gap with Yang Fan, the rich second generation who stole his girlfriend and drove a BMW 5 Series. The gap between them has widened by an unknown number of grades. Not only the Mercedes-Benz G63 worth more than 300 million yuan, but also the Hong Kong A99999 license plate worth more than 10 million yuan, have made Yang Fan unable to touch his heels from now on. Xin Feng couldn't wait to drive his car to the entrance of the University of Hong Kong and slap Yang Fan and that bitch Lu Yu in the face in front of everyone. Well, Mei Mei, Jolin, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. If you two have time, let's have a late-night snack together, and then I'll take you home. We'll get together again tomorrow night. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately sat up, interrupting the massage he was receiving from the two women, raised his hand, looked at the genuine Casio watch on his wrist, which cost 1,000 yuan, and smiled at the two women. He said that his shopping trip at the Imperial Pavilion was almost over, because he couldn't wait to go out to the parking lot at the door and meet his Mercedes-Benz. Of course there is time. No matter where Brother Feng wants to go next, we will accompany him to the end. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Shinjialan and Mei Mei were stunned at first, looked at each other, and then immediately turned their heads and said excitedly to Qin Feng in unison. Just now, the two of them were giving Qin Feng a massage, and they didn't expect Qin Feng to suddenly propose the next game, which was also a surprise to the two of them. But it doesn't matter, no matter where it is, for Shinjialan and Mei Mei, these two girls from the nightclub, it's all good. As long as they can continue to accompany Qin Feng, they will be satisfied. Okay, then you two change clothes, I'll go downstairs to settle the rest of the bill, and then we'll go to the next game. Qin Feng then bent down to put on his white sneakers and socks. What he didn't expect was that the two nightclub girls didn't give him the chance at all. One of them picked up a pair of sneakers and socks and dressed Qin Feng up as quickly as possible. No, I can do it myself. Although Qin Feng said he could do it himself, he sat on the massage chair and didn't move, enjoying the sight of Mei Mei and Shinjialan putting on his shoes. For the first time in his life, Qin Feng was being given shoes and socks by a woman other than his own mother. Even his previous girlfriends had never done that for him. How should I describe this feeling? It's not exactly a great feeling, but it's definitely pretty amazing. It was the kind of feeling that you want to have a second time. But the second time, Qin Feng didn't want the two girls to do it for him. He was going to meet two more girls from the nightclub. It's not that Qin Feng is fickle. It's just because the system has set him up this way. He can't change it. He can only accept it with a smile. As the saying goes, for the sake of life, he doesn't want to shake his head, but he has to do it. Chapter 29, The Shocked Owner of the Imperial Court. At the same time, the female technicians who were watching from the door curtain of the massage hall on the second floor of the Imperial Court also rushed down the stairs as soon as they saw Qin Feng preparing to leave. More than 20 female technicians stood in 2 rows at the entrance of the first floor, waiting respectfully for Qin Feng to come down. 2 young men in suits with shrimp tattoos also stood among them, breathing heavily and nervously. In fact, it was already close to 3 a.m. on September 2nd. At this time, if it were any other day, the female technicians in the store would have already finished work. But today is an exception. Because of Qin Feng's arrival, everyone, one by one, stayed behind instead of leaving, choosing to wait for Qin Feng in the store. Although they knew that they would not be able to accompany Qin Feng today, it did not mean that they would not be able to accompany him in the future. As long as Qin Feng continues to spend money at the Imperial Court, they will have the opportunity to win such an awesome customer. What's going on? What are you all doing? It's already this late, why haven't they gone home yet? At this moment, the door to the boss's office on the first floor slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in his early 40s with a briefcase, a shaved head, and a beer belly walked out. This person is named Song Chang, the major shareholder of the Emperor's Court and the boss. He also has a presence on Harbor Road. Today, he has nothing to do, so he came to the store to wait for a while and supervise the female technicians in the store to see if they are working hard. When Qin Feng came in earlier, Song Chang had been sitting in his office, shut the door and playing the popular mobile game King of Glory with great enthusiasm. He knew nothing about Qin Feng's arrival, and no one had informed him. Now it's time to go home, and the Emperor's Court should be closing. Song Chang is also getting ready to drive his $1 million Land Cruiser home. But as soon as he opened the office door and walked out, he saw that the female technicians who should have run away at this time in the past were all still there today, which was unheard of. All dressed up, they stood one by one at the entrance, their faces full of charming professional smiles, as if waiting for the arrival of some important person. At the moment he saw the scene, Song Chang thought he was playing the King of Glory game and had a headache. He rubbed his eyes several times to make sure what he saw was real. At the same time, he asked the crowd in great confusion. It wasn't until he heard the explanation from the waitress, shouting, that Song Chang realized that while he was hiding in the office playing the game, something so big had happened in the store. Do you know who that person is? Song Chang then frowned and asked Xiaoting in a very nervous tone. From what Xiaoting had just said, Song Chang learned that the guest who came today not only gave the lobby manager Shinjialan a tip of 18,888 yuan when he arrived at the store, but also. And in the massage hall on the second floor, he used Alipay to casually give Shinjalan and another nightclub girl 100,000 yuan each. Such a generous offer made Song Chang sure that the guest who came to the Emperor's Pavilion to spend the rest of the night was no ordinary person. It is very likely that he is a big shot in the harbor. Although he is the owner of the Emperor's Court, there is no doubt that Song Chang also has the determination to climb even higher. He really wanted to use the Emperor's Court to get to know the top-level powerful people in the harbor, so as to improve his connections and status in the harbor. But the problem is that for so long, he hasn't really met any decent guests. But from Shouting's description, a strong feeling arose in Song Chang's heart. He felt that the guest who came to spend at the Emperor's Pavilion today was the good brother he had longed for, who could further improve his status in the harbor. I'm not sure, but it seems like he hasn't been to our restaurant before. He's quite young, in his 20s. But one thing is for sure, he is definitely a big spender. I have worked in this restaurant for a long time, but this is the first time I have seen a customer spend so much money. After a moment of thought, Shouting said to Song Chang with great solemnity. Song Chang also nodded after hearing this. A customer who can spend 100,000 to 200,000 yuan at one go is definitely not an ordinary person. Although more than 200,000 yuan is not a lot of money. But spending 200,000 yuan on a bottle of water is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. They'll be here soon. Everyone, don't leave yet. I'll wait here too. We'll leave after this customer leaves. Song Chang then continued, go ahead and charge the little waitress, Shouting. As the owner of the Imperial Court, he decided to wait with the other staff members for the mysterious guest to come down. When Song Chang heard from Shouting that the guest was only in his 20s, he felt a wave of disappointment. Not for anything else, but because in his opinion, a young man in his early 20s, no matter how cool he is, can only be so cool. He would have preferred a guest upstairs who was about the same age as him, in his 40s or 50s. Only a guest of this age could be a big shot in the harbor. But it doesn't matter, because this young man might be the son of a big shot in the harbor. If he could get to know this top-notch second-generation rich kid, it would be a great thing for him. On the other side, Xin Feng, surrounded by Shinjalan and Mei Mei, was walking down the stairs from the second floor of the Emperor's Pavilion, laughing and talking. Xin Feng was seen holding one of them in each arm, supporting their shoulders with his hands. Xin Feng was not doing this to take advantage of the two. After all, Xin Feng is a proper gentleman. The main reason is that he had a bit too much to drink while playing on the moon. Although he had already sobered up after going up and down the Emperor's Pavilion 13 times. But for safety's sake, Xin Feng still wanted to hold on to the two of them to prevent him from falling down the stairs if he missed his step. The two women naturally accepted Xin Feng's behavior. Not only were they happy to accept it, they were practically begging for it. For them, being hugged by Xin Feng, a man who looks like Hong Kong and Taiwan star Liang Chaowei in his prime and has a lot of money in his pocket, is truly a lifetime of happiness. When Xin Feng arrived at the second-floor balcony, he couldn't help but be surprised when he caught a glimpse of the first-floor lobby of the Emperor's Court. He saw more than 20 well-dressed female technicians and 2 male receptionists all standing at the door with smiles on their faces, their eyes fixed on him, waiting for him to come down. Seeing this scene, Xin Feng was also quite surprised for the first time. But this surprise only lasted for a second. After all, he deeply understood that from now on, this situation would be the norm for his nightclub spending. It really is true that the saying is true. Money can make ghosts turn the grindstone. That's exactly what it means. There is no problem. Not a single mistake. Chapter 30, after deducting expenses, everyone gets 1,000 yuan. Welcome, Brother Feng, to the downstairs. I wish you a good night's sleep. When Xin Feng appeared at the bar on the first floor of the Emperor's Pavilion, holding Mei Mei and Shinjalan in his arms, the more than 20 female technicians waiting at the door immediately bowed to Xin Feng with the utmost respect, and said in the most solemn tone they could muster. Even Song Chang, who was standing next to him, followed suit and smiled broadly, looking at Xin Feng. At this moment, Xin Feng's eyes touched Song Chang's body, and after looking at the latter up and down, he had already guessed the identity of the other person, and it was most likely the owner of the Imperial Court. Judging from Song Chang's age and appearance, he was definitely not an ordinary staff member. Brother Chang, you're still working this late? Brother Feng, this is our store owner, Song Chang. Shinjalan was also quite surprised to notice Song Chang, and quickly introduced him to Xin Feng with a smile. Hello. How are you, brother? Are you satisfied with the service provided by the Emperor's Pavilion tonight? After Xinjialan's introduction, Song Chang extended his right hand and smiled as he tried to shake Qin Feng's hand. In Song Chang's eyes, he had already defined Qin Feng as a rich second-generation heir in the harbor city. The reason why he can spend so extravagantly is because he has an extremely powerful father or mother behind him. Although Song Chang admired such people, he also looked down on them in his heart. However, when Song Chang gradually learned about Qin Feng's identity as a member of the extremely wealthy first generation, he realized that his own knowledge was too shallow. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. The college student in his early 20s standing in front of him was the strongest king in the entire harbor city, without a doubt. Not bad. I'll buy the rest of the order and then leave. I'll come back tonight to play some more. Qin Feng nodded, reached out his hand, took out his Longwei cell phone from his pocket, and replied lightly. He didn't shake hands with Song Chang, the owner of the imperial court. If it were in the past, the boss of a certain nightclub would have been happy to shake his hand. He would definitely greet him with a smile and save the other person's face. But now, it is really not necessary. Indeed, with his current strength, there is no need to give anyone face. He can give respect to the women in the nightclub because he also needs to get cashback and additional system rewards from them. But for others, it depends on his mood. Well, Xiaoting will calculate the bill for this guest, and then discount it by a zero, don't count so much. Seeing that Qin Feng did not pay attention to him, Song Chang was also quite surprised. He retracted his right hand and turned to the bar girl and said. At the same time, he felt that Qin Feng was extraordinary. He may be no ordinary person. You know, in the past, other customers who came to the Emperor's Pavilion, regardless of their size or whether they were arrogant or not, would show a respectful attitude after learning that he was the owner of the Emperor's Pavilion. But this young man is an exception. It seems that he doesn't take him seriously at all, the boss of the city's largest leisure massage place. Brother Phone, the tea set we have here is the most expensive one, just like you said. The original price is $38.88, you only need to pay $3,000. Xiaoting also handed the bill to Qin Feng as Song Chang had requested, and at the same time, she crossed out the zero. Ajk. Qin Feng did not pick up the bill, but just nodded and said. Then he opened the 295,588 text messages he had just received. If nothing unexpected happened, it was most likely the cashback from the Alipay rewards he had given to Xinjialan and Mei Mei. When he opened the text message interface, he was shocked to find that it was indeed the case. Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with the last 4 digits 4419 has just received a 100W transfer, and the current balance on the card is 1,256,949 yuan. Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with the last digit 4419 has just received a 100W transfer, and the current balance on the card is 2,256,949 yuan. Due to the extra rewards given to Xinjialan and Mei Mei, 2 nightclub girls, Qin Feng's bank card balance directly received a total of 200W in cash back. In the blink of an eye, he became a millionaire. It is true that Qin Feng had to sigh. It seems that he really has to speed up his money spending in the nightclub in the future, and strive to make his bank card balance break through the 100 million yuan mark as soon as possible. Then Qin Feng turned to open his WeChat interface and scanned the WeChat payment code on the bar counter at the Emperor's Court. WeChat payment, 30,000 yuan. The next second, a clear sound of payment notification came from the bar counter of the Emperor's Court. The moment he heard this sound, everyone in the first floor lobby of the Emperor's Court was stunned. Brother Phone, I just asked you to skin 3,000, how did you skin 30,000 for me? The little girl at the bar, shouting, widened her eyes and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, shouting in alarm. She suspected that she had not made herself clear, so Qin Feng had misunderstood her and transferred 30,000 yuan directly to her. The next second, Qin Feng's words came out calmly, and his operation just now was explained. It's getting late, you guys haven't finished yet. The 30,000 yuan, excluding the tea consumption this evening, the remaining 1,000 yuan per person will be considered as your tips. Then Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the nearly 20 female technicians behind him and said. Thank you, Brother Phone. Thank you, Brother Phone. Thank you, Brother Phone. The next second, the lobby on the first floor of the Emperor's Pavilion suddenly echoed with the excited voices of the girls thanking him. At this moment, the female technicians who had not served Qin Feng were indeed so happy that they were about to fly. Not for anything else, but because Qin Feng's operation just now was something they had never expected. Originally, they were standing here today, thinking about whether they could leave an impression on Chin Fong, so that when Chin Fong came back, they would have a chance to be chosen. But because they chose to delay their departure and wait for Chin Fong here, they all received a tip of 1,000 silver dollars. How could they not feel sincerely happy and joyful? Xiang Mei Mei and Jialin, you two wait here for a while. I'll go get the car, and then we'll go get some late-night snacks. Then Chin Fong waved to Jialin and Mei Mei and said with a smile. After that, he turned around and walked alone to the parking lot outside the Emperor's Pavilion. The reason Chin Fong chose to let Jialin and Mei Mei wait here while he went to get the car alone was that it was just because he didn't know where the G63 that the system had rewarded him was parked. Although the system clearly told him that this extremely powerful car was parked in the parking lot in front of the Emperor's Pavilion. But there is no accurate coordinate, and he still needs to find it himself for a while. After all, the parking lot at the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion is indeed not small. It would be embarrassing for Jialin and Mei Mei to see it. Chapter 31, Go Get My Land Cruiser. Brother Fong, we just drank so much at the moon, you shouldn't drive. We can just call a ride-hailing app. After hearing Chin Feng's words, Mei Mei was stunned at first, and then shouted at Chin Feng's back. After saying that, she pretended to chase Chin Feng. But she was stopped by Jialin. Then she gave her a big dirty look. In Jialin's opinion, since Chin Feng has a car, it would be perfect for them to take Chin Feng's car to dinner. Why bother to take a taxi? The quality of the food is not good at all. Although Chin Feng had drunk a lot of wine with Mei Mei on the moon, after so long, Chin Feng's hangover was already almost gone. There was absolutely no problem driving. Jialin, can you do it? After hearing this, Mei Mei turned her head and asked Jialin with a worried look on her face. She also knew that Chin Feng had almost sobered up and could definitely drive. But the problem is, what she is really worried about is not this, but that she is afraid Chin Feng will leave them behind and run away. Because she felt that Chin Feng didn't have a car at all. After all, she knew that when Chin Feng left the moon, he took a ride-hailing car. How could his car be parked in the parking lot of the Imperial Court? So she suspected that Chin Feng's story was just a lie to fool him. Once Chin Feng leaves, he may not come back. Don't worry, Mei Mei, Feng is definitely not that kind of person. He will definitely come back. After she had expressed her worries to Jialin, the latter shook her head resolutely. She said that Chin Feng would never lie to them, and since he had promised to come back, he would definitely come back. Okay then. After hearing this, Mei Mei nodded, but she couldn't help but feel a wave of worry. She looked out into the parking lot of the Imperial Pavilion, hoping that Chin Feng would really be able to come back later. Xiao Wu, go get my Land Cruiser. On the other side, after learning that Chin Feng was going to get the car, the owner of the Imperial Court, Song Chang, also took out the car keys in his pocket and handed them to the doorman in the store. He told him to immediately bring his $1 million Land Cruiser and park it in front of the Imperial Court. Song Chang's intention was obvious, to compare his car with Chin Feng's. After seeing Chin Feng just now, Song Chang felt that Chin Feng didn't seem so awesome, judging from his appearance and the more than 1,000 yuan Longwei mobile phone he was using. It is very likely that his true identity is a college student who uses a credit card to buy a fancy car. In that case, his car must not be any better. Out of anger that Chin Feng had not shaken his hand, Song Chang decided to wait until Chin Feng drove the car to the door and then take the opportunity to humiliate him. Because in Song Chang's opinion, poor students like Chin Feng who borrow money to show off will definitely not come again after spending once at the Imperial Court. In the following years, Chin Feng would probably be on his way to paying back the money. Song Chang thought so, and decided to do so later. In front of everyone, he would expose Chin Feng's fake rich kid identity. Soon, the doorman parked his white coal road at the main entrance of the Imperial Court. Now he was waiting for Chin Feng to drive up in his own car. According to Song Chang's initial judgment, the car Chin Feng will drive here later is most likely an Audi S6 or a BMW 5 Series. It's worth 300 yuan a day. It could even be a 150 yuan a day Volkswagen Passat, which is not possible. And there is no doubt that Song Chang feels that with Chin Feng's appearance and the mobile phone he uses, it is impossible that he is a car owner. He had just rented a car early and was taking the girls out to show off. At this moment, when they heard that Chin Feng had gone to the parking lot to pick up the car, the female technicians, who had already finished work, totaling more than 20, all of them, one by one, had no choice but to stay. They still stood at the door in the same position, respectfully, and kept their eyes on the door. Because they were also very curious about what kind of car a guest like Chin Feng, who was so generous, drove. From the car that Chin Feng will drive in later, they can feel Chin Feng's wealth. And there is no doubt that there is nothing that can better demonstrate a man's status and financial strength than his car. On the other side, when Chin Feng arrived at the parking lot at the entrance to the Emperor's Pavilion, he carefully searched for his car. He looked up and carefully scanned the area while pressing the keys to his Mercedes-Benz AMG. Soon, he found his Mercedes-Benz G63, which cost more than 300 million yuan, in a corner of the parking lot. When he saw the pure black Mercedes-Benz G63, Chin Feng's whole body suddenly trembled, and a surge of blood rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Not for anything else, just because this car is so handsome. When Chin Feng saw a G63 on the street in the past, he also fantasized that one day he would be able to drive such a car down the street. Now, he has realized this long-lost dream. As Chin Feng got closer to the car, his heart began to race. Especially when he caught a glimpse of the license plate hanging from the front and back of the car, he was so excited that he almost flew off the ground. Hong Kong A99999. The most powerful license plate in the entire harbor, the license plate of the 5 emperors, is hanging on this car. It is really the ultimate. The entire row is filled. It couldn't be more full. Chin Feng then pointed the AMG car key in his hand at the car in front of him, and then carefully pressed the unlock button. The next second, the Mercedes-Benz with the license plate A99999 hanging on it flashed its 4 lights and made a BY sound, successfully starting up. Then Chin Feng went to the driver's seat, pulled open the door and sat in. Listening to the sound of the door closing like a loaded gun, Chin Feng's heart trembled again. Sitting in the driver's seat, looking at the luxurious center console, Chin Feng was even more excited. He couldn't wait to drive this beast of a car and take it for a spin. At this moment, he saw several main documents under the car. When he opened the driver's license, he saw his name staring at him. Chin Feng. At this moment, Chin Feng wanted to give a thumbs up to the super counterattack system he had. Whether or not he said it, the system was indeed a bit considerate. It's not just intimate, it's simply the ultimate in intimacy. The car he was about to drive was not a black car that the system had found somewhere. It is a genuine vehicle registered in his name. Even if he drives it to the ends of the earth, there is no problem. Thinking about this, Chin Feng did not hesitate and immediately pressed the start button on the Mercedes-Benz. Boom! The entire car roared like a fierce horse. Chapter 32, I thought it would be awesome, but I didn't think it would be this awesome. September 2nd, 3 a.m. Chin Feng sat in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz, started the car, and drove from the parking lot to the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion. Jialin, why hasn't Feng come back yet? Could it be that he left you two behind? On the other side, because Chin Feng was looking for a car in the parking lot and was delayed, he didn't come back for a long time. The little girl at the bar of the Imperial Court, Xiaoting, couldn't help but ask Jialin next to her. Yes, in my opinion, that young man named Chin Feng is most likely a poor student. The money he spent on you was borrowed from the internet. It's so satisfying to run away after you've made a fool of yourself. I just don't know if he's having this much fun when he's paying back the loan. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the hostess called Xiaowu, who had just picked up Song Chang's car, was angry because he had not received a tip from Chin Feng, so he yelled loudly in the lobby on the first floor. After he finished speaking, there was an uproar among the more than 20 female technicians in the Emperor's Pavilion. Not for anything else, but because these people also felt that what Xiaowu said seemed to make sense. Although Chin Feng was generous, but looking at his clothes and the more than 1,000 yuan Longwei mobile phone he was carrying, these technicians didn't feel that Chin Feng was particularly wealthy. It seems that it is possible that he is really a poor student in disguise. Plus, Chin Feng had been gone for a long time getting his car from the parking lot at the entrance, and had not returned. The female technicians couldn't help but wonder if Chin Feng even had a car. Or did he really leave Jialin and Mei Mei behind and run away? Okay, don't wait any longer. Those who should go home should go home. I think that kid must have run away. At this time, Song Chang, the owner of the Imperial Court, couldn't help but stomp his feet and said angrily. He signaled the technicians in the shop to go home and find their own mothers. Song Chang felt that Chin Feng would not be coming back. Originally, Song Chang had planned to wait for Chin Feng to pick up the car, and then compete with Qin Feng for the car in front of all the girls at the entrance of the Imperial Court. Who would have thought that the latter would not give him this opportunity? He couldn't help but feel a bit lonely. He felt as if he had missed out on a billion yuan. After all, the female technicians in the Imperial Court store, one by one, all regarded him as an idol, and the most admired man was Song Chang. But he never expected that, due to Qin Feng's arrival, these people suddenly changed their object of worship, and they didn't care about him as the boss at all. They all cast admiring glances at Qin Feng. Even Shinjalan, the lobby manager he had been chasing for a long time, personally went down to serve Qin Feng as a technician. Plus, he had just offered to shake hands with Qin Feng, but Qin Feng didn't even acknowledge him. Everything made him want to expose Qin Feng's fake rich kid identity in front of everyone. At this moment, after hearing everyone's words, even the two girls involved, Shinjalan and Mei Mei, were more or less confused. It's not for anything else, just because they have been waiting for a long time, but they have not seen Qin Feng return. This also made the two girls doubt him greatly. Could it be that Qin Feng really left them behind? In fact, there was no car at all. The words Qin Feng just said to them were just lies made up by men for their own vanity. The two women then looked at each other, their eyes full of disillusionment. At this moment, a loud engine roar suddenly came from outside the Emperor's pavilion, followed by a huge flash of light shining from the dark doorway. Changgu, it seems like that kid is here. At the same time, Xiao Wu, the receptionist at the Emperor's pavilion, also ran to the door, looked forward, and shouted at the house. Although Xiao Wu saw a car speeding towards the entrance of the Imperial Court from the parking lot, he really couldn't see what kind of car it was. After all, the other car's headlights were too dazzling, blinding him so much that he couldn't even open his eyes, let alone see what kind of car it was. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, all the staff of the Imperial Court, including Song Chang and Xiao Ting, pushed open the door and came out at this moment. Everyone wanted to see if the person who was coming was Qin Feng. If it really was Qin Feng, they couldn't wait to see what kind of car he was driving. Is it as awesome as he spends money? Jalan, let's go out and take a look. Mei Mei also took Shinjalan's hand and walked briskly outside. As soon as she heard the sound of the powerful engine outside, she felt that it might be Qin Feng. Because she deeply believes in one thing, and that is, Qin Feng will not lie to her. Although she had not known Qin Feng for long, she was sure that Qin Feng was different from all other men. This man doesn't use flowery language, and all his feelings are expressed through actions. He doesn't deliberately act like a show-off, but whenever he does, he's sure to amaze everyone. After everyone in the house rushed to the door, Qin Feng also drove the G63 that the system had rewarded him with to the entrance of the Imperial Court. When Qin Feng's Mercedes-Benz with the license plate A99999 appeared in front of everyone, there was an ear-splitting cry of surprise at the entrance of the Imperial Court. Everyone's eyes were wide open, their mouths wide open, looking at the car in front of them, overwhelmed. Before this, some female mechanics who liked and believed in Qin Feng had some guesses in their hearts. They felt that Qin Feng's car might be extraordinary. But they never imagined it would be so extraordinary. It was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth more than 3 million yuan. And the best part is that the car is registered with the Hong Kong license plate A99999, the most powerful license plate in the entire harbor. At this moment, all the female technicians could not find the words to describe Qin Feng's status in their hearts. He is definitely a big brother. He is not just a big brother, he is the biggest big brother, the kind that no one can match. Holy cow, Chang, this kid drives such a badass car? Even Xiao Wu, the receptionist who had just been suspicious of Qin Feng, now had eyes as big as an ox, his face full of disbelief, and he said to the owner of the Emperor's pavilion next to him. As a receptionist at the city's largest leisure and entertainment club, Xiao Wu thought he had seen too many luxury cars. He sees dozens of Mercedes, BMWs, Autos, and BYDs every day. He was numb to luxury cars. He felt that no matter what luxury car he saw, his heart would not be stirred. But he had to say it, Qin Feng's car almost made him fall to the ground in shock. In addition to the Mercedes-Benz G63 worth more than 300 million yuan, what shocked him even more was the license plate hanging from the car. Hong Kong A99999. Chapter 33, Get a Super Phone Number Reward. What the hell is this godly license plate number? In the past, when Xiao Wu saw license plates with numbers like 3888 or 3999 at the entrance to the Emperor's Court, he always thought that the owner was a real big shot. They were definitely the big shots of the harbor. But it wasn't until he saw Qin Feng's license plate that Xiaowu realized that those people in the past were nothing compared to Qin Feng. Not only did they pull the bubble, they pulled the bubble inside the bubble. The person sitting in this Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz is the real Big Brother. The kind of Big Brother that can be called a Big Brother. Song Chang, who was standing not far from Xiaowu, was also dumbfounded at the moment. He kept swallowing his saliva and beads of sweat rolled down his face. He was filled with fear at the thought that had just occurred to him. He wondered what kind of nerve he had to have just tried to compete with Qin Feng, such a powerful and arrogant person, for a ride in front of the Emperor's pavilion. Fortunately, he didn't say what he was thinking in front of everyone, otherwise, he would be the biggest clown in the world. He had always thought that his Land Cruiser, which cost more than $1 million, was a pretty awesome car. The license plate number on the rear of his car, which had 3 threes, was also very impressive, and wherever he drove it, it was a dazzling presence. But it wasn't until he saw Qin Feng's Mercedes-Benz G63 that Song Chang realized that he and his Land Cruiser were absolute clowns. It was not even worthy of being parked next to Qin Feng's Mercedes-Benz G63. If they were parked together, his Land Cruiser wouldn't last a second, it would be killed in an instant. Damn, this handsome guy's car is too awesome, especially his license plate number. It is simply the most awesome car I have ever seen in the harbor, without a doubt. Yeah, what does this handsome guy do? Could it be the son of a big shot in the harbor? I don't know, I guess it's very possible. At this moment, among the 20 or so female technicians at the Emperor's Pavilion, there was also a heated discussion. Everyone was stunned by Qin Feng's car and began to stutter. To put it plainly, this group of technicians had also gone out with customers in the past, eating and doing all sorts of things. They have also ridden in the cars of their customers. When they first sat in those BBA cars, they felt like they were the best. But when they saw Qin Feng's car, they realized that they had been too ignorant. If they had met a guest like Qin Feng, who was riding in a Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G63, they would have gone out with Qin Feng for free. At the moment, the female technicians were looking at Shinjalan with envy, wondering if Shinjalan's ancestral grave had been emitting smoke today. Otherwise, how could they be lucky enough to have Qin Feng's favor? After seeing Qin Feng's car, Shinjalan was also a little dumbfounded. She had just thought that Qin Feng was really like the little bar girl Xiaoting, and that he had secretly run away with Mei Mei, just as the receptionist Xiaowu had said. But she never imagined that Qin Feng would actually go get the car, and it was such a powerful car. This Mercedes-Benz G63 with the license plate in 99999 is the best in the entire harbor, whether it is the car itself or the license plate number. Not to mention the harbor, I'm afraid it can be ranked in the top 3 in the whole country. At this moment, Shinjalan was extremely curious about Qin Feng's identity. She couldn't wait to learn everything about Qin Feng. She wanted to know what this extremely mysterious boy did and what his background was. The nightclub girl Mei Mei felt the same way. Although she believed in Qin Feng and thought that the latter would not leave the two of them behind and run away secretly, as others had said. But although Mei Mei had thought that Qin Feng might have a car, she had never imagined that it would be such a flashy car. And Qin Feng is so low-key that he didn't drive it directly to the last moon, but chose to park it at the entrance to the Emperor's Pavilion. It is indeed extremely low-key. He never pretends to be cool. She absolutely adores such a man. There is no doubt that after seeing Qin Feng's Hong Kong A99999 car, the admiration of the two nightclub girls, Mei Mei and Shinjalan, for Qin Feng has increased by another level. Congratulations, the nightclub girl Shinjalan has reached the intermediate level of affection for the host, and has now received 188, 8889, and 9,999 super mobile phone rewards. It has been automatically saved in the host's phone, so there is no need to retrieve it. At this moment, a sudden and urgent system prompt came from Qin Feng's mind. At the moment he heard the sound, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, but then he understood what was going on. It turned out that the nightclub girl Shinjalan's affection for him had once again reached the required level, allowing him to continue to receive additional system rewards. What did the system just say? He had received a reward for a super mobile phone number with 1, 5, 8, and 5 nines? Thinking about what the system had just said to him, Qin Feng couldn't help but jump again. Not for anything else, because in his opinion, the 188, 8889, 9999 phone card that the system had just rewarded him with was not inferior in terms of its awesomeness to the Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz. You see, it is a mobile phone number with only 3 digits. The appearance is also full. It was so full that it couldn't be stretched any further. How could he not feel a heartfelt excitement? Qin Feng couldn't wait to open his phone and take a look. He found that there was suddenly an extra SIM card in the second slot of his phone, which was originally empty. If nothing goes wrong, it's most likely the super phone card that the system has rewarded him with. Brother Feng, can we two get on the bus? Let's go eat something, I'm a little hungry. At this moment, the words that Mei Mei said to him outside the window of the car interrupted his thoughts and brought him back to reality. Get in the car. You two sit in the back. Qin Feng then unlocked the rear door of the Mercedes-Benz, but not the passenger seat. After all, there is only one passenger seat. He could tell that the two nightclub girls, Mei Mei and Shinjalan, both wanted to sit in the passenger seat of the car. After all, there is only one passenger seat, and there is no room for two girls. Unless one of them hugged the other. But it's not necessary, so why not just sit in the back? Oh, that's fine. After hearing Qin Feng's words, the two women nodded in frustration, their faces covered with disappointment, and opened the back door of the car and got in. They had thought that Qin Feng would choose one of them to sit in the passenger seat. In their opinion, that person must be themselves. But they didn't expect Qin Feng to let them both sit in the back row. It was indeed a surprise to the two of them. Chapter 34 Luyu, who is this? He's too awesome. But it doesn't matter. Being able to sit in Qin Feng's Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G-Class is already a lifetime of glory for them. From the very beginning, they have surpassed 99% of the girls in this world. Soon, the disappointment disappeared, and the faces of Mei Mei and Shinjalan were filled with excitement. They couldn't wait to take out their phones from their pockets and take selfies in the back of the limousine. Brother Feng, take care. Welcome to come and visit often. As Qin Feng was about to leave, Song Chang, the owner of the Emperor's Court, personally opened the way for Qin Feng. He stood next to the Big G and bowed down, saying respectfully. Together with the more than 20 female technicians in the store, they all bent down and shouted out loud slogans to bid farewell to Qin Feng. This scene happened to be seen by many passers-by. They took out their phones to take pictures and videos, and uploaded them to their own Douyin accounts. And it was accompanied by text. A big shot at the harbor spent the night at the Emperor's Court, and was seen off by all the staff, including the boss. This is absolute strength. The video gradually gained momentum on Douyin at around 3 a.m. on September 2nd. Honey, look at this. This is awesome. Who is that? At the same time, at the entrance of the Harbor Hotel next to the Emperor's Pavilion, a woman in the passenger seat of a white BMW also noticed this scene. She looked at the direction of the Imperial Court with sparkling eyes, and asked the man in the driver's seat, who looked extremely weak with a shaved head. Her eyes were full of envy. She wanted to be Mei Mei and Shinjalan and become the woman sitting in Qin Feng's car. But she didn't know that she had this opportunity. And she didn't have to sit in the back seat of the car, she could have sat in the passenger seat. But she turned it down herself yesterday afternoon. And this person is none other than Qin Feng's ex-girlfriend, Luyu, who dumped him in front of everyone at the entrance of Harbor University yesterday afternoon. At this time, Luyu had just finished having sex with her new lover, a young rich man from Haigang, at the Haigang Hotel, the best hotel in Haigang, and was preparing to go downstairs to have some late-night snacks to replenish her energy, and then go upstairs to fight again. But she didn't expect to run into Qin Feng, who had just come out of the Emperor's Pavilion and was driving Mei Mei and Shinjalan to have some late-night snacks. But he didn't see Qin Feng himself, only his car. This must be a very important person in the harbor, and not just any important person. In the harbor, license plates like a 99999 are not something that ordinary people can have. Don't even think about it. With your looks, if you were to show up in front of someone, they wouldn't even look at you. Didn't you see how excited the two girls were when they just got into the back seat of the Big G? After hearing Luyu's words, Yang Fan, who was driving a BMW 5 Series, also looked up and looked at the front, saying with envy and jealousy. At the same time, he gave Luyu a wave. In fact, Yang Fan understood that with Luyu's looks, she had every chance of sitting in the back of the Big G with the two girls who had just gotten in. But in order to dispel Luyu's thoughts and make her stay by his side in the future, Yang Fan chose to say that. Don't worry, honey, she belongs to you alone. Even if the owner of that Big G just appeared in front of me, I wouldn't run over to say a word to him. Luyu saw that Yang Fan was jealous, so she quickly turned her body sideways, hugged him, and whispered intimately in his ear. The reason Luyu dared to say this was because she knew that she would probably never have the opportunity to meet the owner of that car in her lifetime. But what she didn't know was that she would soon meet the owner of that car. Sometimes fate is just that way. There is no reason, no reason. That's more like it. Since you've been behaving well, I'll take you to the best outdoor restaurant in the harbor, Fisherman's Wharf, for a meal. I'll reward you with some abalone and lobster. Yang Fan then started the car and drove Luyuech out of Fisherman's Wharf. My husband is great, I love you. Luyu was so excited that she kissed Yang Fan's cheek. At the same time, she felt more and more that yesterday at noon, at the entrance to the University of the Harbor, she had dumped Xin Feng in front of everyone, and it was simply the most correct choice she had ever made in her life. A dinner at Fisherman's Wharf, which costs tens of thousands of dollars, is probably something Xin Feng, a poor guy, can't afford in his whole life. Brother Feng, what should we eat now? How about going to the best outdoor restaurant in the harbor, Fisherman's Wharf? The lobsters there are big and delicious, but they are a bit expensive. Meanwhile, in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that had started up before Yang Fan's white BMW 5 Series, the backseat Mei pouted her lips and thought about what they should eat with Xin Feng later. She said that Fisherman's Wharf was very nice. Not only is the environment beautiful, but the food is also quite amazing. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Not for anything else, but because she actually doubted Xin Feng's spending power, saying that the Fisherman's Wharf was a bit expensive. Mei felt that it was okay to say expensive in front of any man in the world, but she could not mention this word to Xin Feng. After all, they had a deep appreciation for the situation Xin Feng had displayed today. He is absolutely a king. Every move Xin Feng made was a revelation to them. Fisherman's Wharf? Yes. Jolin, what do you think? After listening to Mei's words, Xin Feng nodded slightly and said. Then he looked through the rearview mirror and asked Shinjalin, who was standing next to Mei, for her opinion. If Shinjalin also thinks that Fisherman's Wharf is okay, then he will take the two of them to the best outdoor restaurant in the entire harbor, Fisherman's Wharf. Yes, it is, but... Shinjalin subconsciously wanted to say the same thing as Mei, but suddenly thought of something and quickly swallowed the rest of the words. Indeed, in front of Xin Feng, it is already somewhat inappropriate to mention the word expensive. Not to mention eating some seafood at Fisherman's Wharf, even if he bought the whole place, Shinjalin would still have complete faith in Xin Feng. She felt that the man sitting in the driver's seat of the big car was the most awesome man in the world, without a doubt. Okay, since Jolin agrees. Then let's go to Fisherman's Wharf. After hearing Shinjalin's words, Xin Feng immediately turned the car around and headed towards Fisherman's Wharf. Although it was already September 2nd, it was a little after 3 a.m., but at this time, there were still quite a few cars and pedestrians on Harbor Street, one of the three largest cities in Longwa. Everywhere Xin Feng's Mercedes-Benz A99999 went, passers-by would stop and stare. Some even took out their phones to take pictures of it. Chapter 35, Famous Internet Celebrity Who Came to Fisherman's Wharf to Visit the Store. And Xin Feng also gained a driving pleasure that he had never experienced in his life. That is, wherever his Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz G-Class went, no vehicles dared to cut in, no one dared to overtake him, and they even gave way to him and changed lanes to let him pass. At first, Xin Feng didn't quite understand. But after thinking about it for a while, he understood. Even if he were driving himself, if he encountered such a car on the road, he would probably have to do the same as these people. After all, it is a Mercedes-Benz with a license plate of Hong Kong A99999, which is worth more than 300 million yuan. Who knows who the owner of this car is and how much power and influence he has in the harbor? It is the unknown that makes people feel truly fearful. That's all I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with it, not a single problem. Imperial Capital Time, September 2nd, 3:10 a.m. Soon, with the powerful performance of the Mercedes-Benz and the aura of self-sacrifice, Xin Feng arrived at Fisherman's Wharf ahead of the BMW 5 Series. Although it was already past 3 a.m., there were still many diners at the Fisherman's Wharf. This restaurant by the river is full of a lively atmosphere. The guests at the small round tables were eating seafood, drinking wine, and playing the game of fist pumping, which was absolutely lively. There were even many internet celebrities broadcasting live here. Among the many internet celebrities, there was a woman wearing a white short dress, nearly 1.7 meters tall, with fair skin, a slender figure, and seductive grapefruit-colored lipstick on her lips, who was broadcasting live from the riverside of Fisherman's Wharf. This person is none other than the famous Douyin influencer Yichio. Whether it is the number of people watching Yichio's live broadcast, or the number of people taking photos and videos around her, it is the highest. Family, as you can see, it is already September 2nd, a little after 3 o'clock in the morning, but as the largest and best outdoor restaurant in the entire harbor, the diners at Fisherman's Wharf are still endless. Yichio held up the live streaming phone in her hand, smiling as she showed the live streaming audience of hundreds of thousands of netizens the lively atmosphere at Fisherman's Wharf. As a popular internet celebrity in Shanghai, Yichio came to the harbor to produce a travel program and increase her own traffic. The result was satisfactory for Yichio. From arriving at the harbor yesterday at noon to now, more than 3 a.m. the next day, the number of followers on her Douyin account has increased by nearly 100,000. And the number of people watching her live broadcast has never fallen below 300,000. This is indeed a new high for her live broadcast since she entered the internet. Yichio couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the harbor, a city in the mainland of China, can be ranked among the top 3 cities, and it is really her lucky place. Yichio was thinking that after arriving at Fisherman's Wharf tonight, could she set a new record in her live streaming career and strive to get the number of viewers in her live streaming room to exceed 500,000? After all, as a nationally renowned outdoor restaurant, the reputation of Fisherman's Wharf is extremely loud, and you can see all kinds of people here. Family, I looked around and found that there were no cars below 500,000 in the parking lot at the entrance to Fisherman's Wharf. The cheapest one is a Mercedes-Benz E300 worth 500,000 yuan. Then Yichio pointed the camera at the parking lot next to her, showing the netizens watching her live broadcast a variety of luxury cars parked at Fisherman's Wharf. After she finished this wave of operations, the popularity of her live broadcast room instantly increased by about 30,000 people. Seeing this, Yichio was even more excited. Knowing what the netizens like to see, Yichio took the live broadcast phone and walked into the parking lot to show the netizens the eye-catching models at Fisherman's Wharf. Soon, Yichio found a Lamborghini in the parking lot, and next to it was a red Ferrari. It seems that most of them are second-generation rich people who came together. The total value of these 2 cars is over 700,000 yuan. Family, I just searched the parking lot. Among the cars of the guests who came to Fisherman's Wharf tonight, the most expensive ones are this Lamborghini and the Ferrari next to it. The other cars are also extraordinary, many of them costing over $1 million. Such as the BMW 7 Series, Lexus 570 and other models. But in terms of price, they are not on the same level as the Lamborghini and Ferrari. It seems that these 2 guests are probably the richest people at Fisherman's Wharf tonight. Let's see if we can find a chance to interview these 2 rich guys. Yichio stood in front of the Ferrari and the Bull, adjusted the camera lens to the front, ran his hand through his hair, and smiled at the netizens in the live broadcast room. I plan to interview the owners of these 2 cars and make a program to further increase the attention of the live broadcast room. There is no doubt that when these 2 mysterious second-generation rich kids from the harbor appear in front of the camera, they will definitely make her live broadcast room more popular. Yichio thought so, and decided to do just that. Soon, several local netizens in her live broadcast room recognized the 2 cars. Sister Chiu. These 2 cars are the cars of 2 very well-known local rich kids in the harbor. The red Ferrari is owned by Zhang Jin, whose father is the boss of a listed company. And the big Bull is Ma Dong's. His mother owns a bathhouse, and almost half of the bathhouses in Harbor City are owned by his family. There's no problem, Sister Chiu, go interview them. These 2 second-generation kids are quite well known throughout the entire city. I'm sure that after Zhang Jin and Ma Dong appear in your live broadcast, your popularity will rise to a whole new level. Yes, Autumn, I've already seen them. The 2 guys with dyed red and green hair sitting at the VIP table at Fisherman's Wharf are Zhang Jin and Ma Dong. After receiving guidance from the netizens in the live broadcast room, Yichio also looked towards the VIP seats at the Fisherman's Wharf. Sure enough, she saw a guy with red hair and another with green hair. Both were in their 20s. They were smoking cigars and drinking red wine, surrounded by a group of young beauties. At the request of many netizens in the live broadcast room, Yichio then took the live broadcast phone and walked towards the 2 men. In the past, when Yichio was doing outdoor broadcasts, he would often interview passers-by and do some interview programs. Each episode was very popular and attracted a lot of attention. Yichio guessed that if Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, 2 top second-generation rich kids, agreed to appear on the show, it would surely explode her live broadcast room. For the sake of her popularity, Yichio gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, held the live broadcast phone, and resolutely walked towards the 2 of them. Although she knew that these two rich kids with red and green hair might be a bit difficult to deal with, she still chose to fight for the sake of traffic. Chapter 36, It's Really Thai Spicy. Soon, Yichio walked up to the two of them with her phone in hand. Hello, I am Yichio, a female internet celebrity on Douyin. I came to the harbor this time to do an interview program. All the netizens in my live broadcast room want me to interview you too. I don't know if you two are interested in appearing on camera? When Yichio arrived at the VIP seats at the Fisherman's Wharf where Zhang Jin and Ma Dong were, she first adjusted the camera to the front, not directly aiming at the two of them, and then politely asked the two local second-generation rich kids who were quite famous in the harbor with a smile. After listening to Yichio's words, Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, who were smoking and drinking and puffing, first looked at each other in surprise. Then they put down their wine glasses. Oh my, isn't this Yichio, the famous internet celebrity from Douyin? Why is she so elegant here in the harbor? Soon, Zhang Jin, who had dyed his hair red, recognized the woman in front of him and stood up from his chair, crossing his arms and speaking to Yichio in a casual manner. At this point, Zhang Jin had already drunk quite a bit, and after 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, he felt a bit lightheaded. Ma Dong, who was standing next to him, was not in a better condition either. Ah Chio, you can interview us, you've got the right people. No one in the harbor can compare to us in terms of appearance. If there is, I, Ma Dong, will eat shit in a handstand. Ma Dong stood up unsteadily, came to Yichio's side, and reached out to hug the other's shoulder, but was sidestepped by Yichio. Although Yichio chose to interview Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, two of the top second-generation rich kids in the harbor, for popularity and program effect. But in her heart, she didn't have any good feelings for these two, but rather, she was full of hatred. If it weren't for the popularity of the live broadcast, she wouldn't bother doing it. That said, I already know a little about your reputation in the harbor from the local netizens in the live broadcast room. The Lamborghini and Ferrari in the parking lot are yours, right? Yichio then adjusted the camera on her phone to point at the drunk Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, and asked with a smile. Of course. As I said, no one's cars in the harbor are as cool as ours. If there is, then Ma Dong and I will eat shit standing on our heads. Come on, Chio, sit down and have a drink. Zhang Jin patted his chest heavily and said, come on, let's drink. Shit. Guys. Look at the door. Shit. Harbor A99999. The number plate of the car is so awesome. I've never seen such a cool license plate in the harbor before. Which big shot is dining at the Fisherman's Wharf? After Yichio finished chatting with Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, he was so disgusted with the two that he decided to leave. At that moment, he heard a loud cry of surprise from a few tables nearby. All the diners looked in the direction of the entrance to the Fisherman's Wharf, and they all took out their phones and pointed the camera there. Hearing the cries of alarm, and seeing the reactions of the people, Yichio was first stunned, and then followed the crowd, looking in the direction of the entrance to the Fisherman's Wharf. The next second, Yichio's whole body instantly turned pale. It was because she clearly saw a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth more than 300 million yuan and bearing the license plate A999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999 attracting the attention of the entire audience. The small internet celebrities who were broadcasting live here also followed and surrounded the car, all pointing their cameras at it, blocking its path. Sorry, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Ma, I have a sudden emergency here, so our interview will end here today. I'll interview you two again when I have the chance next time. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Yi Qiu immediately reacted. He turned to Zhang Jin and Ma Dong, the two representatives of the top two rich families in the harbor, and expressed his apologies. Then he quickly left without hesitation. Hey, Yi Qiu, what's going on? The interview ended in less than a minute? Yes, you are too disrespectful to us, right? Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, who felt confused, shouted behind Yi Qiu. At first, when they saw Yi Qiu running over to interview them, the two brothers were so happy that they almost flew. Not for nothing, because they know a little bit about Yi Qiu, a famous female internet celebrity on Douyin. Her account has 15 million followers. She is beautiful and has a sweet voice, and is the object of countless male netizens' fantasies. Just now, Zhang Zhan and Ma Dong, two top second-generation rich kids from the harbor city, were thinking about whether they could get to know this famous female internet celebrity through today's interview. Then they would find an opportunity to take the other party to a hotel after the interview to do something. But what they never expected was that Yi Qiu's interview with the two of them ended before it even began. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. It was a few seconds faster than the speed of the two of them. It was indeed quite surprising. It was not only an accident, it was the ultimate accident. Holy shit! Jin and Dong, look, whose car is that? Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz. It's so cool. I have to post it on WeChat right away. It's really cool. Just as the two were still feeling confused, they suddenly heard 4 or 5 young girls in their 20s sitting next to them, dressed in revealing clothes, shouting. Then they took out their phones and pointed the camera at the entrance to the Fisherman's Wharf, their faces beaming with a look of ecstasy, their eyes almost glowing. What the hell? Can there be a car in the harbor that is more powerful than our two cars? That's definitely not possible. After hearing the girls' words, Zhang Zhan and Ma Dong immediately said angrily. These two rich kids had never heard anyone say that someone else's car was better than theirs before. The two men felt that the girls were just teasing them. They then turned their heads and looked in the direction of the entrance to the Fisherman's Wharf. They wanted to see what kind of car could make these bar girls who came out to play with them go crazy. Oh, shit. These cars are so cool. The next second, when the two of them saw the car parked at the entrance to Fisherman's Wharf, they immediately widened their eyes and mouths and muttered to themselves. They even started stuttering. When they saw the black Mercedes G63 with the license plate A99999, they both involuntarily shuddered. They felt that the alcohol they had drunk that night had cleared their heads by half. Not for anything else, but because it is said that the aura of this car is really too strong. Chapter 37, Make Way. Let the VIPs in. To be fair, the two of them felt that if it was just an ordinary G63, it wouldn't have had such a big impact on these two top-notch second-generation rich kids from the harbor city. After all, a G63 is worth no more than 3 million, which is not much different from the Lamborghinis and Ferraris they drive. The problem is the license plate hanging from the front and back of the G63. Hong Kong A99999. What kind of license plate is this? The entire harbor can be called the most powerful license plate, but it is actually hanging on a black G63? Although they are two of the top rich kids in the city, Ma Dong and Zhang Zhan had to admit that the moment they saw the G63, they were both extremely shocked. Not to mention the other ordinary citizens and internet celebrities present. They must have been scared to death. Drip, drip, drip. Regardless of whether these people were scared to death, Qin Feng, who had just driven to the entrance of Fisherman's Wharf, felt his first annoyance after owning this car. If he had been driving a normal car, he would have already driven into the Fisherman's Wharf. But he is not driving an ordinary car, but a Mercedes-Benz G63 with the license plate A99999. It has been almost a minute since he arrived at the entrance to the Fisherman's Wharf, but he is stuck here and can't move an inch. It wasn't the cars that were blocking him, but rather the crazy internet celebrities from all over the country who were here with their cell phones. As soon as they saw his car, they came running at top speed, blocking him in front of his car, taking pictures of his car with their phones. Some of them even leaned against the hood of the car and kept taking selfies. It was these people who made it impossible for him to move. He couldn't move forward at all. He could only sit in the driver's seat and honk the horn frantically. But these internet celebrities, who would stop at nothing to get traffic, would never pay any attention to his horn. They continued to take selfies and videos on their own. Qin Feng really had no choice in this situation. He could only take out the box of Red Dragon cigarettes that he had not finished smoking on the moon, which cost 7 yuan a box. He put one in his mouth and lit it silently. To be honest, this was the first time Qin Feng had felt troubled after obtaining the system. Although Qin Feng was somewhat troubled by this situation. On the other hand, Shenjialan and Mei Mei, the nightclub girls sitting in the back of the Mercedes, felt nothing but happiness. After all, girls in this world, no matter how big or small, beautiful or mediocre, all have some vanity in their hearts. There is no doubt that being with Qin Feng at this time has greatly satisfied their vanity. Not only were they satisfied, they were more than satisfied. The two bored people also picked up their phones and started taking selfies in the back seat. they aimed the camera at the people outside the Mercedes-Benz. After taking the photos, they posted them on their moments at midnight. And the text, "There's nothing I can do about it. Every time I go out with Finga, I have to face this situation. It's really a bit upsetting." Soon, the post they made in the circle of friends at midnight received a flurry of likes. Seeing these likes, the two girls, Mei Mei and Shinjalan, smiled even wider. Although they said it was sad, they were actually very happy inside. Make way! Make way! Let the VIPs in! Soon, the security team at Fisherman's Wharf was mobilized to deal with the emergency. Dozens of uniformed security guards, led by the bald-headed security manager, Dyson, who was carrying a big belly and wearing a suit, quickly mobilized. They used their batons to drive away the crazy internet celebrities. They cleared a path for Qin Feng's G63 to enter. Dyson, who was nearly 40 or 50 years old and had just become the security manager of Fisherman's Wharf, was sitting in the security office of the wharf, smoking a cigarette and playing landlord. A minute ago, he received an urgent report from his subordinates that a very powerful car had arrived at the Fisherman's Wharf, and it had been blocked by the netizens at the wharf, and even the parking lot could not be entered. When he heard the news, Dashin was a little skeptical. After all, he really didn't know what kind of car could make the group of internet celebrities present so crazy. You see, even the two top-notch second-generation Ferraris of Zhangzhen and Ma Dong, as well as the Big Bull, who entered the harbor in the early hours of the morning, were only photographed from a distance and then allowed to enter without any hindrance. So Dashin suspected that his men were playing a joke on him. But when he arrived at the entrance of the Fisherman's Wharf with his baton, he saw the cars that had appeared here and realized what had happened. He was scared out of his wits. He quickly organized his men and drove the group of crazy internet celebrities away. Ensure the car's smooth entry. You see, this is a Mercedes G63 with a Hong Kong license plate A99999. According to Dashin, the real reason why this car is so awesome and why it makes these internet celebrities so crazy is not the car itself. It's the license plate on the car. Hong Kong A99999. It's like seeing a license plate with the prefix D in the imperial capital. After all, as one of the three major cities in the mainland of China, the economic status of the harbor is also second to none. In the harbor, who can own a license plate starting with A is definitely a symbol of status and status. Sorry, brother, I'm the security manager of Fisherman's Wharf, this is my business card. Next time you come, you can send me a message in advance. I promise you that this will never happen again. After successfully leading the security team to clear the unruly netizens and let Qin Feng enter the parking lot, Dashin was sweating profusely and his clothes were soaked through. It wasn't from being tired, but from being nervous. He came to the driver's window of the Mercedes-Benz and respectfully handed Qin Feng a business card, saying nervously, "I'm Deshawn, the security manager of the Fisherman's Wharf." The moment he saw Qin Feng's appearance, he was shocked. He had originally thought that the person driving such an awesome car would be a middle-aged man about his age. But he never expected that Qin Feng was only in his 20s, unusually young. Young as he was, Qin Feng's eyes and the aura exuding from his entire body were something he had never seen before. There was an absolute aura of a king. It was as if the whole world was about to bow down before him. Next time you decide what to do. When my car comes again, I don't want to see this sight again. As Deshawn had expected, the owner of the car did not pick up his business card, but just looked at him coldly, threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, and then said these words before pushing open the car door and getting out. Chapter 38, Unable to Control My Heart. Damn it! He drives such a cool car and he is so handsome. Is he giving us the rest of the world's scum a chance to live? Yes, it's too unfair. He has all the best qualities in one man. He looks a bit like that Hong Kong and Taiwanese star, what's his name? Yes, Liang Chaowei. He's even better than the peak of the era of Viagra. It's really unfair. When Qin Feng drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class with Hong Kong license plate A99999 into the parking lot, surrounded by the security manager, Dashin, he got out of the driver's seat, and the crowd of onlookers immediately got a good look at his face. At the same time, the entire crowd also erupted in a burst of intense discussion. Not for anything else, but because before Qin Feng got out of the car, the group had a guess about Qin Feng's appearance. They guessed that the driver of the Mercedes-Benz G63 was probably an ugly old man in his 50s. But they never expected Qin Feng to disappoint them. Not only was he in his early 20s, but his appearance and the temperament he exuded were comparable to that of the peak period of Zhao Wei. Seeing this scene, it was true that many of the boys in the audience were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Although the gay men felt a little resentment, the lesbians were different. Every single one of them was thrilled to see Qin Feng. Because even they didn't expect that the driver of the most powerful car in the harbor would be such a handsome young man. If a man was just rich, they might not have been tempted. But if he is rich and handsome, then it's different. It was really hard for them to resist. Yi Qiu, a famous female internet celebrity who was hiding in the distance and quietly pointed her phone camera at Qin Feng, couldn't help but tremble a little when she saw Qin Feng's true appearance. In fact, when she saw the Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG 6.3-liter V12 bi-turbo S63 AMG, Yi Qiu knew that the content of her program today was here. If she is lucky enough to do a program with the owner of this car, it will surely greatly increase the popularity of her live broadcast room. But the problem is that she is afraid that the owner of this car is a 40 or 50-year-old old man with questionable morals. But after seeing Qin Feng's true appearance, Yi Qiu knew that her worries were unnecessary. Qin Feng is not only handsome, but also has a rare clarity in his eyes, like the brightest star in the night sky. Such a man, not to mention driving the most powerful G63 in the entire harbor, even if he was riding a small electric moped, Yi Qiu would want to do a show with him. Yi Qiu thought so at the moment and decided to do so later. See if there is a chance later to get close to Qin Feng by virtue of her status as a famous female internet celebrity on Douyin. Even if it's just a simple chat with the other person, it's great in Yi Qiu's opinion. I just don't know if Qin Feng will give her this face. Brother Feng, I didn't expect that there would be so many people at Fisherman's Wharf at this hour. Yes, it's already past 3 o'clock, and there are still so many people. After getting out of the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz, Shenjialan and Mei Mei, two girls from the nightclub, stood to the left and right of Qin Feng. They smiled at Qin Feng while enjoying the envious glances of the girls in the audience. Well, there are a lot of people. Qin Feng took a deep breath, nodded, and then led the two girls towards the dining area of Fisherman's Wharf. Damn, my brother is really my brother. He brought two girlfriends with him at once. It seems that the other girls at the Fisherman's Wharf tonight don't stand a chance. I don't think these two girls are the boyfriend's girlfriends. After all, the three of them kept a polite distance from each other, and it looked like they were just simple friends. If that's the case, then the girls present today still have some chances. When Shenjialan and Mei Mei got out of the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz, the crowd at Fisherman's Wharf let out a gasp. They lamented that Qin Feng's aura was indeed extraordinary, and the girls he brought were also extraordinary, and they were indeed good enough in terms of appearance and figure. Yi Qiu was also stunned when he saw Mei Mei and Shenjialan. He didn't expect Qin Feng to come to the Fisherman's Wharf today and even bring a female companion. And not just one. He brought two girls with him. However, after a brief observation, Yi Qiu could be sure of one thing: among the two, there was no girlfriend of Qin Feng. Most likely, they are just Qin Feng's ordinary female companions. Since there is no girlfriend of Qin Feng, then she should have no problem with Qin Feng doing a program together later. The only thing to worry about is that Qin Feng's girlfriend will step in to stop them. However, Yi Qiu at this time did not think that Qin Feng's official girlfriend would appear soon. Although she was the previous one, she still shamelessly caused a big commotion at Fisherman's Wharf in front of everyone. Good evening, big brother. Please come to our restaurant's VIP area and take a seat. There is a nice seat right by the river, which is reserved for you. My name is Ayu, I am the restaurant manager here. If you need anything today, just let me know. When Qin Feng arrived at the dining area with Mei Mei and Shenjialan, the beautiful manager in black stockings and high heels immediately ran over. She came to Qin Feng, bent down, and first bowed to Qin Feng respectfully, then smiled and said. In fact, according to the rules, the VIP area at Fisherman's Wharf needs to be requested by the guest before the restaurant can arrange it. Of course, an additional fee is required. But when Qin Feng arrived, before he could even say a word, the restaurant manager at Fisherman's Wharf, Ayu, directly arranged for him to be seated at the VIP table. After all, in Ayu's opinion, someone like Qin Feng, who drives a Mercedes-Benz G63 with a Hong Kong license plate in 99999, doesn't need to wait for the other person to open his mouth. Everyone knows that he will definitely be seated in the VIP area. Okay, then I'll have all of your restaurant's specialties. As many as you have. After hearing Ayu's words, Qin Feng glanced at the restaurant manager in front of him, who could be described as long and crooked, and nodded in response. He said that they would order the most expensive dishes for their table, no matter how much they cost. Xin Feng had been in the harbor for so long that it was indeed the first time he had come to Fisherman's Wharf to eat. He wanted to try some of the specialty dishes here and satisfy his appetite. Well, big brother, our restaurant's specialty dishes add up to more than 10 kinds. Can you three eat so much? After hearing Qin Feng's words, Ayu was also shocked and hurriedly asked Qin Feng. Chapter 39, The most deadly thing is to be invisible and arrogant. She wasn't worried that Qin Feng couldn't pay for the meal in the end, but she was afraid that the three of them couldn't eat that much. Ayu looked at the two little girls next to Qin Feng and they didn't seem to be able to eat much. It's fine, you just go ahead. I can eat. Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating that Ayu didn't need to worry too much, and just needed to follow his instructions. Because he was indeed a little hungry. He had just finished drinking with Mei Mei on the moon and had spent a wave at the Emperor's pavilion. So Qin Feng's stomach is really a bit empty. Even if he were served more dishes, he could still finish them all. Okay, big brother. Then you take the two beauties and wait a little while, we will get everything done as soon as possible according to your request. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Ayu hurriedly responded with a smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, Qin Feng led the two nightclub girls, Mei Mei and Shinjialan, to the round table at the VIP table by the river. After sitting down, Qin Feng ignored the envious stares of the diners and quietly took out his Longwei mobile phone, which cost more than 1,000 yuan, from his pocket. He opened his text message interface. While he was driving, his phone vibrated, alerting him to a text message. Qin Feng felt that if he guessed correctly, it was most likely the cashback he received when he paid the bill at the Emperor's bar. When he opened his phone, he was shocked to find that it was indeed the case. Dear Mr. Qin, your ICBC savings card with the last four digits 4419 has just received a transfer of 300,000 yuan, and the current balance on the card is 2,526,949 yuan. Since he had accidentally triggered the tenfold cashback system when he was spending on the moon in less than 12 hours, his bank card account balance had gone from 1,000 yuan to more than 200,000 yuan. Qin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. It is true that he sighed at the impermanence of life, with the large intestine containing the small intestine. Yesterday at noon, Qin Feng was just a poor student who was dumped by his girlfriend in front of everyone at the school gate. Now, he has become the big brother sitting at the Fisherman's Wharf, enjoying the attention of all the diners, driving the most powerful car in the entire harbor. It's a bit awesome. However, Qin Feng knew that his road to counterattack had only just begun. The best is yet to come. Qin Feng then put his cell phone back in his pocket, took out a box of Red Dragon cigarettes worth 7 yuan, lit one up and put it in his mouth. He took a deep breath and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Under the night sky of the harbor, he savored his wonderful and eventful life. The two nightclub girls, Mei Mei and Shinjialan, kept looking down at their phones. They were probably busy posting on WeChat moments and TikTok, also wanting to share their series of adventures today on their social media. Qin Feng himself did not have this idea. Even after he got the most awesome car in the harbor, he never thought of posting a selfie of him and Diji to his circle of friends to show off. If it were Qin Feng in the past, he would definitely have done so. But since he got the system, his mentality has also grown rapidly. He has already realized that the true king does not need to show off. As the saying goes, the most deadly thing is to be invisible and arrogant. That's all there is to it. There's nothing wrong with it. Sometimes, deliberately acting like a bully will actually lower your own level. It backfires. Hello, brother, I'm a female anchor on Douyin, my name is Yi Qiu. I'm doing an interview program and would like to chat with you briefly, is that okay? Just as Qin Feng was smoking a cigarette and looking up at the sky thinking about life, he suddenly heard a gentle female voice coming from beside him. The moment he heard this voice, Qin Feng's brows furrowed. Not for anything else, but because he felt that the voice was a bit familiar. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Instead of looking at the girl who was talking to him, Qin Feng thought about it briefly and guessed who she might be. Yi Qiu? No, did she just say her name was Yi Qiu? The next second, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the girl mentioning her name in her words. The moment he thought of the name, Qin Feng involuntarily shuddered, and his pupils dilated several times. He then turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He suddenly discovered a woman with a height of nearly 1.7 meters, wearing a white short dress, with a slender figure and fair skin, wearing a seductive grapefruit-colored lipstick, appearing behind him. She was holding a selfie stick in her hand, her face was covered with a polite smile, and her beautiful eyes were looking at him with love. To be honest, when he saw the famous female internet celebrity Ichio from Douyin appear behind him, Shin Feng was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. But he still managed to control himself and tried to control his expression. Although his heart was surging with emotions, he still managed to look calm and collected. Shin Feng knew Ichio, who was standing next to him at this moment. He not only knows her, he knows her very well. She is in Shin Feng's list of followers on Douyin. And countless times, he had hidden in his dormitory bed and watched her videos. To say the least, Ichio was a goddess in his past. Of course, it was unattainable. Shin Feng knew clearly that with his identity and status, he and Ichio would never meet in this life. Even if they happened to bump into each other on the street, the latter would probably just smile politely at him and not say anything. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the system, the heavens allowed him to meet the goddess of his heart at the largest outdoor restaurant in the entire harbor, Fisherman's Wharf. But let's be honest, although he used to like this female DJ, Shin Feng's excitement at seeing Ichio in real life only lasted a few seconds before it disappeared. The reason is that Shin Feng feels that his current status may be different from the past. Now he belongs to the men who have the system, and everything is constantly developing in a good direction, becoming more and more awesome. So he really didn't need to take Ichio, the little anchor of Douyin, too seriously. "Hello, Miss Ichio." Out of courtesy, Shin Feng still stood up from his chair, slowly extended his right hand, shook hands with the other person, and smiled. When Shin Feng's words and actions were made, Ichio, a famous internet celebrity, couldn't help but be stunned, and her heart also trembled again at this moment. Because she really didn't expect that this boy who drove a Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz would be so approachable. There was nothing domineering about Shin Feng, but rather, he was very approachable. He has the feeling of a big boy who is close to his neighbors. And the other half that Ichio most wanted to find in the depths of her heart was such a man. Chapter 40, Get the Parallel World Song Chengdu Reward. Congratulations, host, Ichio, the nightclub girl, has reached the standard for your primary love value and has received a song from the parallel world, Chengdu, which has been automatically stored in your mind and does not need to be retrieved. At this moment, Shin Feng suddenly heard a hurried system voice in his head. Hearing this voice, Shin Feng was suddenly dumbfounded. What the hell? Because Ichio, the nightclub girl, has reached the standard for her love value, and she has received an additional reward from the system? In his opinion, Ichio was not a girl at the nightclub at all, but a female anchor on Douyin. But the next second, the system's words gave him the answer. The internet is the biggest nightclub in the world. Hearing this voice in his mind again, Shin Feng nodded slightly, feeling that it was indeed the case. Then from now on, the places where he can get cash back for his purchases will also include the internet? If that's the case, then it's a bit of a big deal, whether you say it or not. It's not just awesome, it's the ultimate awesome. When they saw the famous female internet celebrity Ichio suddenly appear next to Shin Feng with unfriendly intentions, Shinjalan and Mei Mei, two girls from the nightclub, also became alert at that moment. They all put down their phones and stared at each other. In the eyes of Shinjalan and Mei Mei, no matter what purpose Ichio was approaching Shin Feng for at this time, it was all ill-intentioned for them. To put it bluntly, this female Douyin influencer only came over to talk to Shin Feng because she saw that he was driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth more than 3 million yuan, and the license plate on the car was Hong Kong A99999, the license plate of the Five Emperors. If Shin Feng were an unknown minor character, then Ichio would never have come over. Although Mei Mei and Shinjalan have only known Shin Feng for 12 hours, and they are only friends of each other, they are not Shin Feng's girlfriend. But in the hearts of the two women, they already considered themselves Shin Feng's girlfriend. They absolutely would not allow any woman to compete with them for Shin Feng. And in such a blatant way. Ichio didn't care much about all this. In the face of the two girls' strong hostility, he just smiled and didn't respond. "Little brother, what I just told you, do you think it's okay?" Then she turned her head and focused her gaze on Shin Feng, smiling. In Ichio's opinion, a man like Shin Feng would never be able to honestly put his heart in a woman. If he really had a soft spot for one of Shinjalan and Mei Mei, then the other party would not be here. Since these two people can sit here at the same time, it shows that Shin Feng's approach to women is like the vast ocean. In that case, she must have a chance. Well, that's fine. It's okay. Then sit down and eat with us. I just ordered a lot of dishes, and the three of us can't eat them all. After listening to this, Qin Feng thought about it for a moment and nodded. He indicated that Yi Qiu could sit down and eat with them later, and do the so-called simple interview. The reason Qin Feng agreed to Yi Qiu's request. One reason is that Qin Feng liked Yi Qiu before, and he was once a goddess in his heart. The second reason is because the system has just given him an extra reward. Although he has not yet had the opportunity to listen to the parallel song called Chengdu, he presumes that as long as it is produced by the system, it must be a quality product. The song is absolutely very nice and wow. To be honest, what Qin Feng didn't expect was that the latter's primary affection for him reached the standard after Qin Feng shook his hand with Yi Qiu. In that case, Qin Feng also wanted to take the opportunity to dig out Yi Qiu's intermediate and advanced love values for him. In this way, he can also get the corresponding rewards. Little brother, I don't know what your name is? After Yi Qiu followed Qin Feng's instructions and took a seat at the VIP table by the river at the Fisherman's Wharf, he immediately excitedly adjusted the camera lens of his phone to the rear and aimed it at Qin Feng's face. Just out of courtesy, Yi Qiu did not let Qin Feng's appearance be exposed on the live broadcast without his consent. Interviewing the owner of the most powerful vehicle in the entire harbor, the Mercedes-Benz G63 with the license plate A99999. Then Yi Qiu said, while changing the title of her live broadcast. She believed that after she changed the title, it would definitely bring more attention to her live broadcast. Holy cow! The owner of that Mercedes-Benz G-Class is so handsome. It's beyond my imagination. Yes. I originally thought that the owner of the car with the license plate number 959999 would be a 40 or 50-year-old old man. I didn't expect him to be so young. Not only is he young, he is also extremely handsome. He has the style of Hong Kong and Taiwanese star Tony Leung. He's so handsome, I'm in love, 3 expressions of infatuation. After Yi Qiu turned the live broadcast camera around, the 350,000 viewers in her live broadcast room immediately saw Qin Feng's true appearance. Everyone was amazed. No one expected that the owner of this Hong Kong A99999 Mercedes-Benz would be so young and handsome. Little brother Qin Feng, I don't know if that G63 is yours? After learning Qin Feng's name, Yi Qiu also hurriedly asked the question he most wanted to know. That is this G63 really Qin Feng's? Yes, it is mine. Qin Feng picked up a box of Red Dragon cigarettes from the table, lit one up, took a deep breath, and nodded slightly to Yi Qiu. Is it the one with your name on the license plate? Yi Qiu looked at Qin Feng with a doubtful look and asked. Yes, my name is written on the driving license. Qin Feng nodded and continued to respond. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu's confusion completely disappeared, and was replaced by a big smile. Yi Qiu had been wondering about 2 things. The first was whether the Mercedes-Benz G63 with Hong Kong license plate A99999 was actually Qin Feng's. Second, if it is Qin Feng's, then is the name on the license plate Qin Feng's name? There is a big difference between yes and no. If it is written in Qin Feng's name, it means that Qin Feng is a solid first-generation rich, not a flashy second-generation rich. Yi Qiu had previously guessed that Qin Feng, who looked so young, was probably a second-generation rich kid like Ma Dong and Zhang Jin, who were both from the harbor. But he never imagined that Qin Feng was actually a member of the first generation of the rich. This really made Yi Qiu's admiration for Qin Feng rise to a new level.